The 2025 MLB Draft is upon us. This is the yearly Deal in the Cards live stream for the MLB Draft. Tonight, the Cardinals had the 5th overall pick. We'll be breaking down that pick as well as the rest of the picks tonight. They have 4 picks on day 1. Exciting, and it seems like just really we don't know where people are going to go in the first round. The top 5 just seems muddy, and so we're going to be here to live react and be excited about what's going on and the chaos at the top on this awesome episode, special episode of Deal in the Cards. Hey, right off the top, we just want to thank our presenting sponsor, 314 Sports Cards and Collectibles. We'll tell you more about them here in a moment, but they're an awesome shop in the St. Louis area. You need to go check them out. And one of the things they did, which Andrew, I guess you've got the cards. I don't know if you want to pop on for this part at least and show that they have an awesome card they've donated to us. Do you want to describe it a little bit for people who are watching?
Yeah, so we got an Ivan Herrera first Bowman auto. It's in a PSA 10, which is the highest grade you can get. And we're giving that away on our Twitter account at Deal Into Cards. So just go there and retweet it, subscribe, and you can get an extra entry. And we'll give that away at the end of the stream.
Yeah, so excited for that. Andrew's going to be in the background for most of this, running point on the technical side of things. So appreciate you, Andrew, as always. Joined by Kareem and Sandy as usual, and Peyton, who you guys have gotten to know a little bit from some of the recent episodes of Birds on the Farm. Kareem, do you want to kind of intro the night a little bit, talk about some of the guests that we have on, and then we can get into some early coverage?
Yeah, so Peyton is going to be joining us for the full stream. He was on our college hitters and pitchers episode a few weeks back. So it's going to be nice to have his intel on a lot of the college players specifically. And, you know, we'll also have Kyle Reese in a little bit to go over the Cardinals pick at that 5th overall spot, as well as Adam Keel from Prospects Live and Taylor Cruz as well. So got some guests line up and should be a really exciting night for the Cardinals. 4 selections. You know, last year we only had that 1 pick to go over, but this year it's going to be a lot different and should be exciting.
Yeah, really excited about the draft tonight. There's a lot of uncertainty at the top, and so Peyton, I guess I want to ask you to start. What's your vibe? What's your check on what you think the top 5 is going to look like tonight? Because you look at different mock drafts, you look at Twitter, you look at everyone has different picks and different ideas of what's going to happen here.
Yeah, this is like there's no clear cut number 1. I was just texting like my friend who assists me with like the Bradley stuff. He asked who the White Sox should pick, and I'm like, this draft is more like drafting someone who's not a mistake necessarily, because there's no home run pick, but you don't want to make a mistake. It's easy to make a mistake in this draft. So top 5, I'm seeing like Ethan Holiday, Kate Anderson. Then it's probably going to be a mix of Willits, Doyle, and then Parker, and then there could be a surprise underslot at number 5 that I hope doesn't happen. But you know, I it's really hard because there's no clear cut 60 future value player, except for maybe Billy Carlson, who still has a swing problem. So I don't have a solidified 5. I'm getting closer to leaning. It's like going to be Arnold, then Anderson, then who do I have going? Holiday has 4, 3 maybe Arquette, and then 5. I think that's where you get a lot of confusion. We don't know who's going to 5. That's where it starts to get mixed up a little bit.
Yeah. Kareem, so it sounds like the Nationals are on the clock right now. Do you want to preview a little bit of Mike Rizzo and Dave Martinez were fired a couple weeks ago, and so there's been a little bit of speculation. Does this change what they do at the top? What's your feeling? What's going to go number 1? Sandy, maybe you give your prediction as well, and then I'll, if we have time, drop mine before it's leaked out there. But we're not going to be on the stream, just so you know, we're not talking about the picks until they are official on the cardsman brought in, and Manfred reads them out. So if you leak them in the chat, please don't. But if you do, Kareem won't be paying attention to it. I'll be watching just to keep things moving. But we won't talk about a pick until it's made. But Kareem, what do you think with Nationals on the clock here?
Honestly, I don't know which direction the Nationals are going to go with this pick. It feels like normally there's like a consensus top guy. Last year, it seems like that would be Weatherholt. But in the case that they didn't go with Weatherholt, the Cleveland Guardians, we knew that Travis Bazzano was in play. This year, the two front runners seem to be LSU left-hand pitcher Cade Anderson, who I think is the most polished pitcher, and I think he's the quickest starting pitching prospect in this year's class that you could just move up to the big leagues quickly, and you have a safe mid-rotation kind of starter. So, I mean, the Nationals have a lot of pieces at the major league level. We're looking at a James Wood who's making waves, emerging as one of the top talents in the game. Mackenzie Gore. Do they want someone that is going to contribute in the next couple of years, or someone like an Ethan Holiday who might take, potentially 4 years to develop and get to the major league level? So I think that's fascinating to see what they end up doing. It's pretty clear that those are the two front runners just based on everything I've read, but could this be a surprise underslot with one of the other college lefties? Could they go with an Iva Arquette? Is Eli Willits going to be in play here? I've heard some late buzz around his name at the one spot. So it should be fascinating to see what the Nationals end up doing here. I think it'll not feeling great one way or another as far as who the pick will be, but excited for the draft to kick off. And I think, that first pick should have a snowball effect on, some of the other picks in the top 5, I would imagine.
For sure. Sandy, what's your feeling tonight going into the draft? Like, what do you think? What direction do you think Nationals are going number 1 here? And I guess I didn't ask the screen, but we can go around the board here. Who would you guys select number 1 if you're in the Nationals' shoes? That might be a different answer than what ends up happening.
Yeah. Well, I think it's interesting. I mean, Kareem's right. This is a weird draft. It's very different than in previous years where we've had, clear top picks. There's no Paul Skeens in this draft. It's a very deep draft, which is why it's going to be really fun to stream, after this first round. As the night goes on, there's going to be a lot of value to find in the second, third, and fourth rounds. I'm really excited to see who the Cardinals pick up in those rounds, but I really don't know. I mean, there was a lot of buzz around Holiday early in the cycle. There was a lot of buzz around Jamie Arnold early in the cycle. The Nationals with the number 1 overall pick and no clear guy, like Kareem said, could slot. Interesting. I wouldn't be shocked, if they think Willits is the potential top talent at only 17 years of age, they could go for him, sign him under slot, and have a lot of money to use on a potential big swing in the second or third round. So there's a lot of ways each of these go in the top 5, even down into the bottom half of the top 10. It's still interesting. And there are mocks where, a premier talent like Seth Hernandez could be sliding to 7 or 8 in some mocks. I know other people have him third to the Mariners or even higher. There's all sorts of ways people could go. I do think that Nationals just firing, Rizzo, maybe they want something to get fans excited about. And I think the sort of the sexiest pick in this draft right now is Ethan Holiday. His brother, big time prospect, baseball family, good pedigree. And he's a guy that early in the cycle people were talking about. So maybe it's him, but it could be Cade Anderson as well. I know he was the guy that on Birds on the Farm, Kareem and Peyton were highest on, so could be him. There's a lot of directions they could go, though. So I guess we'll just have to see. It's got to be coming up here soon, though, right?
You would think. Peyton, I'm curious I don't know if it's been.
They made the pick.
Okay.
Eli Willits. So the guy that was mocked to the Cardinals is not going to be available at that 5 spot.
Oh my gosh.
Okay,
So
that's
I
super interesting. Go ahead.
So when I was talking about it, they saw it on my private account. The hope for the Cardinals I had was Willits goes top 4. I love Willits. If he bulks up, I think he's probably going to be like potential top 15 player. It's just the tools aren't there right now, so it doesn't look too sexy. But I thought they would take Holiday because if Holiday works out in 2 years, like if he works out in 2 years, that means you have a power bat with James Wood in his prime, CJ Abrams in his prime. That's probably an exciting lineup. Willits is weird with the Nationals. That's going to take a while. Yeah, I mean, you take the best player available. That's not a Nationals pick. Like that's not a Mike Rizzo pick. So him getting fired might not have an effect on that. But now I see, man, that's hard. That kind of screwed everything up. I see clearly Holiday is going to go 4, right?
I mean, you would think, but I also saw a little bit of rumblings today. I think it was, McDaniel for Kylie McDaniel from ESPN said he's been hearing that there's been some buzz around the industry that Colorado's balking at Ethan Holiday's asking price and that they could go a different direction. That would surprise me. I still think there's a 98% chance he doesn't fall past 4. But at the same time, I mean, the Eli Willits buzz the last few days where you hear a bunch of front offices had him as the number 1 player on their board. A lot of algorithms, and I liked him a lot. And then it ends up being the number 1 pick, which, I mean, just because you go number 1 doesn't mean the Nationals had him number 1 on their board, right? We'll see what the signing bonus is, what else plays out here. But I'm ready for anything at this point. And the fact that you went number 1, like, let's go. I mean, you would think it's going to be a college arm here at number 2. But after that, I mean, I don't know what the Mariners do. I don't know. I think the Rockies do, Ethan. But, man, who knows? Kareem, what's your reaction, man?
That's crazy.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I thought that there was a chance that they could go Willits here. It seemed like the 2 front runners were, Cade Anderson and Ethan Holiday, but they decided to go for the more safe high school bat, I would say, as opposed to Holiday. I think Willits, he had some of the strongest contact numbers in the showcase circuit last summer, and that's with him being pretty much a year younger than his competition. So he's not turning 18 until December. He's one of the younger players in the entire class. I'd say it's more of a spray hit kind of approach. I know he is 6'1", but not sure how much power potential there is going to be in the tank with him. As he continues to fill out, I think he could get to, potentially above average bat speed. But it will probably have to take a change in hitting approach to get to some more power. But at the same time, this is someone that's got a great feel for hitting, has the potential to stick up the middle, whether it be at shortstop or center field. I'd say it's plus athleticism. He's a good runner. The arm strength, I've heard some people say it's closer to average. Others are more bullish on it, think it could play above average. But yeah, well-rounded player. I guess the power is the thing that might get it might take some dreaming to get to some power production in there, but he does everything else really well. And I think he's a safe high school bat and one that you could definitely project on, as he's the youngest player in the class, and he was already performing against competition that was way older than him, this past year. So should be interesting to see, how his career unfolds. One of the most talented players in the class, though, for sure.
Apologies, I was muted there. History was made with that pick, though, as Eli Willits is now the youngest player to ever go 1-1 in a draft. So that's pretty crazy. I know, Sandy, I think you got particularly excited about Willits down the stretch here. Is this a bummer for you that he's not going to be on the board at 5?
A little bit. And it might mean just the Cardinals go a direction I didn't want him to go. Like, Willits is not the guy that I think I was most amped up about in this class, but I don't think the Cardinals are going to go with the guy I'm probably most excited about. And so, the good thing is here, it does mean that there's a better chance that one of these top college arms in Doyle or Anderson slides, but I'm not sure either of them is going to be available at 5. But hey, it's more possible than it was, and maybe Holiday's available at 5 now, although I'd be shocked if he gets past. But yeah, age from what's interesting to me. You're talking about a guy that's only 17 years old. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to add power to any prospect. But like, if you're going to add power, you're going to add it when you're younger a lot of the time. And so a guy with 17, there's more projectability, more chance for that. And I just wonder, like, a year from now, if Willits was eligible at that point, might be a very different prospect.
What happened? Because I'm seeing the chat react too. Did they go? Did they go?
Oh my goodness.
Who'd they pick?
They picked Tyler Bremner.
What?
UC Santa Barbara.
To the Angels? Oh, dude, what are they doing? What are they doing?
They're going underslot for sure.
Yeah,
I think that's the play. They must have a similar.
Too.
They must have a similar grade to Bremner versus some of the other college pitchers, if I had to guess. And if you're getting if you're saving some money with this pick, like, I think that's the rationale that they're going. But I had Bremner ranked as my. Let me see. 1, 2, 3.
Wow.
Doyle Anderson or
Hurts
Holiday?
is my
Doyle
fifth
Anderson's
ranked
gonna be
pitcher
available.
in this
Yeah.
year's class.
That
So, I
doesn't
mean,
include prep, right?
College, yeah.
Yeah. That makes
At-
sense. Yeah.
At this rate, Cade Anderson, not Eli Will. It's Cade Anderson, Ethan Holiday, or Liam Doyle will be on the clock at 5.
Dude,
So,
they gotta go with one of those three, right?
Or Seth Hernandez. I know they're not going to do it, but
They're
I'm
not
so
gonna-
Let's
unexcited
talk a
about
little bit
this.
about
So-
Tyler Bremner.
Seth
Oh, yeah,
Hernandez
yeah.
is like, so Tyler Bremner is basically Seth Hernandez with years in college. I mean, there's some similarities to them. Obviously, we don't have the pitch specs, but the fastball is electric, and the changeup is probably his best pitch. It's going to work versus left and right-handed bats, and that's something that most hitters, like right-handed bats, are used to right-on-right changeups still. So, like, it's not a terrible pick. It's an underslot, but he's obviously not the best player on the board. So, but he'll be able to pitch in the major leagues probably by All-Star break next year, and that's probably what the Angels want.
Which, to your guys' point here, like, and we opened with this, right? Like, there is a lot of muddiness at the top here, and there is no Paul Skeens. There's not even a Dylan Cruz. There's not a JJ Weatherholt in this draft. And so, if you're splitting hairs with some of these guys and you can save $1.5 million on a pick, an organization might go that direction to take some bigger shots later down the board. It's just, that's the weird part about the MLB draft. If you're tuning in and you're not necessarily super plugged into this is the NBA where the best talent on the board is going to go every time. This isn't the NFL where you draft for need necessarily either and best player available. There's a lot of factors at play here that play into a pick. And man, the first 2 picks were not chalk. So it is.
Yeah, this draft's
really
already chaos.
More chaos than I even anticipated. Like, I heard Bremer could go high, but not that high.
Now, touching on Bremner a little bit, I think he has the best changeup in the class. It's a high spin pitch, which is a little bit unusual for a changeup. You would expect, changeups to be a little bit lower spin rate. He spins his changeup. He has a higher spin rate on his changeup than his fastball. So, I mean, that's interesting. The pitch had a 48% whiff rate this year. Really exceptional pronator. I think that's what stands out to me the most about Tyler Bremner. The fastball is a good shape. It's 19 inches of vert, 13 inches of arm side run, and it's from a 5.9 release. Probably closer to a average shape once he gets over to the MLB. Once that translates over to the MLB ball, but I think you're betting on the changeup. The slider took a step back this year. It's a gyro slider at 86 miles an hour. The pitch didn't perform quite as well as what it did last year, but the Angels must be bullish on his ability to turn that pitch back around into a viable offering. And with that, like Peyton said, like quick rising arm, someone that the Angels are going to fast track whoever this pick was going to be. Let's be real. And Bremner makes sense from that standpoint. I think this is someone that's going to skyrocket through a system. Might not have the highest ceiling to be a potential front of the rotation arm, but at the same time, like I think it's a solid floor, and it's really unique the way he goes about things with him having such high changeup usage, especially against right-handed hitters. But it's truly one of the best pitches in the whole draft. So I mean, you could understand why.
For sure. Hey, let's do a quick plug for 314 Sports Cards and Collectibles before we continue on. The Mariners pick will be on here soon, but the Dealing Cards podcast is presented by 314 Sports Cards and Collectibles. They're located at 9640 Olive Boulevard in Olivet. Open 10 to 5 Monday through Friday and 10 to 4 on Saturdays and Sundays. They buy, sell, and trade all sports cards and Pokemon cards. They have the newest selections of packs, boxes, and single cards of local players and stars from around the league. We're doing a giveaway tonight thanks to 314 Sports Cards Collectibles. Andrew might pop on later and show it again, but it's an Ivan Herrera rookie card signed, PSA graded 10. It's an incredible card, and we're giving it away tonight, so you can jump over on our Twitter, like and retweet the tweets be entered in, and if you are subscribed to our podcast and post proof of subscription, you get an additional entry on that as well. We love 314. Make sure you go check them out. They've got awesome stuff going on there in the store. So Bremer's off the board. Seattle's on the clock here. They made the pick already? Okay. Cade. Oh.
I was hoping.
Dang.
I mean,
Cade Anderson, I think he was a perfect organization fit for the Cardinals. I think if he somehow slipped to 5, I think this is the guy that they probably, aside from a Holiday, maybe. We'll see what the Rockies end up doing. Yeah, I mean, pitchability, arm, someone that has 4 quality pitches, fastball, has solid carry. It's around 93, 94 miles an hour. I think that there's still a little bit more untapped velocity potential in there with his frame. Yeah, just a safe college arm, one that, much like Tyler Bremner, I think should go through a system pretty quickly. And, he fits the mold of, what the Mariners look for out of their pitchers. And, yeah, I think this is a great pick for them over here. He was my top-ranked player in the whole class.
I agree. Pitchability I think he has the best pitchability out of anyone in this class. Fastball shape might play down a little bit, but I still think it's probably an average fastball, probably 45 grade. But the breaking stuff, he commands it extremely well. Gets to the edge of the zone, that's where it's hardest to hit. So it's hard to really square him up just because of that. He can tunnel well. He seems like a smart pitcher. So I think him and Bremner are probably going to be the first. Well, Doyle is going to be also up. But Anderson's probably the best pitchability pitcher in this draft, and he also has above average stuff. So I think Seattle will like him. We've seen what they've done with Wu and Kirby so far. Wish Kirby was a Cardinal. But I think this pick extremely fits him extremely well. Here we go.
Yeah. So as we're getting inching closer and closer to the Cardinals pick here, obviously what the Rockies do here will influence things a lot. We all think they're going to go Ethan Holiday, but if they don't, it feels like the Cardinals are waiting there to select him. That's what the reporting is. But if they don't go him here, you've got Liam Doyle on the clock. You'll have Jamie Arnold on the clock. You'll have Ava Arqueta on the clock, which I think is an interesting name and one that Derek Gould even threw out today as like hey, they haven't said this name publicly, but a lot of their comments seem like Arqueta could be a guy they would like. Any feel at this point with how the board's falling that assuming Ethan Holiday goes here, what direction are the Cardinals likely to lean in? I know there's the Ike Irish thing leaning, but I think at this point with how the board's falling, it shouldn't happen. But
so
I'm getting ready.
Yes, not to say too much because somehow I've got some stuff confirmed, but the Cardinals are, I think, going with a lefty. I don't think Holiday is confirmed, but I think Holiday is going here.
Yeah, I think Holiday is for sure going to be the pick here for the Rockies. But if he's not, I think the Cardinals are picking him 100%. But assuming Holiday does go for, I think Jamie Arnold's going to be the pick.
Yeah.
I think he's just a perfect organization fit for what they look for out of their pitchers. Low launch lefty. They target. They've been targeting a lot of guys that have flatter approach angles. The breaking ball, it's plus pitch. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah. So I guess while Ethan Holiday's the topic right now, assuming he's going to go here, maybe let's talk about him a little bit because he is the guy that most fans, at least coming in, knew his name for over a year going into this draft as the potential 1-1. I guess, Kareem, why do you think he didn't go 1-1 today? And did the pick already come through?
No, Kyle's there.
Oh, Kyle's in. Okay, come on, hop on in.
How do I? Oh, hello.
What's up? Welcome in.
I love your name.
What an intro. It's just, whoa.
I was trying to make a drink, guys.
That's why I did that before.
The chat's not going to see this, but Kyle's name is Chaos in our stream, and
hey, that's how the top of the draft's been so far.
It's been insane.
Guys, I didn't get a chance to listen to you until I got online, and I'm sure Kareem can attest to this. There's been a lot of speculation, even with sources like real people, and none of that. I mean, there was a little bit about Willits, of course, but none of it had Bremner at 2. I had heard a little bit, maybe Bremner at 4, depending on how the Rockies could sway it, but nothing like this. So when that happened, my poor brother Scott had to hear me make a noise that I'm not 100% sure I've ever.
Has the Rockies pick been announced yet? Okay, I need to stop looking at this chat.
No. Yeah.
It's pick is in, but Manfred hasn't announced it yet.
Oh boy. Kyle, what's some of your early thoughts on how the board's fallen so far? Obviously, like you said, it's not gone according to what the source plan has. Like you said, Willits, I think, had a little bit of steam toward the end at 101, but I mean, Bremer, number 2, crazy. Didn't think that would happen. Kate Anderson going 3 is not shocking at all, right? After he fell to there, but it's Ethan at 4. Okay.
Yeah. Here we go. This is where it starts to get really interesting, family. Yeah, to your point, like I think that we all kind of share the same sentiment. I don't think anybody's going to have an original idea when it comes to how this draft is gone. It's so funny. The one thing that we all knew was going to happen with Ethan Holiday was going to go to 4. We didn't know about go at 4 to the Rockies, and we didn't know how anything else was going to shake out. Guys, I'm going to try to relocate to another location as we go. We're having some internet problems, and I don't want to screw it up.
Oh, it's great.
All right, we can talk about Ethan Holiday a little bit.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I think that he has 70 grade power potential. I think you're really betting on the power potential here with an Ethan Holiday. Could be a 30+ home run guy at the next level. There were some, bat to ball concerns in terms of the showcase circuit. He didn't perform all that well against velocity. It was a whiff rate over 50% on fastballs, 91 plus. It was just, but this is someone that projects to hit for power. He's going to draw his walks. It's a very patient approach at the plate. And the Rockies must feel bullish about their ability to, he did fix his swing in the spring, but he didn't show it against that high level competition yet. So it'll be interesting to see how he fares once he gets over to pro ball. But this is one of the higher upside players in the class. And if you can get a potential 30 home run outcome out of him, even if he hits 220, 230, he's going to draw a lot of walks, get on base, and play solid defense at third base, most likely. So, I mean, that's in this class where there isn't a lot of high-end talent. If you can get that sort of outcome out of an Ethan Holiday, which I bet the Rockies feel pretty strong about that coming to fruition, I think that this is a great pick for them.
I think, well, the batted ball concern is there. I mean, with the contact concern is there, but obviously, with the Nationals, I was surprised they didn't go with him. It's an exciting bat. If it develops right, if you even get the hit tool to maybe 40, 45, this is an above average bat that can probably defend pretty well. But we'll see how it plays in Coors, big outfield, but obviously elevation. So he's a fun player, but I just didn't think he was a clear number 1. Like he was last year. Sorry, I keep smiling. You guys will see why. But number 5 is coming soon.
Okay, so we've got the pick is in. Curious to see where we go here. Kyle, what do you think's the direction? At least a minute before it's going in.
Well, judging by our good friend there, his reaction as we wait and anticipate, I'll say it's somebody worth getting excited about. And listening to the podcast that Kareem put on, I think, I hope it's JoJo Parker. I think Kareem and I are kind of on board there. That's kind of what I would like. It didn't seem like Arquette or Hernandez were on the board for the Cardinals at this point. So, I would think that it might be Carlson. I know that the organization likes Carlson. I know that the organization likes Jamie Arnold. Arnold makes so much sense. We'll be able to get a reaction out of Kareem if that happens. I think it's going to be somebody worth getting excited about, which is kind of a generic term when you're talking about the 5th overall pick.
Kyle, do you think there's any shot this could be Liam Doyle?
I think it's.
Yeah. Okay. So I guess, Liam Doyle is. I do. I absolutely do.
Kareem, check the chat. I see.
I don't want to see anything. I'm not reading anything until the pick.
Yeah, it'll be here before we know it. So,
you guys think there's any chance they go under slot here?
I think they could still pick one of their top players and potentially get a little bit of a haircut, but I don't know if they're going to make a selection just solely due to the fact of saving $1 million or whatever. But hey, maybe they go Ike Irish here and throw a complete wrinkle, but we'll see what happens.
We might not have Kareem anymore if that happens.
Let's hope we get our ace of the future on the board right now, man. I'm really hoping for an ace here.
I agree.
I want Doyle.
Do you think Arnold comes with a haircut in terms of, maybe a little underslot, or would you be surprised if that happened?
I think My opinion is you just select Doyle. If the fastball doesn't develop, then that's more of a stain on the organization. But like the fastball will play, the splitter will play. You just select him. You don't think.
Yeah, man, it's coming in right now.
Oh, they have to announce it. I don't have the stream up anymore.
Yeah, I just pulled up the stream. Yeah, they're coming out to announce it right now. This is a huge moment for the Cardinals, man. Highest they've drafted in what, 27 years?
Yeah, since '98.
Everybody
All right.
look at Kareem's face.
That kind of shocks me. I'm not
All right,
gonna lie.
Kareem, what's the pick?
Left-hand pitcher Liam Doyle.
Wow.
Love it.
Okay.
Cardinals
Now,
fans,
my
you want
question-
swing and miss? Here's your swing and miss.
No,
Okay.
real fast, Kareem is the guy who thought 1 year ago we were all pulling for Jamie Arnold. What are your thoughts about Liam Doyle being selected by the St. Louis Cardinals before Liam Doyle being selected before Arnold?
I had Liam Doyle higher on my draft board, but I just didn't see the Cardinals picking him, to be honest. I don't think he fits the trends that they, typically covet in terms of the starting pitchers that they draft. But I mean, I might be a little bit shocked, but it's the good kind of shocked, I would say. We're getting someone that has some of the best swing and miss upside in the whole class. Fastball is plus. I think you could argue it's the best fastball in the class, aside from maybe a Gage Wood. I think his splitter is plus as well. Besides those two offerings, I think there needs to be some development in his other secondaries. I think the cutter has shown promise, especially at the end of the year. He also has a sweeper / curveball kind of pitch that he uses, as a called strike offering. But yeah, I mean, you want to swing for a potential ace, a guy that can generate a ton of swing and miss. I mean, this is your guy.
Yeah.
What?
Can we read the pitch specs real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
All right, hold on. I haven't. Let me get off the stream. Okay. No, I closed it for Malachi Wilson.
All right, I'll talk then. Everybody wants to hear what I have to say, so I'll talk.
Okay, go ahead.
You guys, I don't really have a whole lot to say. I'm sorry. It was a build-up, and I ruined it. No, I love it. He's a psychopath, and we're going to talk about pitch mix, and that's fun, but he's kind of crazy, a little unhinged. And as somebody like myself who's a little crazy, a little unhinged, I am pro this pick in every conceivable way. He will stare at you. He will grab the ball, and he will throw it at you a little bit sometimes. He's fun is what he is. And there's a backstory that got him to this point. And, I really like it. I like the excitement. I think that this kind of tells us maybe, too, that the Cardinals organization is willing to go into a new direction a little bit, because this probably would have been Jamie Arnold. And it also says that they're not resting on their laurels with old scouting reports. And I think that that's something to take in. Like, I think that back in the day, we might have seen Arnold as this pick, or, maybe even Tyler Bremner, honestly. But this seems new. And again, we're not going to be able to assess this draft until we get through at least day one, and of course day two. But I don't think we're going to have a real idea of exactly the direction the Cardinals are going to go in. But I do think that this is a step in a positive direction. Now, I do not think you can take every little bit from the 5th overall pick because of the nature of a 5th overall pick. But I think it's a good pick. It's an exciting pick with 2+ pitches out of the get-go, entering an organization that can do a lot with the cutter and do a lot with the gyro slider if they decide to go in that direction. So I'm on board. I love it. I'm excited about it. I'm fired up. This is where I do the one thing I do, which is temper expectations. And I remind everybody that even though Harold Reynolds is probably on the television saying Liam Doyle could be a starting pitcher tomorrow at the All-Star break, he's going to start the first game out of the All-Star break for the Cardinals. I want to remind you that Harold Reynolds is a moron, and that that's not going to happen. All of these guys still need development time. The last thing you want to do is put them on the Mike Leake track where all of a sudden they're pitching in major league games. Give him a break. He's pitched a lot of innings. That's an exciting arm. Don't put that weird kind of pressure on him.
Yeah. Let him go to the Bahamas, chill.
Yeah.
He just got out like done with college now. He doesn't have to deal with student loans. Let him chill.
Yeah.
Next year
I'm sure what Liam Doyle's thinking right now is, man, I don't have to deal with those student loans anymore.
Yeah.
Liam Doyle's thinking, I just want to go to Tijuana. Just somebody get me in Tijuana.
Do you guys want a fastball with 19.2 induced vertical break, 35% whiff percentage, a splitter with 41 whiff percentage that moves that can get to negative induced vertical break? That is Liam Doyle right there. I think he will adjust extremely well with the major league ball. Even if he doesn't, you're probably going to see a max of 17, a minimum of 17 induced vertical break, and that will play. especially at 96. So this is the ace that we've been hoping for. This is the direction we've been wanting from the Cardinals. I think as Cardinals fans, there should be excitement. This is a surprise pick. You probably thought Jamie Arnold was just going to go here. You go with a low induced vertical break fastball with BAA, but this is a different pick. Weatherholt and Doyle back-to-back years, probably the best players available on the board back-to-back years. So,
Yeah.
They won't ever be in this position again. I can guarantee this.
Well,
it'll be interesting to see the kinds of profiles the Cardinals target in terms of their pitchers later in the draft, because this is kind of a shocker if we're just going based on what they've done in the past. It's a lot more swing and miss. There are some concerns about his ability to. At the start of the year, he wasn't maintaining his velocity deep into starts that well. The pitch mix, while I'm really bullish on the splitter, there still needs to be some developing. So, it's not as safe of a starter as someone like Cade Anderson that we talked about a little bit earlier, who went to the Mariners. But at the same time, Liam Doyle has more ace level upside than a Cade Anderson as well. And I think that's what we've been searching for with the Cardinals organization. We haven't had an arm like this in a long, long time.
Can you guys talk a little bit about, I've heard throughout the process a lot, and again, with all these guys, there's potential they never make it past low A, but I feel like Liam Doyle, the reliever risk side of things has been pointing to him a lot. And so for the casual person listening who doesn't understand why someone with the big fastball and some of the other stuff might project in that direction, if things don't work out to the 90th, 95th percentile outcome, but why would there be some reliever risk with an arm like Doyle?
Is there really? I mean, maybe with injury concern, arm action, but the reliever risk really comes with his high ceiling. Like if he's put in the bullpen, if he can't start more than 3 innings, you're gonna get a high profile reliever to me, fastball splitter. So I think that's where it comes in. I don't really see the reliever risk that much.
I think there's some violence in his delivery, and I think people look at that and say, that's not going to hold up as a starter. And then when you look at some of his numbers at the start of the year, as I talked about earlier, the velocity wasn't sustaining at that 95, 96 earlier in the season. But as the season progressed, he did a much better job of that. He showed better feel for his secondaries. So is there still some reliever risk? I mean, sure. But I think especially the pitcher that we saw at the end of the year, I think that's someone that has more pitch ability than he's given credit for as well.
Yeah, just to throw in my thoughts, I think that there's this really easy thing we do with anybody who throws hard and throws. The thing about Doyle is there's violence in his delivery, but it's all body. It's not arm. Mm-hmm. It's not arm violence. It's body violence, and I think that bodes well. But whenever you talk about anybody who throws with high velocity, who really only has 2 defined pitches, I think that's like, reliever risk. But for real, you could look at any one of these pitchers that are in this draft and say reliever risk, but also not have the high upside of reliever risk that he has. Like Cade Anderson might have reliever risk, but it's not the high upside Liam Doyle has. Jamie Arnold too. I would say maybe Witherspoon's the only one who doesn't have reliever risk, and that's mostly because he's like a varying pitch type starter. So that also hurts his ability to be a reliever in the long run. So I think you could talk about reliever risk with every starting pitcher in the draft, regardless of prep or collegiate. I think what you're talking about with Liam Doyle is high upside reliever risk, and I'll take that.
Yeah,
love it.
Yeah.
Just real quick, just a reminder as you're tuning in out, it's fun stream so far. Like and subscribe helps channel a ton. We're doing a giveaway on our Twitter of a Ivan Herrera signed rookie card, graded 10 PSA. I don't know any of that stuff, but Andrew knows that. Apparently, it's very valuable. Giving that away on the Twitter if you like and retweet over there, and also give a proof of subscription. That's another entry into the giveaway. I guess another side of this too, guys, you guys talked a little bit about how the Cardinals have developing pitchers, and even this last year, I mean, we're at the midway season of technically year 1.5 of Bloom's influence, but really year 1 of his first year as like the announced Pobo and waiting, I guess. But have you seen anything, whether it's historically from the Cardinals in developing pitching talent, or I guess this year specifically in some of the stuff they've done with their pitchers, that gives you confidence that they could get their hands on Liam Doyle and strive toward that upside? Again, it doesn't guarantee anything that he's going to be some future ace or future frontline starter, whatever that definition is. But what potentially gives you optimism that besides even his talent alone, but what the Cardinals could do with their hands on him?
I think.
I guess you can go, Peyton.
I think
chime in.
more. Yeah, sorry. I think more staff being available, knowing like the direction that you want to go in. There's more clarity in terms of, hey, we need to be better at this. They've gone with VAA in the past, and that's something that I think is important, especially with fastballs, fastball shape, and knowing their release traits, because they've gone low slot, low velo in the past. So I think there's more getting recognition of how fastball should be shaped in the organization. And now it's just applying it to all arm slots. Doyle's a bit different in terms of his arm slot. His shape, he's more of a ride guy who's going to rely on induced vertical break, and the VA is going to play either way. It's still a flat fastball. But it's more velo to it. Like if they fail with it, I mean, hey, you just get a Ryan Helsley from the left side. But I think there's more recognition in terms of, hey, how do we shape this? How can we play this off of a splitter? There's no player in the organization with splitters. I think they're like one of the two organizations that don't have a major league pitcher with a splitter in their arsenal. So I just think more staff and outside voices are really going to help with this pick.
I think what we've seen is they've done a great job at rounding out a pitcher's arsenal. Whether you look at someone like an Eshawn Henderson, east-west kind of guy, fastball gets run, has a sweeper, added a cutter. Similar thing with Matt Swanson, east-west guy, sweeper, sinker, added a cutter. So, I mean, from that sense, I think they've done a much better job at just figuring out what pitch a pitcher needs for their arsenal to play, as well as just optimizing their arsenal. Some guys have better secondary pitches that need to be thrown more than their fastball. And I think we're seeing that more than just running the course with, throwing your fastball the highest percentage, if that's not your best pitch,
For me, on a very rudimentary level, you might look at Quinn Matthews and say that he's taken a step back. But other than that, organization-wide, all of their pitchers have taken steps forward this year. Mount, Henderson, Pete Hansen. Can we talk about that But not like Cade Winquest, all of these guys have taken steps forward this year as the Cardinals have worked to optimize their pitching pipeline. And that's why, pitching data aside and pitch selection aside, it's all one thing working together. I have faith that this is the right guy for the Cardinals. Also, we know that the player development staff and the scouting staff is working in unison, communicating better than they ever have. In a way that they haven't in years. And I think that lends itself to, hey, this wasn't just a pick of the scouting staff. This was a pick of both the scouting staff and the development staff to optimize the pick. And I think when you couple that with the fact that the Cardinals are having success minors wide with all of their homegrown talent, optimizing it, I think that you have to give them a chance to prove themselves wrong here.
Yeah. Sandy, this seems like the next guy you're going to start glazing here soon. So tell us more about your hype behind Liam Doyle, and hopefully he doesn't become your next John King. Hopefully he's a starter for you, but
I'm happy with John King just for the fun of it. But yeah, this is super exciting. I mean, I'm going to pair it with some other people said here. It's just a high upside pick, and it's nice to see the Cardinals go that direction. I think he's a more exciting pick over a Jamie Arnold. I really do love the ceiling that Kareem, Peyton, and Kyle have talked about. That's awesome stuff. And yeah, maybe there is more risk than there would have been with another guy. But it's good to see really Bloom taking over some decision-making here and going another direction. I'm really interested to see how this impacts the Cardinals later in the draft. They continue to target these potential, high ceiling, maybe a bit of reliever risk guys later on. Are they interested in strikeout stuff, not looking for as much pitchability? Again, Liam Doyle at 5 overall, you're not really picking and choosing. He's got all these things. That's why he's getting drafted in the top 5. These guys later on, it'll be interesting to see the profiles the Cards target. I'm just really excited about this. I'm excited to see, a lefty with a lot of hype coming through the system. It's going to be great. I do wonder, and this is a great question for Kareem, Peyton, or Kyle, whoever wants to answer, where do you guys think this guy starts out in the Cardinal system? Do you think you're going to be really aggressive or do some lower pressure things lower down? Where do you think he'll be? Let's go with Kyle first.
Oh, I don't think we'll see him this year. I think that's the key, right? He had through 95 innings this year in major collegiate. I don't think we'll see him this year, not unless there's a big change over prior years. we'll wait. We'll see how he develops, see how he
Yeah.
enters spring. And then, I would suspect that they'll be just as aggressive with him as they were with JJ Weatherholt. There's no reason to think that if he's taking to whatever third pitch they're offering him, and they have him work on this offseason, that he won't be at Springfield to start the 2025. Or wait, what year is this? The 2026 minor league season.
Yeah, I'm with Kyle here. I
Cream,
don't
is that
think
where you're
we'll-
leaning as well?
I don't expect him to pitch at the end of the year, but hey, maybe he gets like an inning or two at the complex or something. But I think more than likely we're looking at a 2026 debut. And as Kyle said, I think this is someone that you could really fast track. I wouldn't be surprised if he's pitching, in Springfield at the start of the season. Might get a cup of coffee at Peoria just to see, how he is at that level. But I think this is someone that probably could hold his own at the AA level just right now. So it wouldn't be a shocker to me to see him start off at that level next year.
Yeah, I would. I mean, send him to Florida for a vacation. I mean, if you want to have him work out there, but not have him pitch an inning. I think he made the steps this year that you want to see him make anyways on a developmental level. I just sent something out on X, that's Twitter. But like the fastball velo increased each month. It started out 92 in the winter. In June it was 97. In May it was 97. Actually in June it was 97.5. So like those are the steps that you would have wanted to see anyways. So just put them on a strength program until the spring starts, and then you go from there. I think honestly he starts in AA. If he's advanced enough with splitter fastball work well enough, you can start him in AAA, but I think you're going to need some work on the slider. So you might see him start in AA. He'll eat up in Peoria. I don't think anyone hits in that park anyways. I've seen too many ball games there this past year. No one hits here.
Kyle, I'm curious for you, like looking at Doyle specifically, where do you think he stacks up? Like if this was last year's class, where do you think he would have landed, I guess, in what kind of range talent-wise? Would he have been a top 10 pick last year, top 15 pick? Like what's it feels like people are lower on this class in general, but how, I don't know, not to diminish too much here, but like is this the same kind of caliber as a Chase Burns, or is this a step below that, like as a prospect?
I think if you're talking about a draft prospect, like I've been quick to say that the two draft prospects in this year's draft that I think would fit in the top 10 from last year are probably Hernandez and Holiday. Okay. But maybe I'm just caught up in the moment, but I do think Doyle, because of the fastball and the splitter and the strikeout rate and being able to get away with what he can get away with his fastball, he probably would have been a top 15 pick. Like if you would have put him in that class, probably not Chase Burns. I think we all knew that Chase Burns was a little something different. But I do think that like he would have been a consensus top 15 pick, and some team probably would have pulled the trigger in the 5 to 10 range on him more than likely. You think about that draft, like how that draft ended up going. Jack Cag was going to go 6 regardless if Liam Doyle was available. JJ Weatherholt was going to go 7 regardless. Connor Griffin was going to go to the Pirates. So it's just like, where would he fit in? And I do think like maybe top 10, top 15. He's one of the 3 or 4 from this draft that would go, in my opinion, in the top 15. And
I guess playing off that a little bit here, curious, like talent wise, like where does he stack up in terms of pitching prospects the Cardinals have had? Like, it feels like we're talking about potentially he's the most talented guy to enter the system again. Doesn't mean by the time he's fully fledged as a prospect, he's the most talented arm to be debut in St. Louis. But like, what kind of arm are we talking about here that, like, talent wise, pitch mix wise, stacks up with the Liam Doyle entering the system? Does that make sense?
Yeah. Well, let me put it this way for me. I think the easiest parallel to draw is Michael Wacha. Michael Wacha, when he entered the organization, he was a 2-pitch pitcher. The fastball was kind of questionable at that, but it was a fastball changeup, and he had the best changeup in the draft. And I think that if you're talking about Liam Doyle with the best fastball in the draft, Gage Wood, others included, he's definitely in the top tier. He also has probably the best splitter in the draft, if not that, one of the other. And the splitter is just a fancy changeup when you really think about it. It's a lot more complicated than that, of course. But so that's all just to say that, like, I think he's probably on par with Michael Wacha, with maybe a little step over what Michael Wacha had from a third offering, especially with the way that this organization helps develop cutters and sliders. So, as far as like if you were to insert him into a Cardinals top 10 prospect list right now, with Quinn Matthews scuffling and, he's definitely a top 5 prospect, and you'd be smart probably to put him 2 behind JJ Weatherholt, just because first off, pitching is so volatile in the first place, but also because he just has tools that, that fastball is something else. It's just something else. We haven't had that. All I've done is bitch and whine, pardon my language, for years about how bad the Cardinals fastballs are in the organization. And here we have the best one that we've had in 154 years.
Kareem, would you agree with that? Like best, or like, I guess since Waka, this is probably most exciting or high upside potential arm there.
I think Alex Reyes, just in terms of pitching prospects, as far as just the ceiling, it's been a while since the Cardinals have just had a pitching prospect with this sort of ceiling, like a Liam Doyle, who I think can be a potential front of the rotation starter. I don't think we should set those sort of expectations, but is there the pathway to him potentially being that in the future? I think so. So, I mean, I'll have him slated as my second ranked prospect in the system once I re-rank for midseason. But yeah, I mean, we're talking about a guy that has one of the best fastballs. He's going to have one of the best fastballs in minor league baseball as soon as he, steps foot. And with that, I mean, there's going to be a lot of swing and miss. I think the splitter is good and should, play off of it on a vertical plane. He's got that fastball 19, 20 inches of vert. The splitter, it's close to 0. So, I mean, the differential in vertical break between the fastball and splitter with not that huge of a velocity downturn, I think that's just it'll be fun to watch that 2-pitch combo and how they play with each other. And something that's interesting about Doyle, he will use that splitter against left-handed bats. It's not just, most changeups are just used against opposite-handed hitters. Doyle will throw that pitch against lefties, which is interesting. And I think as he continues to develop more feel for it, I think we'll continue to see the usage get higher. And yeah, I think he's a really fun arm, and can't wait to watch his career unfold. I think the Cardinals made a great pick here.
Kareem, there's a lot of and because people are joining in late in the chat too. There's people who are confused and think you might be disappointed by this pick because you were thinking it was Arnold. You don't sound disappointed at all by Liam Doyle, though.
I just didn't expect the Cardinals to go in that direction, and I didn't foresee him being available as well. So it's more so I'm just a little bit shocked that this is the selection, because I thought that Jamie Arnold was just a better organization fit, but I have a higher grade on Liam Doyle than Jamie Arnold. So, and like, I'm not just saying that because the Cardinals picked him. You can go back and watch our college pitchers episode. I mean, I'm as high on Liam Doyle as anyone. And I do think the Cardinals made a good pick. I'm not just saying this after the fact. Like, I truly believe they made a good pick.
Yeah. Kyle, I'm curious. You brought up a little bit earlier just some of the steps forward that different arms in the system have taken so far, and we asked you a little bit ago about how that could potentially fare with Doyle. But I don't know, we don't have you the whole night, so I'm curious. Just as you look at the Cardinal system right now, we are halfway through the year right now, and I remember when you came on before the season, you were talking about, and again, there's still many years ahead of us to see what this new regime looks like. But this was about the benchmark where I think you had said we might be able to start taking some kind of feedback from this to look at it. What's been your vibe so far about what the new regime has looked like so far and what this has done for player development on the pitching side? But you can also talk about the hitters as well.
Are you trying to get rid of me?
No, I thought you're only on for 30. We'll take you for however long we can.
No. So I think that I think the first thing that we see is optimization of what works for pitchers. And I think that there's a plan in place for pitchers, not only to optimize what they have, but to gain a third pitch. I think we've seen a lot of pitchers change shapes of fastballs. I think about Tekoa Roby in particular, who now is throwing a fastball that is actionable against righties, which is something that he hasn't really had. So I just think that, like, and we've heard Rob Cerfolio talk about it. He talked about it with you guys in that great interview. We've heard him talk, but like, it's all about having a plan in place and communicating that plan to the players, letting the players know, even at the minor league level, that they have a say in how they're going to develop and what they're going to develop, and then working to make it actionable. And that is not something that the Cardinals have had. It's one of the things that I've been so loud and so critical of for years now. I mean, for years, this has been the one thing. Like, players don't know what their focus is going to be. They're, in past years, it was, we don't know what our focus is going to be. We don't know what we're working towards. I guess we're just going to continue to keep doing what we're doing. And now it's like, no, this is what you're going to do. And it's not just players who buoy back and forth between the majors and the minors, the players at the majors. It's all levels of the minors. And to me, that is the big thing, the big change that we've seen. And again, I have not been able to watch minor league baseball the way that I normally do. My life has been turned upside down because of certain things, and that's just how life works. But because of that, I haven't been able to watch as normally as I do. And these things are very prevalent when I do get to watch. And I think, the loudness of these changes, these optimizations speak volumes in such a small sample as compared to past years for me.
Wow. That's really encouraging here. I guess, again, to hone in a little bit more I guess, is there a good example or two you could pull out from the minor leagues of different players that you think of the player they were in 2024 and what you've seen in 2025 that could be a tangible example for someone to hear about? You mentioned like Motts earlier, or Pete Hansen, or guys like that.
Well, yeah, I think our good friend Kareem there, I think he kind of, like at the beginning of the season, he noticed it right away. Bryson Mounts is throwing a cutter, and he's had increased velocity. And those are the kind of things that will make him a reliever at the major league level, if not more than that. Those, the slider cutter combo. We talked about it a little bit with Tekoa Roby. Changing how he grips his fastball, getting into a little bit different shape of his fastball, and then, the way that all of the stuff works off of the fastball, and then throwing a slider to lefties. It's little things like that. Now, Quinn Matthews is a whole different beast. He's working to optimize his stuff on the outside of the zone. At AAA, and that's kind of been a little bit tough. What kind of cookies are you eating?
Trump cookies, My mom made them. They're so good.
Oh my God, they look delicious.
Yeah,
you picked them up for 1 second, and I was like, how am I supposed to talk about pitchers in this organization?
I need a snack. Got to power through.
Oh my God, I'm drinking an old fashioned. I'm actually drinking a Stag, and I made an old fashioned.
I've got a spotted cow.
Oh, you.
Oh
should.
wow, I'm not fancy. I have a Smirnoff next to me.
Do you? What kind of Smirnoff?
Pink lemonade.
What is happening?
Oh, good for you, Peyton. God, I respect everybody. I know Kareem's drinking sparkling water, probably. No disrespect. I love a good sparkling water.
No, he probably LaCroix.
Yeah, Kareem's got me on mute right now. I know it. I can tell. Kareem's like, this moron, man. So that's it. I think that, like Cade Winquist is one that comes to mind. They're just letting him throw his two best pitches over and over again. And that's it. They're working with the players, and that's obvious. And I don't know how I'm going to go the rest of the night without chocolate chip cookies.
You might go snack some. Kareem, anything you'd add to that?
No, I'm with Kyle. I think it's awesome to see the Cardinals put an emphasis on more modern pitching development. It's been a problem, the past decade, and it's going to be exciting to see, how all these pitching prospects end up, developing, and Liam Doyle as that top ranked pitcher now. It'll be fun to watch. There's so many interesting arms throughout the system. It's not limited to just Quinn Matthews. You look at a Cooper Jerpy, who I'm higher on than most. I think that there's more upside in there than I think people give credit. And, fingers crossed the Cardinals protect him for the Rule 5 draft. I think he's one of their top pitching prospects in the organization. Tekoa Roby is having a solid, turnaround at the AAA level. We talk about guys that are adding pitches. He's added a two-seamer this year. He's reworked his changeup into a kick change, which is the specs on the pitch are a lot better than the previous changeup that he threw. Still finding feel for it, but it's just awesome to watch all these guys, continue to evolve their games. You look at someone like a Tink Hence, who some of the extension might be down from 2022, but they're really working on him getting back to that lower release. So a lot of fun arms.
Dude,
a guy like Chen Wei Lin.
All right, is Kareem and Kyle in here too? My connection's going crazy.
Sandy, I'm going to mute you. You're calling out, man. I don't know what's happening there.
A guy like Chen Wei Lin, who has some of the hardest. He's one of the hardest throwers in the system. 96, 97 miles an hour. Might not be the best shape, but a guy that has a plus changeup. The control has stepped back a little bit this year, but hopefully he can get back on track. I still think that he's an interesting arm. So I mean, throughout the system, there's a lot of fun names, and Liam Doyle is going to add to that for sure.
And if it's okay, I want to bounce off of that. I think like we look at stuff models all the time. We use that as a Bible sometimes for some reason. But like you really want pitchers to learn how to like use their stuff when they don't have it. Like you're seeing a lot of pitchers like Takara Roby when he walks 3 batters in the inning. Can you get that feel for the kick change 3-0? Can you get it 3-1? Can you get it over the plate just once and get into a competitive count? And that's a lot of what I think we're seeing with Cardinals pitching right now. Like with Liberatore right now, you say, can you get that fastball just over the plate at 94 miles per hour just once so you can get to the slider, the cutter, the bridge against right-handed bats. So you really want pitchers that can be able to feel when like they're losing it, but like can you get that one pitch that gets you back into the game? And that's kind of a goal you want to see. And you might see that with the splitter and the slider with Doyle, but you want repetition on that. Don't worry about how the stuff is playing. That's going to fluctuate from time to time. You want to get to those locations. You want to get to those competitive spots in the game. So I think that's something the Cardinals are really doing well. You're seeing it with Lynn. You're really seeing it with Hintz right now. The pitchability is much better than it was 2 years ago, even though the stuff might not be there 100% of the time. And it's going to get there because we know Hintz has that skill, that talent. And the release is going to get back there. So you really want pitchers that have feel for their pitches and know how to get to those spots really well. And that's something you're going to see the Cardinals start going to. And I think the whiffs are going to get there. Whiffs are important. Strikeouts are king. But it's how you get there. It's the process of getting there. Can you limit slug while you don't get whiffs? It's kind of the model we're really seeing.
Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
No, I was going to say, that's such a great point. And I've had a lot of people, and I think Kareem can probably attest to this too, ask me like, what's gone wrong with Michael McGreevy? And I spent a little time like diving into his stats. And another thing the Cardinals weren't doing back in the old regime, at least at the end, is they weren't testing those pitches. Like we saw McGreevy come up and have a little bit of trouble against the Cubs. And instead of relying at AAA on that sweeper of his and then the cutter a little bit, but relying on that sweeper of his to get out of innings, he hasn't been doing that. He's been using the rest of his arsenal to try to get out innings, to try to figure out the feel for those pitches instead of relying on that. Because at the major league level, they'll start to catch on to that sweeper regardless of how good it is. And they're testing it. You know, another big complaint I've had with the organization, how it used to be, is that, like, I remember one time years ago at this point, Ryan Helsley was pitching at AA. It was a start, and he only threw curveballs and changeups to start. He threw it was a 100-pitch start. He threw like 15 fastballs, 15 sliders, and 60 or whatever it was changeups and curveballs. And it was all about trying to get him reps, trying to get him feel. And they used to do stuff like that, and then they stopped doing it. And now I feel like we're starting to see the organization get back to that, how to optimize what they have that might not be their premier stuff. And that is so important. And I think that's part of why so many of the pitchers in the organization have fizzled out rather at the major league level.
Yeah. Oh, one more point. Sorry. Yeah. Like to go off of like Kyle, like secondaries, like you might see 130 stuff plus, but like not every batter is going to, whiff on that pitch. Some batters are better against certain angle pitches than others. So like, do you have a pitch that can get out an advanced hitter? Like, can you get to the cutter just so you can throw off the hitter on that slider? Like Matt Swanson, for example, the stuff is amazing. But like the fastball isn't great, and like the sinker might not work against certain hitters, but like he has that cutter to bridge it. I know Kareem doesn't like it as much. I'm a little higher in Swanson just because like he's able to limit that contact because he knows how to just use the cutter sometimes and then get to the sweeper, back door, front door, however it may be. So just to optimize those pitches and to use them maybe 10% of the time is something that's really key for a pitcher rather than using them 0% of the time. They're not even on the scouting report. It's something you want hitters to be aware of, just so you can get away with maybe using it once or twice in an outing.
Yeah. Hey, so we'll continue to talk to this because I think it's really interesting to also bring up the point here in a second. Maybe we'll go to it in a second, but the Cardinals have more picks tonight, and they have more picks than they've had in recent years. And if you're talking about refortifying a system here, beyond the 5th overall pick tonight, there is a lot more important stuff at play here beyond even just getting Doyle tonight. So if you're tuning in, we'd love to continue having this conversation with you tonight. We're doing a giveaway of a Ivan Herrera PSA graded 10 signed card. Andrew's popping in to show it off here. Again, I don't know all the card things, but I know it's a pretty good one. So we're giving that away. You can hop on our X Twitter, go retweet the tweet that has that in it for one entry. And if you screenshot proof of a sub of the channel, you get another entry into the conversation as well in the giveaway. Again, like and subscribe helps channel a ton. It's been a super fun stream so far. We're very thankful for Peyton Kyle being on with us today. Also want to give a huge plug to 314 Sports Cards Collectibles, our presenting sponsor, and they're awesome, and you should go check them out. So continuing on with this, I was just alluding to, but the Cardinals have 4 picks in the top 100. They were without a second-round pick in the previous 2 drafts due to signing Will Gutierrez and Sonny Gray. And you talk about a system that, I mean, I don't know if we want to do system grades today or anything, but I guess there's just been some general discontentment about the Cardinals farm system in recent years. And you have this new regime coming in with a competitive balance pick, as well as that second-round pick that they've missed in recent years. Kyle, like, how important could this draft be for helping to, I guess, set them up for, obviously a lot of these picks aren't going to make an impact on the major league club in 2026, but you're talking about 2027, 28, 29, 2030 and beyond. How important is it to nail this draft and to really set themselves up for success here?
I think it could be a really fun draft. I don't want to say that this could be a table turning type draft for them.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily think that's fair, especially in this draft, because really the strength of this draft, as everybody said, is a combination of prep infielders and collegiate arms. And really, when you get past like the top 35 rated prospect, it's really prep infielders, and that lends itself to time, right? Development time. So I just think that with the right amount of patience, we're talking about, and of course, hoping that a lockout doesn't happen after the 2026 season, lockout and the strike, which is a whole nother option, a whole nother thing. But I think that what this does is it gives the Cardinals a chance for the first time in forever, since 2016 maybe, where they had a surplus of picks early on, to stock the organization how they see best, how best fits their desires. And what it does is it also refuels a little bit of the excitement for the pipeline, when the pipeline is kind of, Kareem said, kind of like in a middling organization, kind of in the middle areas. So that, I think that's what it does more than anything. And again, guys, I do not want to overstay my welcome. If you feel,
that's great.
I would gladly just, if there's a fade button and you just want to fade me out at some point, feel free to do it. I'm fine with that. I think my brother's making a flatbread.
Okay, well, I guess you kind of previewed it a little bit already, but before you head out, can you give us just a little bit more? So the high school prep shortstops is something that you potentially be looking at here. Anything else you'd just be, I think a lot of fans, this might be the first time they ever tuned into an MLB draft. So setting kind of expectations for what this looks like compared to the NFL draft and NBA, where you're like, oh man, this can be the starting corner on week 1. It's a very different experience, right?
Yeah. Just remember, fans, or just get to know that Major League Baseball draft is different. You're talking about teenagers, high school prep players, collegiate players, all melded into one pot. Players kind of engineering how much money they're willing to accept in order to be drafted at a certain spot. A lot of times, this is the only draft in sports where the player kind of has a say in where they go. So, while you might see 55, the Cardinals drafting 55th overall, and they might have a clear number, this is our guy at 55. The numbers might not actually work out, so they might have to go to the guy that they can make the number work with. We don't know what Liam Doyle is accepting as a bonus. It might be slot. It'll probably be under. Usually with the first couple picks, the first 5 to 7 picks in the draft, it's almost always under, even if it's by a little bit. So it's all about that. I do think what we'll see, and what we've seen the Cardinals do in the past, is they save money, and then in the 5th or 6th or 7th round, they'll find a collegiate arm that they really like, and they'll target that at an advanced number. Dukanich, Alec Willis, a prep arm, they'll target that. But I do think what we'll see with either 55, 72, or 89 is we will see them take advantage of the prep class of one of the kids who have fallen. Now, if they had a comp A pick between like 35 and 40, you'd be maybe a little bit more excited about this. But I do think someone will fall to them, probably at 55, who they'll be able to sign and give probably an extended $500,000 bonus to over what the slot is for 55. And that'll be really exciting. But I do want to point out, and before I leave, I would love to get everybody's thoughts on how the draft has gone so far, because I think that plays into my answer to your question, Josh, because we've seen, again, like I thought Steele Hall would go early, and he has, and Gavin Fine has gone early, and it brings the point that like this is a prep heavy draft, and I think we're going to see a lot of prep guys, a lot of prep players go early and push a lot of collegiate players down the board a little bit. So what I would like to do is I would like to say I love everyone and thank you for the booze, even though I made this myself. Peyton, thank you for the Caribbean cruise that I just booked. I don't even know how that happened.
Yeah, of course.
Thanks for having me on, guys, and I can't wait to hear your answers.
Thanks, Kyle. Really appreciate you being on, man.
Thank you so much, Kyle.
Hey, I love you guys. You're the best.
Yeah.
Much
You're
love,
the
Kyle.
best, actually.
Oh my goodness.
Kareem, you wanna start with that? Like, how have you, Kareem, and then Peyton, and then Sandy? How have you observed the board falling so far, and what it potentially could mean? I mean, 55 is still quite a ways away, so there's a lot that needs to happen. But just kind of how it's gone so far, right? Because we've pretty much focused on Doyle since 5, so we haven't really recapped anything that's happened since then. Also, I'm going to be honest, don't love seeing Seth Hernandez go to the Pirates. Actually, maybe I do, because they're not going to do anything else besides pitch. So I don't know. I'm a Seth Hernandez guy. But Kareem, how you seen the board so far? Then Peyton and Sandy.
Yeah, I didn't see the top 3 picks unfolding the way that they did. But as far as the players that have gone so far in the board, I think I projected most of these guys to be gone, to be selected where they are. You know, aside from maybe like a Tyler Bremner. So, yeah, it's interesting to see that there hasn't been a pitcher. Like every pick has been either a pitcher or a shortstop, which we knew those were the 2 strengths coming into this class at the top, specifically college pitchers and high school shortstops. And we've seen plenty of those go. Eli Willits, high school shortstop. Tyler Bremner, college pitcher. Cade Anderson, college pitcher. Ethan Holiday, high school shortstop. Liam Doyle, college pitcher. Seth Hernandez, high school pitcher. But I guess Ivar Arquette. So there were 2 picks back to back that didn't fit that mold, I guess. And then JoJo Parker, high school shortstop. Steele Hall, high school shortstop. Billy Carlson, high school shortstop. Jamie Arnold, college pitcher. Gavin Feen, high school shortstop.
There is a patent there.
So, I mean, there's been a lot of high school shortstops and college pitchers that have gone so far, and that's what I expected with this class. Some of the selections, you know, some players aren't necessarily going where I thought they would, but at the same time, like, I don't think there's anything too surprising from the standpoint of, you know, who's left on the board.
Yeah. From a positional aspect, this is much like an NFL draft. There's 3 positions that are drafted in the NFL, really: quarterback, receiver, and then QB. Right now, it's going to be shortstop, get your ace, or then I think the next position is going to be a catcher. And right now, we're seeing pitcher, shortstop, pitcher. And I think the next non-shortstop pitcher is probably going to be a catcher, but it's not a surprise. I mean, you can move a shortstop anywhere. Like you can move a shortstop to center field and right field, get a 6-win player very, not easily, but like they're athletic enough nowadays to really play at any position. You can move them to third if you want, or second. You can move them anywhere. So I'm not surprised by this. And then, as Kareem said, this is a really prep-heavy class. I think a lot of the college bets have some flaws that you really don't want to see with players that are like that advanced, that have already played, you know, a little higher level of baseball. So that's a bit of a concern. So, I mean, I'm not surprised. I think some of the college bets are going to start to fall, and when you see them going to those advanced organizations, I think they will succeed. like Eloy, Ledesi. So it's not a surprise by me. Billy Carlson falling with 10 was kind of a surprise. So that shocked me.
Yeah. Sandy, how about you, man?
Yeah, I mean, there have been some big surprises so far. Bremner was a shock to me. Maybe the Angels save a ton, though, and are able – I mean, I don't know where their next picks are. So Angels have 2 picks in that maybe 30 to 60 range. I don't know if they do. They do, maybe they're, stocking up, going under slot, make some moves there. But, yeah, I think this draft is not like the NBA draft or the NFL draft. Number one, you guys aren't going to play probably for a long time. Am I still in there? My connection is terrible. I'm so sorry.
It's okay for now. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, these guys aren't going to play for a long time in some cases, right? Like these prep guys, you're talking, I mean, Eli Willits at 17, if he's very fast, he's 3 years away from the big leagues. Maybe in some cases he's 4 or 5 years away. You get a long time though. It's not like you only have them for 2 or 3 years and they're free agents. The other thing is, though, like these shortstops, it makes sense to me that you're drafting shortstops. There's a reason all these guys play shortstop on their high school teams, especially. It's because they're the most athletic guy there. They may not profile as a shortstop long term, but they're listed as one because that's the position they're playing. And it's because they're the most athletic guy on the team. I mean, if you've got a guy that's a legit first-round talent playing at your high school, of course your coach is sticking him at shortstop or catcher, right? Like if that's what his thing is. But whether he's going to be a right fielder in the big leagues or not, like, your coach is putting him there because he's the best player on your team by a mile. It makes a lot of sense. I mean, high schools don't often come up with players like this. So it makes sense. You want to give him the spot where he's getting the most chances. So I would tell people who are looking at the draft, looking at the board, don't pay a ton of attention to the position unless it's a catcher or, pitcher versus position player, because these things can be changed. It's not like drafting a wide receiver when your team doesn't need any more pass catchers. It's not like that. Or it's not like drafting a lineman when you're hoping for a skill player. So these things can be changed. I see people saying, oh, why would the Cardinals draft a shortstop? They've got Mason Wynn. Well, whoever they drafted, able to move around. Like these guys are incredible athletes. That's why they're doing that. But aside from that, yeah, I think for the Cardinals, like I'm really happy about the Doyle pick. I know we've all talked about that already. And I'm excited to see how the rest of the board shakes out. A couple surprises, some of these college bats. I don't know where Ike Irish is going unless he's already been drafted. I'm not paying a ton of attention to the chat.
Not yet.
I'm glad the Cardinals did not go for one of those big underslot picks at 5. Thought about this a lot in recent days, but like Cardinals need star power, and going big time underslot does not spell star power. So I'm excited to see them take a high upside pick. That's the kind of thing I wanted to see them do. They did it. Credit to them. And I think this can be a big night for the Cardinals system. I think that's the big thing. If you make 4 picks like this that I'm going to say, hey, I'm grading that as like an A, that's a huge night for the system. And that's what they can do. They can really restock this. I like what Kyle said, where they can restock this the way they want to. I think that's a luxury the Cardinals have not had in recent years where you're drafting so late. You get your pick of the board here. So it's a big thing for them. I'm excited to see how the rest of the night shakes out.
I mean, it's just – go ahead.
Sorry, yeah, I was just going to say, I think we needed a pitcher that will be an all-star after 4 starts, and Liam Doyle is
At this rate, he might be an all-star. I mean, the MLB might start naming all-stars from AAA at this point, so Doyle might be an all-star next year. So I do think, like, as I look at the board so far, and again, I've been trying to pay attention to the board, talk with you guys, but I want to start with the Liam Doyle side of it to say it's exciting at the very least the Cardinals did something we didn't really expect them to do. And like last year, JJ Weatherholt falling into their lap, not only was he the best player on the board, but he also kind of felt like the Cardinals could pick him. And that wasn't a bad thing. That was a really good thing. You want JJ Weatherholt. When Liam Doyle fell at this point, like I have zero confidence they're going to pick a Liam Doyle. I thought Jamie Arnold could be the pick or Ike Irish. Like at no point in my life in this conversation today did I think they'd be going for the guy like Liam Doyle, who high swing and miss, right? There's an upside to him that just feels like it's been missing from this system in a while. Does it mean it's going to work? No. And honestly, like I want it to work, but the point is like we need to start seeing some of the philosophical changes begin to happen. I do think Kyle made a good point though, that we need to follow that the number 5 overall pick is a different animal than are they going to do these type of things in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th rounds. So is this, they made a special pick with Liam Doyle here, but they really haven't deviated from their model? Time will tell, but at the very least, it's really interesting to see if the Cardinals target something that in past drafts, you would have probably expected Jamie Arnold to go here, Tyler Bremer if he was on the board, and instead they do the Doyle thing. I also think you just, this time last year, who was the Cardinals' top prospect? Tink Hence. And like Quinn Matthews was rising to be that, but it was still kind of in the early stages of his breakout. And now you've got headlining your system, JJ Weatherholt and Liam Doyle, which that's a product of having 2 straight top 10 picks that the Cardinals haven't had in a long time. But you could probably argue, and I'd have to think about on at least the Doyle side, but these are probably the 2 I'm not highest ranked, but I guess the word I'm looking for is like have the most excitement or well viewed prospects to enter the system in a long time. Like, it doesn't mean they're going to end up being top 10 prospects like Jordan Walker and Dylan Carlson became, which JJ Weatherholt's trending toward that. But I can't think of past Weatherholt and Doyle, another prospect in the last 5 to 10 years who's going to enter the system this highly regarded. And I think that's another huge pull for the Cardinals here. Again, it doesn't mean it's going to work out, but it's just a very different situation that we found themselves in. When a couple years ago, you're getting Chase Davis, right? You've got Michael McGreevy, Cooper Jerpy, guys like that, which are interesting, but these are back of the first round guys. Again, we hope and we don't expect the Cardinals to be picking in the top 10 anytime soon. They can't next year because of the new draft lottery rules anyways. So if you're wishing for the Cardinals to tank to have a top pick, hate to break it to you, it won't happen. Which is really interesting, especially when you're coming off a weekend sweep by the Braves. The things have really stuttered at the major league level over the last month or so. And I don't know what's going to happen to this team the rest of the 2025 season, but it's really nice that people who are watching the team, observing the team, have something exciting to look at here. And then that coupled with the things you're seeing in the minor league levels right now and the changes that are being made and the Eshawn Hendersons of the world and the Bryson Motts is taking a step forward. It's like, okay, is there something happening here? Is the groundwork being laid for the systematic change that Cardinal fans haven't seen in a long time? And I know I say it over and over again, but it's hard to wrap at least my head around yet, that this organization has been led by John Mozeliak for 2 decades now, and that he's had a strong influence on the draft and development side of things since the 90s. Like, it has truly been 2 to 3 decades since you've seen this kind of regime shift change in St. Louis. And the last time it started to happen in the early 2000s with Jeff Luhnow, something special really happened there. And so does that mean it's happy with the Cardinals here? No, I'm not trying to pump it up in that direction. It actually could go the opposite. They could flame out. It could be terrible, but it's something different. And so, like, when you look at this offseason, you look at 2026 and beyond, we can't say, well, the Cardinals did this before, or they always do this, or it's the same old. And it's like, oh, well, they get a top prospect and they flame out. It's like, this is a different regime and a different group of people making decisions and developing the talent. Will it go better? Who knows? But it's different. And I think fans have wanted that for a while. And so I think Liam Doyle is kind of the epitome of that, where it's different and it's exciting. Doesn't mean it'll work. Who knows? But I like this. So it's fun. It's fun to look at. I mean, if it was Tyler Brown, if it was Jamie Arnold even, I wouldn't have been mad about it, but you could have talked all the reasons why, well, they would have done that last year without Chaim Bloom. So it's just interesting to see potentially some new leaves turning here in St. Louis.
This might not be the strongest class as we've talked about, but don't get me wrong. This is a much more exciting talent than, the Cardinals are typically in the mix for in the first round. They, typically pick in around the 20 range. They don't have this luxury of picking inside the top 5 often. And I think Liam Doyle is a great fit. I think that in the sense that this organization doesn't have pitchers that are like him, I think that he provides something that they don't have already, which is someone that has this true swing and miss potential, one of the best fastballs. It's going to be one of the best fastballs in minor league baseball, as I talked about earlier. They haven't had a pitcher like this in a while that you could project at the next level to induce as much swing and miss as he's going to. So I think it's an exciting time to be a Cardinals fan. You just landed one of the top talents in the draft. He was my 2nd ranked player, right behind Kate Anderson. And if you want to go back on our college pitcher episode, I actually had him ranked number 1 on that show. And we talked about him at length, the kind of player Liam Doyle is. Still a little bit shocked that this is the direction that the Cardinals ended up going. But I'm a big fan of this pick, and can't wait to watch him pitch. As soon as like we talked about with Kyle, it might not be at the end of this year, but next season at the start. I'm going to be thrilled the first time that he steps on the mound in the Cardinals minor league system. It's going to be fun to watch him pitch, and hopefully this is the Cardinals homegrown ace that we've been searching for such a long time.
Yeah.
I think a lot of this draft was really like, we knew it wasn't like star power. Like, you're not going to get a whole first round where you get 50 and 55s and then 60 and 70 at the top. It was really a find your guy and don't make the mistake pick. And I think the Cardinals found their guy. They found their top talent, and they made the right pick. And that's, I think, is what's shocking to a lot of us right now. Like a good shock, like they got the top arm on the board. And I think they did what they were supposed to do. So this is the right direction. And despite the drafting is what it is, like there was still top talent at the top of the board, and they got it.
Yeah, because like even when we talk about there was no Paul Skeens in this draft, well, there's no Paul Skeens in most drafts. So like even to myself, I should be like, you're not going to find that guy very often. I think it's more fair to say like, I think JJ Weatherholt probably goes number 1 in this draft, right? And so like, or I would say it's probably the top talent in this draft. I don't know if you guys would agree with that. So it's like, I think that gives a little bit of a barometer of, okay, like last year's class, there's probably a little bit better talent at the top, but it doesn't necessarily make this a bad draft or a bad top talent. It's not like getting Liam Doyle's like, well, like that sucks, right? So it just puts things into perspective a little bit here. And also even with outside of the Paul Skeens and Bryce Harper prospects, all these guys we have to temper expectations with. It's fun and exciting to dream on someone being a potential ace, but like what's to say 2029 we're on a draft and we're like, remember when they picked Liam Doyle and it's negative? Like those things happen, right? Like you can talk yourself into any pick, but again, I'll go back to lean on at least it's different, and at least you can sell me on the upside in a way that when you pick Zach Thompson or Michael McGreevy at the back of drafts, which again you're at the back of the first round, so you're not having Liam Doyle fall there, but it's just a different profile than what we've seen in St. Louis in a while. And so it's pretty exciting to see just that go through. And then also again, you list like at this point, like you talk about an organization that hasn't developed like since 2020, Andre Plante is probably the best arm. Now Matthew Liberatore. But before this season, Andre Plante was the most consistent starter they developed in the 2020s, which is insane. And now you're talking about a system that has Matthew Liberatore that's starting to look like something, who knows what, Andre Plante, Michael McGreevy, Tekoa Roby, Quinn Matthews, Liam Doyle, Tink Hence, Cooper Jerpy, Ishan Henderson. Like there's just different names in here now where one of the biggest flaws of this team and part of the downfall is they couldn't develop pitching. And we'll see what happens in 5 years, what the fruit of that is, but there's at least reason to be excited about the potential of it all now. And so again, I think that's something that fans should be really excited about.
Yeah, 100% agree with Josh there. If you can hear me, if my audio is working. But look, there are things that happen in baseball where it's like, hey, it made a lot of sense at the time, and afterwards you look at it and you're like, oh, well, that kind of stinks. But I think one thing people need to really lock in and remember is like how they feel in this moment. Like we're really excited about this pick. There's a lot of good reasons to draft this guy, number 5. So at some point in time, like he's gonna be there. We're gonna know what this pick actually was, and like there are people Walker pick that are like, I can't believe they wasted a first rounder on this guy that hasn't hit yet. But it's like, hey, that was a great pick at the time. This is a great pick at the time, and there's a chance he pans out and he's awesome. But also like, hey. Temper expectations because, these guys, there's a lot of moving parts here. Development's hard. It's non-linear. Doesn't always happen quickly. Liam Doyle may not establish himself at the MLB level for 2-3 years. He might be really good next year. So you never know.
Yeah. Well, Sandy, I know you need to jump off here, so you'll be back on at some point as well.
Yeah.
We'll continue this conversation, but if you're in the chat right now, we've got close to 300 watching live right now, which is super fun. So thanks for joining in. Like and subscribe helps channel a ton. If you have questions, we'll try to start getting to those, especially since there is a gap between now and the Cardinals pick, but we'll also react to other things. So Kareem and Peyton, whatever you guys want to talk about, we can talk about too. One way you can make sure we get to it, because again, the comments are flying in, so I'm going to try my best to get everything there. But there is the super chat option; you can throw that in as well. Always appreciate the support of any kind. And again, if you want to be entered in the Ivan Herrera PSA 10 signed card giveaway that we're doing, you can go over our Twitter X page. Retweet that tweet, and if you post a proof of subscription to our YouTube channel, you can also get an additional entry. So Sandy, thanks for jumping on, man. I'm sure we'll see you soon. You need to hop off now, right?
I got like 15 minutes.
Okay. Sorry, I thought you were saying you need to go. Cool.
Are there any topics we want to talk about right now?
I just wanted to mention that the Cubs are their pick is in, and I think this is going to be Gage Wood, who's my top ranked player left on my board. There's just something about the Cubs drafting a Wood. It's just perfect. Kerry Wood.
I would hate.
But
wait, is he the son of Kerry Wood?
No.
Oh,
I don't believe
I was like,
so.
did I miss something?
No. There's just something about a Cub, a guy with the last name Wood on the Cubs. Power pitcher.
You gonna make a bet?
I hope Gage Wood. That'd be terrible.
He feels like.
It's not.
It's not?
Not?
No.
Is it in?
It is. I just know. Don't ask me how. I just know.
It hasn't been announced.
No.
Yeah, I have sources.
Here's what I need. Other than the fact whoever they pick here, when I think of the Cubs right now, I just need Kyle Tucker to leave town this offseason. That's all I think about these days. Oh man. He's not one of the. I know when you give a guy $500 million at the end of it, it's probably not going to work out all that well for you. But I just can't deal with 5 more years of Kyle Tucker in Chicago prime. So,
he might be really good for a lot longer than that.
I don't even care if he goes to the Dodgers. He can go to the Dodgers, and I'll be happy about it. Don't re-sign Chicago.
Anything that's not the Cubs.
Oh my gosh, Andrew in the chat.
That's hilarious. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Do you guys think the Cubs are going to re-sign Kyle Tucker? Do you think they can actually play in those waters? I mean, it's a huge market.
Yeah.
Chicago's the third biggest market in the country. They should be able to, but they haven't run those super high payrolls. So
I think they're going to obviously try their best to make that contract work out, because you don't give up on a Cam Smith to get Kyle Tucker just for him to leave in free agency. So I mean, I think they're going to try to put in as much money as they can to sign him. But I mean, Kyle Tucker is going to be paid one of the lengthiest, most expensive contracts in history. So do they have enough to get it done on the open market where other teams are going to compete for his compete for him? I don't know. But they're going to be very much in the mix at the least, I would assume.
It's going to be a crazy free agent race, because the Yankees have a lot of money. They didn't throw at Soto now. Like, they could go get him. The Dodgers have already hinted that they're going to be in the running. Chicago's the third biggest market. San Francisco seems to try to attract stars. Maybe Kyle Tucker's their guy. That's probably your fourth or fifth biggest market. Like, you're going to have a bunch of huge markets trying to lure Tucker. I mean, it's going to be a crazy offseason. I wonder what happens.
I mean, the Cubs are. I don't know why they seem like they pretend that they're in a small market.
It's the third biggest city in the country.
It's Chicago. They can if they want to, but like New York can throw all the cash they want. I feel like he seems like a Cubs player, but like if they lose him, that's on the Cubs completely.
Yeah.
They have money.
My favorite quote was during the charity stream this last year. Who's the guest that came on? Oh, it was oh my gosh. See, why am I blanking? See, Will Leach. Will Leach said his favorite thing about the Cubs is that that they're in Chicago and they don't realize it.
It's hilarious.
That they operate like Milwaukee. They are not to that extent, right? But they definitely could flex their muscles more than they do, and for some reason the Ricketts family decides not to. To be fair, it played out in their favor, letting go of Bryant and Rizzo and Baez. But I think when you talk about not bringing back Kyle Tucker, that'd be pretty brutal. So, what happened?
Oh, it's not released yet.
Oh, okay.
I have the next two.
Okay.
So the Cubs picked Ethan Conrad.
Right?
He's one of my favorite players in the class.
I liked him too. You like the next one too.
What's about
he's-
what's all good about Ethan Conrad?
I think he's just a well-rounded ball player. Someone that his top end exit velocities are really impressive, makes a lot of contact, good athlete too. I think he's played some center field. I think he's more of a corner outfielder, but just one of the more well-rounded college hitters in this year's class. He's a pretty good athlete too. So, I mean, he doesn't have many holes in his game. I think this is more of a safe pick, I would say. He is recovering from an injury. He missed most of the season for Wake Forest, but this is another Cape performer as well. So there is some certainty with his ability to hit with wood bats. I think it's a safe college hitter in this year's class.
Like a Chase Davis type.
I think there's more bat to ball than Chase Davis.
Yeah.
There's got to be less power than Davis, though, right? Like raw power. Or do you think he stacks up?
Actually, there's less power coming out. I mean, you made a lot of contact despite it being a small sample with plus fastballs and sliders and sweepers. So
yeah,
that's the type of bat they go for and they can develop with bats. I mean, they get guys bulked up. We saw PCA. You've seen pictures of him from 2 years ago. They get guys.
I mean, even look at some of their other guys like Matt Shaw. Yeah, the Cubs have shown a great ability to develop like solid bats. So it stinks.
True that.
Dude, I really the Cardinals haven't been swept yet.
All right, so the Mariner or the Diamondbacks just made their pick.
Mm-hmm.
Case Cunningham.
Case Cunningham. Okay,
he has one of the best hit tools in the class.
I feel like he was toward the top 10 for a lot of pre-draft rankings, right? Like not in the top 10, but I thought he was like 12 for Baseball America. Range. But
yeah, I think this makes sense here. He's got one of the more polished hit tools in the high school class. Probably moves off to second base. He's a little bit shorter, stockier player, but is a good athlete. He ran a really good time at the MLB Draft Combine. But the calling card with him is his hit tool. The bat to ball skills are there, performance in the circuit. Not a ton of power projection to dream on, but not really the kind of hitter that he is. I think he's going to spray the ball all over the field and hit for a high average, I imagine.
Yeah. I know Sandy wants to, and I'm going to keep checking the chat to see if there's any topics or things people want to cover, but Sandy wants to address a specific take that's been going around recently. So.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you guys have seen this, but like it seems to me like there's a lot of people that want to trade Brendan Donovan. Like I had some Twitter exchanges recently. I don't understand it. Like I get the trade him at peak value crowd and whatnot, but I just think you're working backwards if you do that. Even if the Cardinals do sell at the deadline, like I do not think Brendan Donovan should be on the market. I just think this lineup is so thin right now, and I think even if you're like. I don't even know what you get for a Brendan Donovan. I see people saying like he'd bring back Painter. I don't think that's true. I don't think Brendan Donovan gets you Andrew Painter. And even if he did, like, man, Brendan Donovan is a 118 career OPS plus player. Like he is
higher than that now. It's in the 20s.
So if you can get a Javier Baez type return by trading Brendan Donovan, would you do it?
What do you mean a Javier Baez type return? Like PCA?
Yes.
Well, I don't think people knew PCA.
A team.
Like I think that was a huge miss by the Mets like evaluation group, but like I don't think people saw PCA being this guy. And Javi was also rental. Like I don't know. I think even if I was getting like some high upside guys, I just think at this point, if you're the Cardinals, like proven quantities are so valuable to you. We've had a lot of guys come up, and like to the people that say there's a positional logjam, I don't even know if that's true. Mason Wynn is not an above league average hitter this year. I don't know if Thomas DeJazy is a regular. Like I don't know. There are people.
Thomas DeJazy. That's the thing that really frustrates me. People are like, we can make room for Thomas DeJazy. Why? I don't think. I think he's. Anyways, that's the one where I'm like, I feel like every year this is what really makes me mad. And I know I used to do this too, so I'm backing away from it, realizing I've done this in the past. But people are like, oh, guy is maybe not quite as good as I thought he was going to be because I made every single prospect in the Cardinal system be a superstar. So now we need Nathan Church to come up and replace him. And it's like, what are you talking about? Like, what do you think Nathan
Yeah.
Church is going to be? What do you think Thomas JC is supposed to be? Because it's like you thought Nolan Gorman was going to be amazing, and I don't get it. Everyone, I feel like people turn a page on these guys super quick. And also to the Brendan Donovan point, like I get the argument that he's 28 and he's got 2 years of control left after this, and you're technically trying to trade at peak value finally versus trading guys when they're cents on the dollar. I just still think he's a guy you build around. I think the intangibles are important there too. I think he's a guy that's probably going to age pretty well. I don't think you're necessarily worried about that. And I think there's other guys on the roster that make sense to do similar profiles with, whether it's Large Newbar, Alec Burleson potentially. Like there's other guys you can do something like with. I don't think it has to be Brendan Donovan. So,
I think
I don't know.
Trade Burleson. I mean, I don't like trading just to trade. I think you want to look at what the value is for maybe Burleson, Donovan. I don't think you would get anything for Newbar anyways. You have a couple years to even do that, so you want him to perform better next year, obviously. But like for Donovan, I think you at least want to like tread the water, see what you can get. And the only reason I would do that is not necessarily a positional logjam, but like you're gonna have other help coming up anyways. And you don't move good players just to do it, but if you can get a good return, I think you pull the trigger. I don't think Donovan is a high enough ceiling guy to take you to that next level, but he is a type of guy that can transform a lineup for a great team. But I'm not like saying trade him to trade him.
I'm of the camp that there shouldn't be any players that I feel like you can't just like Brendan Donovan, for example. He's a great player, right?
Yeah.
But I don't think you can, if there is the right package to move on from him, I don't think you should just look at it as if he's this no trade sort of player. Now, that's not saying the Cardinals should trade him, right? But at the same time, if you're not even floating him around to see what a return is, I think you're just doing a huge disservice to your organization. I think that I don't believe in players just being untouchable. I think that especially when you're the Cardinals organization, I think you need to always try to maximize an asset, whether that is keeping them on your roster, or if it comes to the time where there is a point where you can get something back that is higher value than the player I don't think you should hesitate to move on from that piece. So I wouldn't say I would like the Cardinals to move on from Brendan Donovan, but at the same time, if you can get the return that you feel is necessary to move on from him, I think it should at least be explored. And that should be the same case for every other player on the roster as well.
No, I think that's
absolutely.
completely fair. I think it's more the people who are like, if you don't like this, they'd be idiots not to try and trade Brendan Donovan right now. And I'm like, it's fair to get to evaluate his value is out there. I'm convinced he's probably worth more to you than someone else in a way that I think with Lars Newbar, Alec Burleson, you can convince me that I think Brendan Donovan gets you more than those guys, but there's probably something out there that you could get to maximize their value, knowing that you've got other people that could maybe slip into their production. But yeah, Sandy, I know you're passionate about this, so go for it, man.
Yeah, I mean, and that's exactly what it is. Like, I don't know how the Cardinals match up value-wise with other teams on Brendan Donovan. I think Brendan Donovan means a lot to this organization. He's definitely a leader on this team. He's an awesome guy to watch, and the positional value is real. Look at second base in the National League. Like, Brendan Donovan is the clear best second baseman right now, especially offensively.
Ketel Marte.
Okay, yeah. Ketel Marte is number one. After Ketel Marte, like, Brendan Donovan is a deserving all-star. He's a really good player. You look at some of these other second basemen in the NL, the positional value is real. The other thing is, too, like, I want to hammer this home. I don't think there's a huge logjam in the middle infield for the Cardinals. Yeah, there's a lot of guys that are interesting, guys with a tool or two. Like, Nolan Gorman could be a really good hitter. He still could. He's shown some flashes, but look, he's still rocking a 100 OPS plus, an even league average on the season. You're always going to have highs and lows with Gorman. You really don't know what you get defensively from him at second base. I mean, yeah, I'll say it again. Like, I don't think Thomas Saggese is a regular. Yeah, he was a top 100 prospect at one point. Maybe he grows into that, but right now he's not. I think the at-bats we've seen from Sajazi in his second stint with the big league club have not been nearly what they were in the first stint. I think, maybe the word is out. Maybe it's just like that's the guy he is, He's going to have some good moments, whatnot. I don't think, though, that you have to move Donovan to make room for him. Yeah, JJ's coming up. He can play second, might be able to play third, but also you get JJ some reps in the outfield. I think that's an interesting idea. I know it's been talked about before, moving him around a little bit. So I don't think there's a huge logjam. I don't think you need to move him. And the other thing right now, like look at the Cubs lineup. The Cubs have Tucker. That's a super. Cardinals don't have that. If you look at the fillers in the lineup, guys, up and down the order.
Oh, we're losing you, Sandy.
You have me? My back.
No, I think you're cooked at the moment. Sorry, man. Oh, I think I'm gonna mute you for a minute just because it's pretty bad. I sorry. I mean, I think just that point really like Thomas and JC. I think for a long time, I think like people have overrated a little bit there. And I think it could be a valuable big leaguer, but it doesn't mean he's a big league regular. You carve out a role for necessarily. Maybe he turns into something. But Peyton, what were you gonna say?
I think right now the issue is we're having a really big Mason Wynn slump problem. He's such a streaky hitter, and it can be annoying at times. Because like he has all the tools to take that next step, but it's just I think it's really messed up a lot of lineup construction, sticking him with that 2 for what it was 60 games straight or more. So he hasn't taken that jump. He's been a below average hitter this year, so I think that's where some of the angst comes from. Things are probably different if he took that next step that I was expecting this year, but he just hasn't. So, there's been some hiccups with players you don't want to have. Burleson's taken a step. I mean, everything's hard hit now for him. So I like what Burleson's done. So, but again, middle infield, you test the value, but you don't just go and say we want to trade him. You just want to know what the value is because Donovan is a very valuable asset to this team.
Yeah. And I think there's a point in the chat talking about from Jonathan of like maximizing assets, how you end up like the Athletics, even the Rays and Brewers hold on to guys to like keep him anymore because you want to still try and win. But I think that's what people maybe would argue with Donovan here is that you're not a World Series contender right now. So if this team was in the thick, like leading the National League Central right now, a clear contender in the National League, I think it's a different conversation when you're a market like St. Louis that it's like, well, Brendan Donovan will be less valuable later, but we're trying to win, and so you have to keep that kind of guy. It's different when you're trying to ascend. Maybe he's the guy you maximize value on. Again, I don't want to deal a guy like that. But also, I do think people underrate, I'm not saying you guys are, but underrate how valuable Donovan can be to a World Series contender. I remember last in like November, I put out something about how like Donovan should be a guy they want to build around and keep around. And it doesn't mean he's untouchable, but you shouldn't necessarily be trying to get rid of him. And there were people saying like how he would never play in a World Series lineup. And it's like, if you go back and look at the 11 World Series teams the Cardinals have had, he would have been at least the 5th best bat on all those teams on OPS plus for his career. And he's gotten better this year. It's like, I just think people like don't look at the Dodgers right now. Even when they won the World Series, like there were guys Brendan Donovan would start over on that team, and it's a super team. Like Brendan Donovan's a very valuable player. He's not a superstar, and he's not one of these top 10 players in baseball that you do not trade unless it's absolute reset mode. But he's also a guy that I don't think you're like, you gotta maximize value. Oh, we have to trade him away because he's 28 and whatever's gonna happen. It's like, yeah, you're right. If you're telling me they could get the next PCA for him, it'd be the sentimental side of me does not want to get Brendan Donovan, but you probably got to make that move. But at the same time, like he's not a guy that you necessarily need to shop right now, if that makes sense.
You guys touched on it a little bit, but I don't think people talk about clearing the pathway. Donovan's a second, third baseman. If you move him, that's how you clear the pathway to bring a JJ. Brendan Donovan can play anywhere. He can play second, he can play third, he can play left, he can play right. He's a Swiss Army knife. You could play him anywhere and he'll at least hold his own. Maybe not center field. I mean, he's the emergency catcher as well, I believe, right?
Yeah,
or he was at one.
Well, I mean, I'm guessing Herrera or Wilson Contreras could be now.
Yeah, they've got a lot of catchers, but he's a very versatile player, and guys like that, you'll always find a place to play. So I don't understand that argument. Maybe a guy like Nolan Gorman, who's limited to either a third base or second base, I could understand it a little bit more, but Brendan Donovan can literally play anywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, and it'll be really interesting to see, like we just talked about the draft being really interesting, but this offseason, again, it's Bloom's first offseason in charge, but also there are, even though we're saying you don't need to trade Brendan Donovan, there are a lot of different players on the roster right now that are kind of vying for playing time, and at some point they do need to kind of pick and choose who they're going to try and commit to, who they're going to move around. Obviously, the Nolan Arenado side of this is the big what if of, are they kind of stuck with him for the next few years? Is he a guy that can move this offseason? What do you do with Newbar? What do you do with Burleson? What do you do with Donovan? What do you do with all these different these guys in the mix? At some point, does Willis Contreras or Sonny Gray want out? Because this past offseason they didn't, but do they change their mind at some point? That changes things. What is Victor Scott? When does JJ Weatherholt make a move into this? I think most of us at this point are expecting at least by early 2026 he should be in there probably. Who knows? He might even get a little glimpse of St. Louis at the end of this year. So a lot of interesting decisions that Bloom and his staff are going to have to make on this roster here soon.
Yeah.
Also, the Hunter Brown of the Cardinals hit Sean Murphy on the hand. So
Terrible misquote there.
That was the other thing. Like there are some people I did this thing about how I think Sean Murphy would be really fun for the Cardinals. Not like a hill I'll die on, but there's like people are like, well, you have Crooks and Bernal, so there's no reason to get a catcher. And I'm like, okay, but like how many people said that about when Jordan Walker was in the system? Of like, you don't need to go to right fielder. Look where we're at today. Like that's part of my angst at this too, is like, unless you know for sure these guys are going to be a superstar, I don't think you have to clear the runway for these guys. They can earn their way through there. I love Bernal, and I think Crooks would be awesome, but I don't think it's, man, now you got to avoid ever acquiring a catcher ever again. But
I'd love to hear your guys' thoughts on the catcher situation. What do you think the Cardinals should do in the offseason? Should they go into the season with Pedro Pages as this, stopgap kind of catcher until a Jimmy Crooks makes his way to the major league level, Leonardo Bernal advances another level to AAA, and you're just waiting it out until someone just steps up to become a catcher? Or do you think that they should explore adding a catcher in the offseason that we know is a major league caliber starting catcher, as opposed to some guys in the minor league system who we might be excited about, but they haven't proven anything at the major league level yet?
Yeah, I'll jump in first. Just I'm gonna step out for 2 seconds and come back. But I think Pedro Pages is a fine enough fallback option that it's like, it's not ideal, but you have something, and so you don't have to force the issue. But I would totally explore acquiring a catcher. And if you get one, guess what? You probably need two in this day and age anyways. And so even if Bernal or Crooks are ready in the next 2 years, then you split time between them and make it happen. I'm operating under the assumption too, Ivan Herrera is not going to be catching anymore. And honestly, I'm okay with it, with how this bat plays. If he's going to be the next left fielder or DH, it's fine. Obviously, you maximize that profile catcher, but I'm okay not playing him there. So yeah, I think catcher is a position I would be looking at this offseason, but you don't have to force the issue, because you do have Pages there and you do have organizational depth that you're excited about, but you shouldn't be clearing the runway for, if that makes sense, in my opinion. So I'll be right back though.
And I think you take a veteran catcher that you can DFA at any time, it's less value. Like I don't think you can just run with Pedro Pages as a stopgap. I just personally can't watch it. That's a personal thing. But I think you also find value if you can find like some free agent veteran catcher that can help the staff, but also be a plus bat. And I guess Pozo is that right now. Not necessarily veteran, but you can get a better stopgap-ish with Pozo than Pages right now, which I know they won't do, but like you get value offensively, and that part of that is just how the lineup is constructed. For me, just homered.
I guess he did. Do you have my audio right now? Am I working?
Yeah, hold on. I'll step out too. I had to.
All right, I'm gonna have to go in just a few minutes here, but I think it'd be interesting for the Cardinals to do what Peyton suggested and go look for that veteran catcher. It just depends how they're going to operate payroll wise this offseason. Like, look, if they're trying to, pinch every penny, then yeah, they're not going to have that $8 to $10 million to go out and get an interesting catcher, especially a platoon bat, like a guy that you can maybe throw in the lineup against lefties. That'd be really nice. Pozo's been solid for the Cardinals this year, but come on, like, I don't know how long that experiment or that dream continues. Like, I don't know if Pozo is going to have an 800 OPS at the end of the year. Like, I think if I had to bet, if I was a betting man, I think I would probably bet against that. Like, I think there's going to be some regression there to some point. At least it's a strange profile. So yeah, I'd love to see the Cardinals go out and add somebody to this staff. It doesn't have to be a guy you're going to start every game, but it can be a guy that you can put out there with Pages, a guy that you can play, especially when you're giving some of these other guys an off day. If Scott is the same guy offensively next year that he's been this year, like if Lars Nootbaar is still in your lineup every day and is struggling like this, like if your lineup is bad next year, you need a guy you can put out there instead of Pages every once in a while, because you know what Pages' value is. He's defensive. He is not a great hitter. He's not going to be. The profile is not there. So you need a guy that you can maybe play if some of those other guys are in the lineup, or if you give some of your regulars an off day, something to inject a little bit of oomph into a lineup that sometimes this year, when you get, a Victor Scott, Pedro Pages, and two or three other guys like a Thomas Sajazi, a Freddie Fermin, all in one lineup, like, man, it can really feel like you're just throwing a game away sometimes. So something to keep you from feeling that way might be nice. I know Herrera's not going to be the guy they go to long-term catching now. But yeah, I don't know if I'd be looking to add like a huge catcher. But if Sean Murphy fell into your lap via trade, like, come on, you make that trade if it's really favorable. So
the disrespect to Fermin, he hit the bomb to get the lead.
Good for Fermin. There's a reason he hasn't been a regular on this team at any point in time.
I don't know. Clear the runway. Trade everyone. Jose Fermin to start.
Yeah, Fermin and Thomas Sajazi up the middle. Sorry, Mason, you're out.
Sorry, Mason, you're out.
I gotta go, but I'll see you guys later. I'm gonna be back at some point tonight. Gotta help with this movement.
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
Again. Okay, so again, if you're watching now and you haven't subscribed already, please do. It helps the channel a ton. We really appreciate the support so far. It's been a really fun stream so far. We had Kyle Reese on earlier. We've got some more guests popping in throughout the night. Again, you can enter in for a giveaway for a Ivan Herrera signed Bowman PSA graded 10 card. It's Andrew could show maybe again at some point here. It's on our Twitter and X page. It's a valuable card. It's really exciting. You can enter in by liking and retweeting the tweet that is on our Deal in the Cards X channel or X page. And you can also get another entry if you screenshot and reply with a proof of subscription. We'd love to have you guys do that. Again, we go live twice a week over here on the channel. This is a special episode for the stream or for the draft, but we live stream usually on Sundays and Wednesdays. We've got Birds on the Farm with Kareem. A lot of fun content going on over here, so it's exciting. Kareem, who are some of the other guests we're having on tonight?
We'll be having Taylor Cruz on shortly. He does a lot of great work in terms of Cardinals prospects. He recently had a top 30 draft prospect article over at cardinalsprospects.com. So should be interesting hearing his thoughts about how the draft has unfolded so far and some names he's eyeing for the second round pick.
Yeah. Should be good. Also, what is with this rain delay stuff today? How many times did they stop it? Like 4 or 5 times?
3 rain delays, I think. Right? I didn't even know the game was still going on. I thought they would just stay screw it because I feel like some people in the dugout need to be in the war room. But I guess not.
Yeah. Oh man, I'm sure they just want to get it in so they can be over with. But it's crazy. I mean, I guess we did a little bit of like fun trade talk and but like we're middle of July right now. We don't know how the game will turn out today. And what their record will be after that. But going into the All-Star break, obviously, I feel like most of us could probably say the Cardinals probably overachieved this year based on what expectations would be. I think most of us didn't expect them to have a 50-46 record, potentially a 51-46 record going into the break. But that doesn't necessarily mean this is a contender and that they should buy at the deadline or stuff like that. But Peyton, I'm curious from your perspective and Kareem, like as things sit today, and obviously we've got 2 more weeks of baseball till they really have to make some decisions here. But are you thinking this team should be when we say buy, it's a loose term, right? They're probably not going to do anything crazy. But is this a team that should be looking to add to this roster, sell from the roster, or at least not sell, if that makes sense. They might hold and do nothing just to see what happens. Like, is seeing what Phil Maton and Ryan Helsley and Steven Matz, I'm not even going to throw Eric Fetty's name out there because who knows what on earth that gets you, but is it worth trying to move some of these things for assets at this point, or do you just kind of ride it out?
First of all, this fan base is quite funny. Because, like, when you look at it, we were told this team wasn't going to compete, right? And then the team gets to near 10 games over 500, and we're like, bye. Then they fall to 6 games over 500, and apparently we are the worst team on earth, with a young core that most of them haven't played 3 full years in the major leagues, except the pitching staff. They're in their AARP. But, like, realistically, I think this is a step forward, not necessarily from last year to this year in terms of record, but in terms of progress for some players. They get their first full slumps out. They make some of their full season adjustments, and then you've gotten some players moved up in the minor leagues from levels higher, like 1 step higher. Like Joshua Baez is taking 2 steps higher. Bernal is now dominating, or not dominating, but playing really well in AA. You see Rainier Rodriguez, he'll probably be in Peoria by the end of the year, hopefully. So I don't think you go on a full fire sale. You don't have to. You really want to cut your negative assets and move the pitchers that you think are ready up to the major leagues, not necessarily just for success, but so that they can get that feel of how to pitch to major leaguers. And that's when you really wish you had someone like Quinn Matthews ready and not struggling in Memphis, and that some of the health pitching wise was there, because I think that's what they wanted to do. That's the initial plan. But offensively, I think sure you can add a veteran bat, but like you don't sell anyone valuable from a farm to get to 90 wins. You don't have to do that. You just hope the team can make that step internally right now.
Yeah, I can understand from the standpoint that, this team is still competing for a spot, and, selling off assets that might help you get to, help you make the playoffs. I can understand how fans wouldn't like to see that, but at the same time, I do think it makes sense to float around a Ryan Helsley, see what you can get back. Are there teams that are willing to give up, top 10 prospects in their system to go and get a Ryan Helsley? I just, Eric Fetty, I don't think you're going to get a lot back for him, but that, as Peyton was talked about, clearing up a space for a young pitcher in Michael McGreevy, I think that makes a lot of sense. Phil Maton, similarly to Helsley, it's a expiring contract, relief pitcher. I think the Cardinals have found a lot of value in some under the radar relievers. You look at a guy like Riley O'Brien that's emerging. Matt Swanson, when he's gotten his opportunity, has performed. You can find bullpen pieces. Yeah. So I don't think Cardinals fans should start freaking out if Ryan Helsley's traded or Phil Maton's traded. You can find bullpen pieces, and I still think this team could compete. Does Ryan Helsley give you a little bit of a better shot of, sneaking into the playoffs? Sure. Right. I'm not arguing against it, but it also opens up a spot for another reliever at AAA that you haven't seen, get that level, get that opportunity to pitch consistently in the major leagues. An Andre Granillo comes to mind, right? He had that little injury scare, but he's back healthy pitching. I just think it makes more sense from a long-term standpoint. It's not throwing the flag on the season. It's not saying you're giving up and you want this team to, not compete. I still think you can find a way to trade pieces and still try to compete and make a playoff spot. I don't think the Cardinals are in a position where they have an expiring contract that is like one of the most valuable players on their team, I would say, right? I think they're in a different sort of position. So I do think between a Ryan Helsley, a Phil Maton, I think those are two arms that should at least be floated around. If you can get assets back for them, I think it'd be foolish not to move them, because Helsley, for one, I don't see the Cardinals giving him a long-term extension. He's a relief pitcher. We all know they're volatile. I don't know if I don't even know if he's in play to go for the
qualifying offer.
Yeah, I just blanked out for a second. Yeah, I don't think he's in play for a qualifying offer, which would take like $22 million. It is just 1 year, but I just don't see it. So
not with the results.
Yeah.
So at that point, you're talking about a expiring asset that you're more than likely not going to keep long term, and I think it would make sense to trade that player. And Phil Maton, similarly, it only costs you $2 million to get him in the offseason.
Yeah.
Why not try to see what you can get back, even if it is a fringe top 25 prospect in the system? I mean, at least that's something. Matt Swanson turned into a guy that looks like a future bullpen arm for this team. So I think it makes sense to move those assets.
Well, especially with the lack of players it seems like are going to be available at this deadline, that it feels like a Maton would be one of the more, like, at least producing this year, one of the higher valued pieces that are available. Again, not that you're going to get a ton for Maton as a reliever, but I could see a world too where they potentially move off of Helsley and Maton and then bring in a veteran reliever in another deal that's like far, like, I'm trying to think of like the Sean Armstrong type thing again, just to have another option to go to. And it's like, yeah, your bullpen got worse that day, but it's not unplayable. And you do at Memphis right now, you do have Granillo. You do still have Ryan Fernandez, who I know was terrible at the beginning of the year, but like I'm interested to see what happens if he came back up. Matt Savanson, Chris Roycroft as options down there right now. Obviously, you're watching Gordon Graceffo pitch right now, and he's been a lot better since he came back up. I'm interested to see what these arms look like, and I think there's a world where it's not that much of a drop off. But I do think you do have a lot less stability without Maton back there and Helsley. But I think Helsley specifically is a player that personally I just think it's that national guys aren't necessarily changing their expectations of Ryan Helsley yet. Because if you look at like Bob Nightingale or Ken Rosenthal or things like this, or Jeff Passan, they're like, oh, the Red Sox should go get a star closer in Ryan Helsley. I'm like, have you watched him pitch this year? Because it's not the same guy, but they talk about him like he's the same guy. And if for some reason other front offices viewed him like that, then I would think you'd be foolish not to take advantage of it, because of the fact you're not bringing him back. He's probably not worth the QO. And I know Ryan Helsley is not a bad closer. He has been a positive for the Cardinals this year, even with how frustrating it's been. But I think if teams value him that highly, I think that's an asset you just have to sell on, because it seems like you're getting more in return than what you should be. And Phil Maton, I could see a world where teams don't value him enough potentially, but at the same time too, I'm like, you've got a guy who besides that 3-run homer yesterday, he had a 1.8 ERA or something on the year. He's been dynamite and nails back there. And I think the Phillies, the Dodgers, whoever are going to want another reliever like that in October. But
he's been a top 10 reliever this year.
Yeah.
It's different with Helsley because like it's not like he's just been getting unlucky. The fastball shape is just down. They should have just traded him last off season. That's a different topic. But like the value that the team gets from Helsley, I think it's a bit overstated. He's pitching 1 inning in games at max, and it's only when you're winning. And even then, you haven't been getting a lot of value there. Are there other relievers that can do that for you? Probably. And then that's when you turn, and I think you just let the scouting department do their thing. Even if it's not a national top 25 prospect in the system, you find a guy that you like and you think you can develop, and you make that trade because you want to get value somewhere and take that risk. Because do you really see him being a valuable asset next year? You could probably develop a high slot ride guy pretty easily with good pitching development, and I think that's what they're hoping to do. So I think you just make the trade and get the value if you don't see yourself signing him. I wouldn't, bring him back. He's going to be over the age of 30. And it's not like his stuff is like east-west. It's north-south, and that stuff kind of dies down with bad velo.
You're muted.
Yeah.
I'm muted. I'm going to jump off for just a few minutes here. Taylor, thanks for joining on. I'll be back in like probably 10 to 15. I'm going to take a quick break. But Kareem, you want to do a quick introduction?
Yeah. So Taylor has done a lot of great work in terms of Cardinals prospects. He recently wrote a top 30 draft prospects article over on cardinalsprospects.com where he had Liam Doyle ranked as his number 2 player in the class. I know Taylor's really bullish on Liam Doyle. So if you want to talk about the pick, why you think this is a home run for the Cardinals, just curious on your thoughts. I know that throughout this whole process, he's been one of your favorite players, and I imagine you're really excited about the Cardinals going in this direction.
Yeah, for sure. So, I mean, early on in the draft, I was saying like Liam Doyle number 5 almost as a joke, and then everyone's like, "Oh, that's kind of crazy," and he kept performing and performing. And I see a lot of people now kind of like, "Oh, we're getting a reliever." And first of all, anyone who says there's reliever risk is ridiculous. That as he went through the season, he held his velocity in all his different starts. There's people who say, "Oh, he has, a herky-jerky delivery where he's really falling off the mound towards first base." So does Tariq Skubal. It's okay. There are a lot of pitchers who do that. And then finally you hear all the people saying, "Oh, his off-speed pitches don't work. He only throws a fastball." Yes, he threw a fastball most of the time, but in the small sample sizes, he had above average whiff rates on every off-speed pitch he threw. His slider, 30%, his sweeper 35, and splitter 40, just like his fastball is a 40% whiff rate. So it's not, and on top of that too, he also fills up the zone. So that's probably going to be a good thing with his outcome too. But my biggest thing, and it's always been this with pitchers, when it comes to a fastball is the most important pitch to me because it's the pitch you're throwing more than any other pitch. And maybe if you throw a secondary more than anything else, then that's fine. That can be important. But I hate when I hear people saying, "Oh, he's a 2-pitch pitcher." Well, most pitchers out here don't even have a viable fastball. So what does that make them? But his fastball is his best pitch. It's going to be a great pitch even in the MLB. His fastball has good spin efficiency. He gets up to 2,600 RPMs on it. So I think he's going to be affected a little less than some of the other people you see with shape regression when he starts dealing with MLB balls, and when he starts working on using rosin, doing other things like that, he'll probably be able to keep it up there. Not where it is, but just a little bit lower. I mean, maybe get like 17.5, somewhere around there. And then finally, I think the fastball is going to play really well against right-handers because it's not just here's a riding fastball. It moves away from right-handed batters, and that's where he gets a lot of the swing and miss. And when he goes against left-handed hitters, he's going to jam them. He's going to get a lot of really weak hit balls, and then he's going to be in Busch Stadium. And when people do hit the ball in the air, that's going to be another great thing too. So yeah, there's my rant, but I'm super excited. He's extremely talented. He's someone that the Cardinals have not had for a long time. We've missed that swing and miss, and I was honestly a little surprised I picked him over Jamie Arnold, so I'm super stoked. But yeah, by far my top pitcher.
Even if it's just, even if they can't get a slider and cut it to work, that is when you go into the relief risk, and if that is a risk, that's a top end reliever to me. So and the splitter does play well against both hand bats, and you can get away with the bad slider against lefty. So this is a top end arm either way I look at it.
I agree. And I would say the slider, you could probably call it a bad slider because the shape is bad, but it performed well-ish. The sweeper is probably going to end up being above average if he just consistently uses it versus lefties. I think he may refine it. And that's another big thing is in the MLB, you see a lot of MLB pitchers, they refine their pitch shapes. They work in the lab. They do things to make it a more viable pitch. And maybe Doyle doesn't quite have the tendency for spin on breakers that other people don't, but I think he can find one that works well. But you never see college pitchers adjust their fastball shapes in meaningful ways. And you may see it in high school players in their first year of pro ball, but then after that, it doesn't change often. And it's rare to see those examples. I think maybe you saw like Luis Castillo, who eventually learned a four-seamer and it was effective, not shape-wise the best, but just off of his other pitches it worked well. But it's just so rare to see high-level pitchers like change their fastball once they get past initial labbing of it. So I love seeing a good fastball pitcher.
Gage Wood was just picked.
Yeah,
And
Phillies.
I know you have him ranked third on your board, and he's pretty up there on my board as well. So, I mean, we could talk about him a little bit. Best fastball in the class. We were just talking about Liam Doyle. I think it's right up there with Liam Doyle. Might even be better. And, you know, the rest of the, much like Liam Doyle, he's more of a two-pitch pitcher. He's got the fastball, curveball that he spins well. That's 83, gets really good depth. But some of the other secondaries, I know there's a gyro slider in there that he didn't really use in a splitter as well. But I think this is an absolute steal right here.
Yeah, I think, if he gets to like a cutting action changeup, or, you could use a splitter, but if he has a cutting action changeup, that would be nice. But I had him number 2 on my board. I don't know why. The medicals must have been iffy, or he just had a deal already with the Phillies. One of those two. But I had him number 2 personally. First or second best fastball on the board. I think you guys would agree, right?
I would say first best fastball on the board, because I think that basically it's not just the shape of it, but where he's coming from, his extension. He gets like a lot more extension than a Liam Doyle does, and he has that low drive. I think he's going to be a really good pitcher. Like you said, the only thing I was wondering is like how bad his medicals actually were for him to kind of be falling where he is, but that'd be my concern.
It was a 46% whiff rate this year on his fastball and 39.9% in zone. I mean, that's just crazy. That's probably the best mark in Division I baseball, if I had to guess.
If he can get if he can get feel for that gyro, and then maybe get it cutting changeup, or maybe even just feel for that splitter, I think that's a really great outcome right there with Gage Wood.
And another thing that doesn't get talked about enough, he fills the zone with strikes. He's a plus strike thrower. This is going to be someone that isn't going to walk a ton of guys at the next level. So, when you have that kind of stuff with the command that he has as well, I think the secondaries are going to continue to improve. But fastball, curveball are both plus pitches, and Taylor mentioned it in his top 30 article. He kind of reminds you a little bit of Takeo Roby in that sense, more of a fastball, curveball, a pitcher that relies heavily on those two pitches. I think it's a flatter approach angle fastball than a Takeo Roby. It's not the same sort of higher release height that Takeo Roby has. It's 5.5 foot. So he gets a flat approach angle on the pitch, but similar kind of players aside from that fact, I would say.
Yeah, no doubt. And I think he's working on a changeup. I think that'll be fine. I said in that too, I think he's going to look for a different type of gyro slider, because like you mentioned, he throws a lot of strikes. He does not throw strikes with this gyro slider at all, does he? Isn't it pretty terrible?
It was 68.8 competitive location percentage, and then the strike 72.7 there. Strike percentage was 18.2%, and zone rate was 18.2%. I think I read that right. Yeah, that was right.
Yep. The usage is so minimal, though.
Yeah.
I don't know how much we should put stock into that.
And I think you look at it like a guy with Helsley, right? If you go high slot, high rise, you're not going to really get, unless you can command both pitches really well, there's going to be a trade-off in chase percentage. And I think the fastball was just commanded much better, and hitters aren't going to be looking for that slider. They're just going to spit on it if you can't get it into a competitive location. So that's some of it. I think if he kills some vertical break with it, you might actually get a better shape. But I think it really, against left-handed bats, I really think it rides on the changeup. And I don't think it's going to look like the best shape because it's going to have more vertical break on it, but it's going to have like more of a cutting action that gets some off-balance swings.
I'm just glad the Cubs didn't get him. I was really worried.
They still got a really great bat. I think Conrad's going to work well there. Kareem, you're muted, sir.
I was just going to say, Taylor, are there any players you're eyeing for that second round spot?
So I guess it depends on what we have left there, but there are a couple ones. So, I mean, Jaden Foskey, if he can make it down there, obviously is going to be my guy. I'm very high on him, probably way higher than most people. It's kind of like my baby Trey Savage from last year. It's the person who I am just touting is way better than everyone else is touting. But outside of that, I mean, there's a lot of people out there. I know Bauer's someone who left-handed pitcher 103, but doesn't miss quite as much bad as you'd want. But how do you look? I mean, you see someone like Jacob Mezerat or yeah, you see the Miz. He's kind of just going crazy right now, and you kind of dream on that velocity, what he can do. So that's another person you have. There are other people too that you kind of can hope fall there, but I guess those are two of the ones on my mind. I think Bauer's kind of someone I said up originally, and Foskey, obviously, I don't think he'll make it there, but that's on my mind. And then Forbes too, but Forbes isn't going to get past the Dodgers, so.
It'll be interesting to see if they take a prep player with one of these 3 picks that are coming up.
What about a Cade Overmuller or a Riley Quick, 55?
If they make it there, I would love them to. I think Cade has a good chance. I don't think Quick will. But yeah, I'd love Cade there. I'm someone who's I love Cooper Jerpy, so I love the lefties with a low slot, and he's someone who fills that mold. He's your Temu Jamie Arnold if you want to get someone like that. So yeah, I love Cade, and he's someone who you can kind of dream on too because he got up 97.5 or something this year. So there may be something in the tank where he can kind of sit a little higher with his stuff too. So I would love to see Cade there.
Yeah, he had better results than Arnold with similar shapes. So he's a really interesting guy, low slot lefty. Yeah.
Very, very similar to Arnold. You talk about a guy, shorter stature pitcher that still extends really well, more of a dead zone fastball, but like you said, really low release height. It's a 4.8 foot vertical release, flat approach angle. And, his sweeper, much like Arnold, it's plus, different kind of pitch, not as hard, more horizontal, spins it a little bit better. But I think it plays as good as a Jamie Arnold slider. But there's a little bit more questions about the pitches beyond, the fastball and slider. Didn't really throw a changeup too much. And there isn't a cutter in there that I think he'll add in pro ball. But I think this is just a pitcher that you can mold into something really special, even if he isn't 100% there just yet.
Yeah. So when you talk about the dead zone fastball, I always have these thoughts and conversations with people who do different models for fastballs, and a lot of them here's a dead zone fastball, and they'll give you a different criteria for meets it. But then there's the people who really adjust it for their vertical and horizontal approach and everything involved in there. When you're talking about that, are you talking a general, or are you talking about different driven by the release and everything too?
I think it's just more so a pitch that gets similar vertical break and horizontal break, and none of which are plus. And I think, Overmuller fits the bill as far as that. It's 12 inches of induced vertical break and 12 inches of horizontal, which, I mean, for his release, I think that'll play, but I'd still consider it a dead zone fastball.
Yeah. The way I've heard it, just being the dugout, some college players, usually it's going to be horizontal, vertical just match up, but not enough ride or not enough run. The pitch doesn't have a single outlier movement that makes it a pitch that can't be barreled up. So, but VAA does play a factor in terms of allowing it to play up. I think that kind of is separate from just the dead zone movement profile for me.
That's what I was wondering, because I've seen a lot of models who those really low VAAs will I've seen a Cooper Jerpy one from Driveline where it's rating his fastball extremely well compared to like what anyone else is going to rate it. Like any public thing you see is going to be like a 101 and theirs is like a 121 or something like that. So that's why I always wonder just like how different people are looking at it.
What's weird about a Jerpy is his fastball almost profiles like a sinker with the amount of horizontal it gets and the depth. Like it's not even, I think it's close to what, 4 or 5 inches of induced or maybe like 6, 7 on average. And, you know, from that slot, I think that pitch will both play well up in the zone where it's got a flat approach angle. But what's interesting is if he locates it down in the zone, I mean, that's a ground ball inducing pitch as well, just based on the movement profile alone.
No doubt. That's why I love Cooper Jerby too, because he's someone who's always put up high strikeout rates, but also really low hit rates. But he's dead now, so I need to stop talking about him.
We'll be back. Patrick Forbes just went to Arizona.
Great pick.
Yeah, great.
One of the best fastballs in the class.
Had him as third best fastball in the draft. I think he was my top 7 for our pitchers. Are we at pick 30 now?
31.
22? Hey,
The Orioles are making back-to-back.
Oh boy, that's interesting.
Wahiva, yeah. I thought he would. I thought he was going to go higher than this. This is a really good pick for the Orioles. One of the best defensive shortstops in the class. It hit for a lot of power, some swing and miss in there, but I like this player a lot. I think I had him ranked as my 3rd best college position player. So I think this is great value here.
Yeah, most of our college position players just haven't gone off the board yet. This is something.
Yeah, Alex Lodis hasn't gone. I would have expected him to, be selected in the 1st round, but
yeah, I think a lot of them are going to start falling soon. Now that Irish, I mean, we're seeing some of them start to fall. So,
how about Jace Laviolette? Not being drafted in the 1st round.
1-1 last year.
The projected 1-1 entering the season.
Crazy.
And it's not like he even had that much of a down year, I would say.
Hmm.
So it's interesting looking back on that.
Did you expect him to be a 1st-round guy?
Yeah, I did. Even with some of the concerns offensively, the bat to ball skills, the heat maps, he hits everything in the inner third, but
Jace
up in the zone,
27.
breaking stuff away. Oh, he got drafted?
Yep.
There's no way. I missed that.
We have to edit this out.
You went 27.
Everyone in the chat, make sure to not remember this. Okay.
Oh God.
That's okay.
That's on the resume right there.
Taylor, I was going to say, first of all, I was listening to you and I jumped off when you jumped on, but good to have you on. And I was reading through your top 30 prospects for the draft. Is there anyone that you were particularly bullish on that's been picked already that you think was a good pick for where they went in any particular range? Are there any picks you've really loved so far, other than like in the expected ranges that we thought for like top 5? Anyone maybe 8 on down?
Billy Carlson at 10. I
Yeah.
feel like that was just a crazy steal. I guess I posted this at some point, but Billy Carlson is the safe pick that everyone thinks Eli Willits is. He's just extremely good defensively. He hits well. He makes contact. He hits it hard. He has good like he had up to or peak bat speeds over 80 miles per hour. His average was 74 on the circuit last year. Hand speeds over 22 miles an hour. He had such great athletic testing data on top of everything. He's just such a high upside guy, and that's why I had him as my number 1. So for him to fall to 10 to the White Sox, I think that's one of the biggest steals that they could possibly get.
Yeah, Kareem and Peyton, how did you guys feel about Carlson? We didn't really talk about him much on the stream so far, but obviously he was one of the high school prep shortstops that was at least in the conversation or in the mix. Apparently, with the Cardinals at 5, he was one of the ones that at least but even more so than JoJo Parker, it seems like. Is Carlson a guy that you guys? How do you guys feel about Carlson as prospect?
I think as far as position players in this year's draft, he probably has the clearest pathway to becoming a 60 FV kind of player. The defense, you know what you're going to get. I think he's the best defensive shortstop to come out of the draft in a while. It's a true 70 grade, potentially even 80 grade if he can continue to develop. Offensively, the bat speed numbers, the top end bat speed numbers are really impressive. He's still got a wiry, 6'1", 175 frame that if he does add a little bit more strength, I think there's more power potential to dream on. Plus bat to ball skills, good approach. I mean, there's the potential in him not only being a plus defender, but an above average hitter as well. I think there's more offensive upside than an Eli Willits. So if you're betting on a player that has some of the most upside in the class, I mean, I think that's Billy Carlson.
Yeah, I had him number one prep. Obviously, I think he had the best ceiling, or has the best ceiling in this draft. I just think some of the swing issues he has, some front offices saw is a major issue. There's some pop-up concerns, and just in terms of like barrel optimization, which I think a lot of front offices were scared. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, he really gets under the ball a lot. There's a lunge to his swing, so it's a little off balance. So think of it like just how when Nolan Arenado gets into slumps, how annoying it is just to watch infield pop-ups consistently. But this is a young player, 80 grade arm, probably as good as Wynn was coming out defensively. So I kind of wanted him, but like the swing issues were prevalent for him.
Yeah, I think there was specifically an issue with the load and overall. A lot of scouts believe like the swing is going to have to be worked on a ton in pro ball. Like they don't envision this working out, translating to the next level. But at the same time, like I've talked to Taylor about this. Like he performed against, quality competition, even with that swing. So it'll be interesting to see if at least heading into pro ball, the swing remains the same. But if he does end up facing issues, then they tinker with it. But the biggest concern with the Billy Carlson was the swing and overall how it would translate to the next level, specifically in terms of just adjusting on breaking pitches and things of that nature.
Interesting. All right, how's the board looking right now? Marcus Phillips to Boston.
It's a decent pick.
That's a good pick.
Which they got Kyson or Witherspoon too, right? Not Kyson, but
yeah.
Or is it Kyson? I'm blanking his name right now.
It is Kyson.
Yeah.
They got Kyson too.
Yeah. Yeah. Kyson at pick 15.
All right. I'm having the draft tracker on at all points now. I missed the Jace pick. I don't want that happening again.
I have the stream up for the draft. It goes not live sometimes.
Yeah. I wasn't paying attention when Jace was picked. I truly had no idea that he went off the board.
And Ike ended up going to Baltimore, which is interesting.
Yeah.
Do you guys expect Gage Wood to fall as far as he did?
You just never know. We talked about this when you were taking that break, but
yeah.
There were some medical concerns. He dealt with a shoulder impingement that sidelined him for most of the season. So maybe the medicals weren't 100% clear, but he's one of the more talented arms in the class.
Interesting.
All right, getting closer to that second round pick.
Yeah.
And this is easily the longest gap we'll have between picks because you're going 5 to 55, but then it's 70 something at the next one, and then 80.
Yeah, something like that.
So it'll feel more rapid fire at the next few, which will be nice. But if anyone cares, Riley O'Brien trying to work out of a jam in the top of the 8th right now. The game that felt like it should have been over 3 hours ago, but
he got out of it actually.
Oh, I'm behind, I guess.
Yeah.
Hey,
He's electric.
future closer when Ryan
I
Helsley's gone.
mean,
wonder
I
who would.
wouldn't-
I wonder who would close games if they did get rid of Helsley and Maton. I mean, if they don't get rid of Maton, obviously he would.
They
But would it
have
be
JoJo
JoJo?
Romero.
Yeah.
Be frustrating.
Oh wow.
I think O'Brien is probably the most talented on him and Swanson.
How about Ryan Fernandez not getting an opportunity ever since being demoted? I mean, I wouldn't have expected that.
Yeah, that's a surprise. I mean, they just have too many right-handed arms right now.
I still think he's a major league caliber reliever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, that goes back to the point earlier about can you potentially move on from a Helsley and / or Maton and be okay? Is that like to your point, Peyton? It's like you sitting in Memphis right now still have Sabanson, Fernandez, Roycroft, all this, and like part of the beauty of the team this year has been that they can funnel these guys and have fresh arms, and so you wouldn't necessarily have that much depth anymore. And again, even as much as Fernandez is still a major league caliber arm, he's not Phil Maton, and even with how Ryan Helsley's been this year, he's probably not that. At least production wise, anyways, I know we've all been frustrated by what we've seen from Helsley, but I do think there is a world where you decimate the quote unquote decimate this bullpen a little bit by taking those two best arms out of there and still run out a pretty good bullpen. I want to feel the best about it, but I don't feel like you're totally punting on the season if you do that.
I don't think you would be punting on the season. And I mean, frankly, relievers are so volatile when you can get something for them, especially on expiring deals. It's probably a good idea, especially if you don't really consider yourself to be a World Series contender. But that being said, a lot of the fan base would be mad, and I'm sure they consider that.
I mean, the fan base gets mad no matter what. They can win 95 games, and they'll be mad if they don't win the World Series in 4 games. So, I think you just got to make the trade, especially with Helsley. He's not going to be here next year. So
I have a game for you guys.
Oh, let's do it.
Minimum 10 innings, right? How many relievers on the Cardinals have a lower ERA than Ryan Helsley?
Oh gosh.
O'Brien, Romero, Baton,
I bet Sabanson does. Yeah.
Swanson does. Who am I missing? Not John King.
Steven Matz.
Yeah. All right.
I think
those
it's
were
5,
the
right?
yeah. It's 6. Those were the 6 names.
Wow.
So I'm not saying any of those guys are as talented as a Ryan Helsley, but we've gone through half of the season and there are 6 bullpen arms that have lower ERAs than Ryan Helsley at this point in the bullpen. So I mean, if you can get value there, why would you not? He's an expiring contract. He's not a long-term fit for the organization. It makes no sense to me.
It's too bad you did the 10 inning cutoff because you could have had Hampson and Burleson in there too. But
Get yourself up pretty soon.
yeah, true. I think what was it? His ERA was like 6.
Yeah, it's 6.
Is it still 6?
Yeah, exactly 6.
Okay. But his FIP is a lot lower if I remember right.
Yeah. I think so.
Oh man. Orioles have a really interesting draft going with all the picks they have.
I can't believe that they got that pick.
Oh, I know. I get that he has a couple years of control, but even especially for the Rays, I wouldn't have thought they would make that move. But
Peyton, did you see who the Twins just picked?
Was it with their 16th pick or?
No, they just picked again competitive balance round A. Riley Quick.
They did?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm late. Oh, wow. Oh, that's not who I wanted. Can we make a bet on when James Quinn Irons gets picked? That's a really good pick, honestly.
I think he could be a sneaky 3rd rounder.
Oh, I meant Quick, but yeah.
Not Quinn Irons.
Yeah.
But I thought Quick would go in the 1st round, so a little surprising he's going here, but I guess still close enough.
I'm glad to say that a team I worked for, we played against him. First game back.
So what's your scouting report on Quick then?
What I had, so like when we played him, that was his first game back from Tommy John, but I just saw he threw 99 with movement. I'm like, so we played Zane Adams game before, and I wrote Zane Adams isn't the best arm. Quick is much better than Zane. Sinker moves, and it's a great contact management bat. Pitch. And he sustains velo really well. He did that throughout this entire season, despite having Tommy John last year. I think it's not like a big swing and miss pitch, but like he's gonna get out of innings fairly quick, pun intended. So I like the talent. I think the command's there. He commands the pitch pretty well, or a pitch that moves at 99 miles per hour. So I think is it four seam or sinker? I thought it was a sinker.
Sinker.
There might, yeah. I think it's probably a sinker.
Yeah, I have it as a sinker, but TrackMan logs, some students log it as a four seam.
Also, really weird that I feel like someone explained this to me one time. I don't fully remember it, but you have the competitive balance pick number 37 for the Orioles, and then the next pick is 41. So there's no 38, 39, or 40.
Someone lost their pick, right?
So I just don't know why you wouldn't like change the numbers, but I guess I don't know. Maybe they're so established early you don't do that, but it just feels weird to me. It's like with the 37th pick and then with the 41st pick.
They chose Larry Houston at 16.
So actually the Cardinals pick is a little bit closer than I thought it was, but I'm curious I'm gonna thumb through the chat too. If there's any topics you guys want to throw out here, let us know. But I'm curious for you guys. Briefly talked about JJ Weatherholt earlier. I think just people love talking about JJ right now. So what have you guys seen from JJ this year, and what's your optimism level around him? And then I guess attach that too. Like, do you think we see him toward the end of 2025, or do you think this is more of a early 2026 thing? Obviously, he just got to AAA, so let's give it a little bit of time. But feels like they're being pretty aggressive with him, and obviously super polished in advance as a hitter. And I wouldn't be shocked to see him here in September. You're saying September, Peyton?
I think I wouldn't call him up any earlier than when the deadline is, so he can win Rookie of the Year next year.
Yeah,
and I wouldn't rush him, despite fans probably calling for his name to be in the lineup by the end of the All-Star break. But I think you stay patient with him. I feel like they've been fairly patient with him anyways. They've let him cook in Double-A, and he's getting his first week in Triple-A. And the batted ball data and barrel optimization have looked pretty great, both in the Rising Star, what do they call it, the MLB Futures game, and in his first game in Triple-A, first two games. But no, I think he's at least at 55. I don't know why Fangraphs has him as a 50. I have questions for that, but I mean, his barrel optimization is so good. I think the floor is extremely high. I'm not putting a ceiling on him, but the floor is extremely high.
Yeah. It was fun to watch him in the Futures game, just drive a ball the opposite field like he always does. I think he had 2 batted ball events above 100 miles an hour, both of which were hit in the air, which was really impressive. I think that there's a possibility that we could see JJ at some point at the end of the year when he's not going to exhaust his rookie eligibility for 2026. But I still think more than likely it's a 2026 debut, and it would not shock me at all if he's breaking with the team out of spring training. It's just a very polished hitter. He does such a great job at just spraying line drives. Is there going to be 25, 30 home runs in there? No, but I still think that he can be a 30% above league average hitter with his current approach. Just it's truly special in terms of just his ability to spray the ball to the opposite field. And as of late, he's been doing a bit better job of just hitting balls in the air. So I think there will be some power projection in there, even if it's not going to be 100% optimized based on the exit velocities that he's going to get to. But at the same time, he's going to, hit for a high average. The approach is second to none in the organization. This is someone that stays within his zone, swings at pitches inside the strike zone at a high rate, doesn't expand, handles breaking pitches. So, I mean, I think he has a lot of attributes that just translate well to the next level. I think at the very least, he's someone that's going to be an average regular, but I think that he's going to be more than that.
Yeah, I think he's super exciting. Like with people with his profile, typically like as contact oriented as he is, you typically see well below average exit velocities. And JJ's been through all of his AA data right around average, maybe slightly above with his exit velos. So that already is a really good sign if you can have average exit velos in the contact that he does. But on top of that, just like watching him in games, I don't know, I'm sure you guys have seen him a bunch, but like the way he takes pitches is like one of the funnest things ever. I love watching him take pitches. It's so smooth. But I think even at shortstop, he's done an okay job there, like played like slightly below average probably, but I think he's going to translate well in second base when he gets there. I think he's going to hit well. I think he's got, 15, 20 homer power, and maybe if he optimizes his pool side a little more. As the season went on in AA, his exit velos were actually going up compared to what they were. And you saw in the futures game, he actually did pretty well with like a 105, 102 plus exit velos in the air. So I think there's a little more room there. I don't think he's going to be a huge power threat, but just with his contact profile, he's a super exciting player.
Yeah, he looks like he could be a doubles machine too. I mean, even you saw in the futures game, right? He just drives that ball to the opposite field, and he does that all the time. And to your point, Taylor, I think like his superpower, which I love, like Robert Cerfolio seems to like be like talking about that all the time. Like, what's this player's superpower? And his feel for the strike zone already. And it's not a guy where it's like Newbar, where he's overly patient and he knows the strike zone really well, but he just doesn't swing at like anything in the zone. It feels like JJ's a guy who's going to he's going to force pitchers to throw him things he can hit and drive really well, but he can protect the zone and get to anything he needs to. It's just an exciting player to watch. And hey, we were talking about this earlier when it came to Liam Doyle, like the pedigree that JJ Weatherholt is coming into the system with is the highest the Cardinals have had probably since JD Drew. Again, doesn't mean he is the best prospect since JD Drew. Obviously, I mean, you had Pujols and Molina and all that, but like you saw Jordan Walker, Dylan Carlson, Nolan Gorman, these guys develop and over a few years be viewed in the industries when these top guys. But JJ, upon being drafted, was a top 25 in all baseball, and for good reason. And so far, I mean, he had that, like, what was that, 0 for 20 stretch to start the year? That's like really the one time he's really, really struggled. And I mean, you could see something snowball for a guy like that, where it's like, okay, I'm at the AA level, got all these expectations on me, I can't hit. And he just seems like a guy who's uber confident in himself. I don't think he's going to get rattled by the next level. I think if you called him up tomorrow, not saying they should, please do not hear me as saying they should, but if they called him tomorrow, I think he thinks he's going to be the best player in the field. And you love that kind of energy from a guy like JJ. I'm really excited about what we're going to see from him. And I honestly, at this point, have no doubt he's going to be in the opening day roster next year. Not that things can't change, but you told me that this time last year, I would have tempered expectations, say maybe middle of 2026. We'll see what happens. It'd be exciting, but he's been awesome this year. Oh, Andrew just got really excited. I don't know what that means.
Andrew, he's not a two-way player. He's not going to be a two-way player. There's no way.
Oh, was someone drafted?
Oliver Marmol just got ejected.
Oh,
That's all I needed to say.
I thought that you were hopping in there because Mitch Voigt he was announced as
Oh,
a
no,
good
no.
player apparently, but I don't really see much promise.
Always gone. We're winning the World Series, boys.
It means they're going on a 10-game win streak out of the break.
Actually, it needs Hell's.
Oh, I'm watching it now.
Probably should have struck him out, but slider high on the zone.
What's he mad about? I wasn't fully paying attention.
It looks like, was it after that ball 1, ball 2? No, ball 4, whatever it was. I don't know. It was ball 3 to Profar, I think. You got to check it out. It looks like.
Oh my gosh, Ollie at the end.
All right, there's now 2 on, nobody out.
Dude.
The Cardinals gonna blow another game.
Girl, this is like unbearable. 97-mile-per-hour fastball. What are we doing? Like, it's not even like a cutter. It's just a bad fastball right now.
Oh man, Profar. Daniel Descalso at the helm. That was 99 up in the zone.
Has Alex Lodis been picked yet?
Nope.
If he can somehow fall to that 2nd round pick, I mean, I'd be all over him.
I'm curious, just as we kind of were Profar the opposite way. Nice. As we're still waiting on the pick for you 3 specifically, like how do you go about following these draft prospects going in? Because for the majority of us, and I'm going to throw myself in that category as people listening and watching, like I've seen brief bits and pieces of some of these guys, but like especially where we're at on the board right now, I'm very uneducated and don't really know much about these guys. And I'm just curious for you guys that are as plugged in as you are, like what does it look like to follow this cycle? Where are you getting your data from? How much are you grinding, watching tape or highlights or talking to people? Like what does that look like for you guys? Kareem, you want to start off?
Yeah, so I mean, it's a lot of digging into the data, evaluating these players, where you think they're going to be projected to go, and yeah, I mean, this is really my first year diving deep into the draft. Like, I made an official big board. I didn't post it anywhere, but I've been crossing off each of the picks as they've been going along. So it's been fun to do that. But yeah, a lot of data driven analysis, I would say.
Nice.
Yeah, same for me. Other than like the data, obviously it's there. I have all of it. Luckily, just because working for a team, like I was lucky enough to just get all this data. But like going through a lot of the film, like especially for outfielders, just like measuring their jumps, like can they play in the corner outfield or are they good in center? To look at that, but then you look at the mid-major schools, filtering off like how good are they against like the Power 4 conferences. It's harder with prep prospects. That's a lot of video scouting, and it's really hard to make assumptions, especially with pitchers for prep prospects. So I didn't really touch on those, but it's really like just a lot of digging, finding some outliers in data to find players that might not be talked about a lot. Like I was higher on James Quinn Irons than a lot of people are. Jack Morocnik from Butler, for example, I think has slipped on people's list. So yeah, just filtering a lot of data, looking into it, and then just watching the video.
So I would answer probably the same way, except I don't have quite the same access to data as you guys do. So typically I have some people I know who I can talk to and maybe get like data at a given moment, but I don't have it all available to me until usually towards the end of the season. And typically I don't care to look too deep into it until then. A lot of the time I spend hearing from other people kind of talking to me about some of the people they're looking at, and I watch a ton of games. Just like ESPN Plus, you can see almost anything, and I will consistently watch different people, and that's typically how I start kind of finding out people. And then once I finally do get the data, that's kind of when I like reaffirm my opinions, and then I in some cases start seeing some of it and saying, oh no, that's a terrible thought by me, because now I see the actual data behind it, and that's not good, and that's not going to work. So that's how I back it up eventually.
Yeah. Sorry, I had to dip there. I left my dog outside and realized he'd been out there for like 30 minutes. So it's like rip. But that's super interesting. I think for most people, and like to your point, like some of that stuff, the data and all that might be harder to scrape by, especially the prep stuff and the footage for that too. But ESPN Plus, it's like people want to get into this and start watching the Vanderbilt prospects or Tennessee guys or LSU or whatever. Like that stuff is available and you can do your own analysis and checking things out. And college baseball actually super fun to watch. I forgot. I pretty much tuned out of it the last couple of years, or last 4 or 5 years, but the last 2 years I've started watching it again, and it's fun to keep up with. But
All right, so Cardinals ended up winning the game. So
beautiful.
some good news there, at least. Salvage a game.
Wow. Well, guys,
Ollie will never lose.
I want to say thanks for having me, but I do have to jump off. But this was super fun, so thanks, guys.
Yeah, thanks for coming on, Taylor.
Thank you so much. You guys can follow Taylor on X at Taylor Cruz 1991. So be sure to give him a follow on X.
Yeah.
Appreciate him hopping on with us.
And we've got Adam coming on later. I can't remember what time he was going to jump on.
I think in 30 minutes.
Cool. So that'll be fun. We might have the Cardinals' next pick by then. If not, it'll probably be right around the time he hops on.
Oh, wow. Dodgers just picked Zach Root. It's kind of an interesting pick for the Dodgers, I would say.
Why do I know his name? I know his name for some reason.
Arkansas pitcher, left-hand pitcher. He's got a bunch of plus breaking off-speed pitches, I would say, but the fastball lags behind a little bit. But
I recognize him.
Gets a ton of swing and miss on his, slider, changeup, curveball.
Well,
the fastball's completely. I mean, you can make a sinker shape with it, right?
It is more of a sinker shape, I would say.
Yeah.
Right. It's like 10 and 16, right?
Yeah. 10 17, basically, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But a lot of miss on all of his other pitches.
Yeah. 9.9 in zone width on the fastball won't play. But the Dodgers are pretty good at pitch building, so
I mean, I think he's one of the more safer arms. I think you could project a back end starter in a Zach Root, and
yeah,
there's feel for pitching that you can't really teach. So I mean, I like the pick. I mean, when the Dodgers take a pitcher, 9 times out of 10 they're going to end up panning out. So I think it's a good selection, and I think I had him around this range on my board. Let me just check. I had Zach Root 41, and is this 41?
That's 40
or 40. So I had him pretty much right there. So I mean that makes sense. My top player available is still Alex Lodis.
I feel like they're going to go with.
He's trying to make it clear he's not a Dodger fan, but he's a Dodger enjoyer.
And they're going with Charles Davallon with this next pick. And he's one of my favorite players. And I had him in a similar range as well. I had him. Let me see. I'm just going to search Davallon. I had him 32. So, I mean, this is good value for the Dodgers here. One of the best bat to ball guys in the entire class. And they go back to back Arkansas players with their picks, Zach Root and Charles Davallon. So that's interesting.
Davallon's like good value. I mean, if he can tap into power, which is a big question.
The only thing is he played some second base earlier in his career. This year, I think he was a left fielder. I don't know if there's enough power in there for a corner outfield profile. So is he going to be someone that gets more versatility, or the Dodgers going to play him in a second base? But it's some of the best bat to ball skills in the entire class. It's like a true 60 hit tool. The power, I'd say it's maybe close to fringe average, but I think this is a pretty good ball player.
Summerhill hasn't been taken yet. Surprising.
Oh, that's a shocker for me.
Who are some of the best players you guys think are still on the board right now?
Alex Lodis, Florida State, really good shortstop defensively. The approach is a bit aggressive, but there's a lot of thump in there. So betting on the power potential and the defense at shortstop. And then has Jaden Foskey been picked?
I don't have the board.
Said Foskey hasn't been picked yet.
Has not?
No, he hasn't yet.
Has Nevo
Okay,
been
so then
picked?
Foskey would be my next guy. Brendan Summerhill, Ryan Mitchell, Landon Harmon, Kate Obermuller. And those are some of the guys that.
Oh, it looks like Summerhill literally just went to the Rays.
I mean, that's a perfect fit for that organization.
Yeah.
Really good bat to ball guy. Strong approach. I assume he's going to play center field to start his pro career at least. Good defender. I wouldn't say he's an elite defender, but if he's able to stick at that center field position long term, I mean, with the kind of offense that you're going to be getting with a guy like Brendan Summerhill, maybe not the craziest amount of power in there. There could be more to dream on with his 6'3" frame, but it's still fringy power, I would say. But best combination of bat to ball skills and plate discipline in this class, I think.
Any thoughts specifically on? There's a couple guys that I've been eyeing on the board. Devin Taylor.
I think that's plus bat, Devin Taylor. Limited defensively, but I think he's closer to, or Ike Irish is closer to Devin Taylor than he was to being a top guy. Devin Taylor might honestly be a better bat than Ike Irish, in my opinion. The bat to ball skills are better. Covers his zone well. I mean, he can hit the inside. He can hit an inside pitch off both hands pretty well. He handled lefties, if I can remember correctly, pretty well. Top end power is there. A lot of it's pull side, flat swing. But when he goes the opposite way, it's going to be line drives or gap power. So I really like Devin Taylor. It's just he's really limited in terms of value defensively.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned Ike Irish. I have them back to back in my rankings. I have Devin Taylor. I have Ike Irish 34 on my big board, and then I have Devin Taylor 35. Wow. So, I mean, similar players in the sense that corner outfield profiles, not going to be guys that are going to provide you much defensive value, if any. But Taylor, and specifically the combination of the hit tool and the power, I think there's middle of the order potential in there with the Devin Taylor, and it's hard to find those kind of guys this late in the draft, I would say. But defensively, I wouldn't expect him to provide much. He's a left fielder.
Chat just asked about, I know you guys talked about him a little bit earlier, but obviously we got people funneling in and out. So Jack Bauer, obviously the hard throwing high school arm. Any thoughts on him? He's still on the board here. I don't know how much longer he'll stay, but obviously you can't teach that kind of velocity.
Yeah, up to 103. I mean, that's got to be the highest velocity recorded by at least a left-hand pitcher in high school ball. So, I mean, with that, I mean, there's a lot to dream on. Obviously, you can't teach that sort of velocity, so I think Bauer, he's one of the more fascinating arms in this year's class. There's going to be a lot of developing. The strike throwing is just not where it needs to be. It might be 30 grade strike throwing right now.
Jeez.
So if you're a good pitching development team and you can get this guy inside the strike zone, because the stuff has the chance to be something really special that doesn't come around every year in the draft. So it's all about that, making sure that you can get enough strikes out of him. The stuff is tantalizing. It's not only the fastball, he spins his breaking ball really well too. So with that profile, high school pitcher, doesn't throw strikes. I mean, that's got to be the riskiest demographic that you could pick from. But at the same time, I mean, that's the potential upside that you can get with a Jack Bauer. If he hits his stride, I mean, that could be a front of the rotation kind of arm, right?
I mean, yeah. You really don't have to throw strikes a lot. You just have to throw strikes enough. We see that with Mizurowski in Milwaukee. There were a lot of concerns about strike throwing, but it's really, can you throw strikes enough for it to be competitive? Can you be around the zone to get swings, and then you'll get misses from there? So interesting arm. Again, I didn't really touch much on the prep arms, but 103 is interesting no matter what that shape plays at the start.
Yeah. So I'm at you guys to spend as much time as you want on them, but I'm gonna have in the chat. There's multiple names being thrown out there. I think are worth hitting on at least. If you have quick thoughts on them, I'll go with Cam Canarello because he was the guy I want to ask about. And he just went off the board to the Marlins. Any thoughts on him? I feel like last year he was a guy that was getting some excitement going into this draft, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's an elite defensive center fielder, really spark plug type of player, and I had him 39th on my big board. So
okay,
definitely one of the top guys that I had left available. So this pick makes a lot of sense for the Marlins. I think you're really betting on the defense with the Cam Canarella. Offensively, he does everything like decently well. There's nothing that stands out too much to me, but I think there's enough in there offensively to potentially profile close to a league average kind of hitter. But you're betting on the defense, and he's one of the better defensive center fielders in this year's class.
Yeah, I had him number 8 on my board, just because of the defensive value. It's pretty huge. There's not a lot of exciting stuff in his bat, not a lot of power in it, but like the defensive value will be the carrying factor with him. The bat to ball is fine, 84.5 zone contact percentage. Not elite, not bad. I think it's above average. So if he can play elite defense in center field, he'll be fine.
A couple more names being thrown in here. Chat. If there's a name that I miss, feel free to throw back in here again. I'm gonna try and get some. But Tayton Gray and Quentin Young, which I believe Young's a high school guy, son of Delman Young, I think. But yeah, any thoughts on those two guys specifically?
I think Young is pretty interesting. The power, the raw power is pretty. I think that's what you would pick him for. I thought LA would take him because if LA can optimize that, that's an elite bat. If you can kind of get the contact tool to maybe a 40-45 grade. The biggest question with the swing is, can he elevate? Can he really tap into that game power? And Jordan Walker has kind of ruined those types of prospects from being drafted early. I think a lot of swing modeling has also kind of pulled teams away from that, because can you really get to those optimal approach angles? How easy is it really to fix a swing without taking away from some of that power? So I think he's an exciting bat. Pretty athletic. Obviously not like a middle infielder, but I think it's an exciting bat. He'll be a project for sure.
Yeah, and touching on Tayton Gray a little bit, he's a special kind of athlete, catcher / outfielder. I think he's got a chance to stick at that catcher spot, but also could roam an outfield. Like, he's got the kind of speed where I think he could even play a center field. So, I mean, he's a fascinating player. Really impressed me during the MLB Draft Combine. He was posting some of the loudest exit velocities for a high school player over there. Not just a high school player, everyone. Like, he had some of the most eye-popping exit velocities in there. Bunch of 110s. So, if you can get that kind of upside with a player in the second round, I mean, it's hard to argue against that. But he didn't go up against quality competition too much. In high school. So could this guy be someone that when he gets over to pro ball, the hit tool becomes more glaring of an issue when he's facing more premium stuff? That's something you worry about, but special athlete, the EVs are really strong for a high schooler. And yeah, I mean, he's one of the more fascinating high school options in this second to third round range, I would say.
Yeah. A couple of quick. I'll answer this one real quick just so we can move. Or unless you guys have differing thoughts, but Gary asked if the Cardinals had the first overall pick, who would they have went with? I think Randy Flores' comments the whole time makes it seem like Ethan Holiday would have been their guy, because he commented on what happened after the draft. And he said, he was like, you obviously try to keep it professional, so we treated him like any other prospect, but he was within one pick of us. We just missed him. Like, you don't say, I don't know. I feel like after you just drafted Liam Doyle, like, oh, we just missed Ethan Holiday. It's like, okay, you clearly, and I also trust Derek Gould's reporting, and this whole time he's been like, they are waiting and hoping and praying that he gets there. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they would have went with someone else, but I think Ethan would have been their guy, but that's not to diminish Liam Doyle. Which again, we have people who are jumping in probably for the first time tonight who didn't necessarily see reaction. So I know it feels repetitive to us, but I think it's probably worth rehashing real quick, just kind of what that pick was. Peyton, you want to start out, and Kareem, give some more thoughts on that Liam Doyle pick and kind of just describe what this means to the Cardinals for those who are just tuning in, as we're about 10 or so picks away from the Cardinals' next selection.
I love the pick. Neither Kareem or I had that pick. I think we just wrote in Arnold, assuming old Cardinals way. There's no way they select a guy with the fastball that shape and that electric. But I'm really excited. That's the best pitcher on the board. You're not really used to seeing them draft the best pitcher on the board. You're used to seeing them draft someone with high quality secondaries, and if the fastball plays, the fastball plays. They went the opposite this time. They went with the electric stuff guy, where maybe the secondaries need work, and he needs a pitcher too. But I love the pick. Best pitcher on the board, best pitcher in the draft, best pick they could have taken. I would have taken him number one if I was just doing the college draft. So I'm happy with it.
Yeah, a lot of the same sentiments here. I didn't foresee the Cardinals picking Liam Doyle over Jamie Arnold. Arnold fits a lot more of the traits that they've targeted recently in terms of their pitchers. And I thought that was a match made in heaven. But I actually had a higher grade on Liam Doyle. I had them both as 55 FVs, but I had Doyle a spot ahead of Jamie Arnold. So I'm pleased with this pick. I think it is really good pick. The Cardinals are getting some of the best swing and miss stuff in this whole class. Might even be the best, to be honest. And I know the organization, especially at the major league level, we're starving for some swing and miss starters. And to have one that's going to be coming through the pipeline now, it's obviously exciting. And I mean, you could dream with a pitcher like this that induces as much swing and miss as he does, that has as good of a fastball that he does. So very exciting pick. I mean, the Cardinals might have just landed their potential ace. I think we should pump the brakes a little bit. I don't think Cardinals fans should expect him to, be Randy Johnson or anything, but
No way.
I'd be Bob Gibson instead.
Yeah, but it's an exciting selection, and I'm glad they didn't go with the Nike Irish.
You heard it here first. Kareem doesn't think Liam Doyle will be Randy Johnson, but he does think he'll be Terry Skubal. So you can write that. Say Kareem's been saying that.
He actually thinks he'll be better.
Better than Terry. Hey, again, anything's possible. Liam Doyle could be an all-star next year. They might call him up from Double-A and be like, man, you've had 5 good starts there. Let's see you. I don't know where the all-star game is the next year, but we'll see.
I think it's a relatively safe floor too. Let's just say he doesn't work out as a starter. I can't see this guy not being a high leverage arm with the amount of strikes that he throws, with how good his fastball is, the splitter. Like, this is at the very least a guy that's going to be a high leverage reliever. And if you're getting some major league value in here already, with the added fact that this could be a potential ace, I mean, that's a really exciting pick.
Yeah, think of it like Garrett Crochet.
Yeah,
right? I think that's the pick that's the most similar. If he's a reliever, I mean, that's an elite reliever. But like, I think you're going to get an ace out of him.
Did you guys see the White Sox pick?
Yeah.
Jaden Foskey.
Oh, wow.
It seems like the White Sox are having a good day so far.
They are.
Bill and Carlson, Foskey. I think they've had another pick too.
I mean, they're picking some high upside players. That's for sure.
This is a good draft.
I want to come back to the White Sox draft. I mean, if you guys have any thoughts on it in a second, but I do want to go back to that because people are, I mean, everyone wants to always know what's the upside, what's the ETA, all those kind of things. And we say, all like, I'm going to preface this as at the end of the day, we'll see. It's literally an hour and a half past the pick, like plenty of time to figure out what that happens. But again, we've seen Bloom in Tampa and Boston, but we haven't seen him with the Cardinals. So we don't really know how they handle things. But do you think there's a world here where 2026, you potentially see Doyle in the second half in that kind of Garrett Crochet role where he comes up first as a reliever, make an impact. He's maybe hit some innings at a certain point in the year. They don't want to extend it too much, but they want to get the value out of him as an arm, or potentially even the rotation. I don't really know. Or he is probably a faster riser than most Cardinals pitching prospects have been because of the talent level here. But I guess my question is, how quickly could you see him? And it could be potentially a hybrid reliever type role first, easing into a starter at the major league level, or do you think they'll just kind of keep him in the minors until he's ready to start big league games full time?
I mean, we've seen this unfold in the past where the Cardinals bring up a top starting pitching prospect, use him out of the bullpen for a little bit, and then get them accustomed to the major league level, and then the following year they end up being ramped up back as a starting pitching option. So I mean, that wouldn't shock me at all. To be honest, especially if the Cardinals are in contention and next year and want an arm that is going to elevate their bullpen, not just give you like your run-of-the-mill reliever, someone that's going to make a difference in the back end of the pen. I think it would make sense, and then you could ease them in, and potentially 2027, you're looking at a guy in spring training that should be locked and loaded in your rotation if he's assuming the health checks out and he develops the way that I imagine he will.
How good is the rotation next year? That's also part.
I mean, there's a lot of arms at the upper levels of the minor leagues, guys that are going to get healthy. I know Tink Hence is back on the aisle now, but you still have a Tink Hence, you still have a Quinn Matthews, you still have Cooper Jerpy. Hopefully, sometime at the midpoint of the year, he's back in action. Even a guy like Eshawn Henderson in Double-A. I mean, Dakota Roby. There's there's an abundance of arms in the upper levels that I think some of those guys are going to force their way into big league innings in 2026.
I'm curious too to see like health wise, like I think the innings thing will be a real thing the first 2 years. Like they probably don't want to overextend him too much. And then also like it really wouldn't shock me if the Cardinals bring in a veteran arm or two this offseason on 1 year, 2 year deals to help bridge this a little bit because of the injuries at the time. Yeah, but like I mean, hopefully it's a different style pitcher than bringing back Miles Michaelis again. Like I don't know what kind of guys Chaim Bloom would want to bring in, but I wouldn't be shocked if there's enough pitching depth that they're not like, oh, we have to. I mean, they're not like the guy like this. They're not going to force Liam Doyle in there. They're gonna do it when he's ready. But I guess as I've thought about this through, and I was curious if you guys would have a different take on it. I don't really see a world where he's starting for the Cardinals next year, but I could see a world where he's in the bullpen with the 2027 hopeful that it's like, okay, maybe this arm's ready to be dynamic, but maybe I'm overthinking the inning side of things.
I think you do that if you're worried about innings, actually. You put them at 2 to 3 inning stints, or even, 6-man rotation, you use them spot starts, or I don't think you want to waste the option with them, but like you don't want to overextend them to 6 to 7 innings, right?
Yeah.
But you want to make sure he can sustain that velo. So like his max velo, you move it up a little bit just by having him in the bullpen, so he's used to throwing like that. And then over the offseason, you have him work where his 90th pitch velo is up to maybe like 98, right? And he's able to sit around that range rather than just like 95, 96 in the major leagues. So
yeah,
it really depends on just their approach with him. And obviously he's a college arm. He's going to have miles on it. So I think there's different approaches. I can see either way working. I don't think you open the year with him in the rotation. Obviously.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. A couple. So I'll lead with this, but then we're getting within a few picks here, the Cardinals. So I'm interested if there's any names you guys are starting to eye as guys you like, but then but probably where I guess it might be a different question is who you think the Cardinals might be eyeing here. But we did get a question about Neville, and it was a guy I didn't get to earlier. big time power prospect. I'm curious if you guys think he's a potential guy you would want to see him play here.
Devin Taylor was just selected, by the way. We talked about him a couple minutes ago.
Dang.
Great pick.
Yeah,
Great
Is
pick.
the Nationals grab him?
Hayes.
Athletics.
Hayes?
Great.
Why? Oh, my board is really weird right now. Oh, because I have him ranked by player available, not draft order. I was like, what?
I keep trying to refresh the MLB Draft tracker, but it's not up to date.
You just gotta watch the stream. Just watch the stream. But Neville's Kareem and I were talking about this last week. Pretty. What's the word? Why am I losing words this late? Good against right-handed pitchers.
Yeah, there's severe platoon risk here.
Okay.
See, my brain's starting to die off.
Yeah. Let me check the it's a contact rate of just 63% against lefties. So 37% whiff rate, which you obviously don't like to see that, but I think he's got a chance to stick in center field. Would you agree with that? Maybe not plus defender there, but if you're getting plus defensive, even a little bit above average defense in center with the kind of power potential that he has, he's someone that crushes fastballs. The launch angle optimization is good. So as we've talked about, I mean, the power potential is really good with him. The EVs are strong, 108 mile an hour, 90th percentile exit velocity. There is a little bit of swing and miss, not the most adjustable hitter, but he's got a patient approach. So, I mean, he's got a chance to be like a left-handed thumper type. Swing and miss, some concerns about how he's going to hit lefties, but doesn't he feel like a little bit of a budget Jay Slaviolette?
A little bit, yeah. I mean, he absolutely killed right-handed fastballs, though. Like above 93. So, but yeah, against left-handed pitching, it's just like 41 whip percentage on upper third is kind of a struggle. So, yeah, it seems like a budget budget Jay Slaviolette. I would rather go Jack Maroknik if you're just looking for a bat there. But I think Neville is pretty cool. I had him top 15 in terms of college bats. But like you're gonna get into a lot of the bats with flaws now, and this is where you really choose with your development. Hey, can we smooth out this flaw to make this a great player?
Peyton, did you see who the Nationals picked? I know it's a guy that you like a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that. I think some teams that we don't expect are having some decent drafts. Except 1-1 was kind of questionable.
Okay, so four picks before 55 for the Cardinals here. Any names you guys are eyeing that are on the board right now that you, I guess first maybe what you think the Cardinals might do, and then if we have time, potentially any guys you like that you don't necessarily think they would pick here.
We've talked about him already, but Cade Obermueller, budget Jamie Arnold. We talked about that. I feel like last year I talked about him as a possibility to go sometime day 2. And his stock rose up this year. Fastball velocity added a couple ticks. The command and control was significantly better. And he had a breakout season for Iowa. It's plus sweeper. So, he's one name that I'm eyeing. Lower launch guy. So, as far as like previous draft trends, fits the Cardinals in that sense. Another guy that I just wrote about in my my article today, Brian Curley out of Georgia. He's another shorter stature pitcher, 5'10", but explosive fastball, mid to high 90s, up to triple digits. He gets solid carry, and from that low launch, it's I think a 5'5" vertical release height. So flat approach angle at the top of the zone. Pitch plays very well when he locates it there. I think he can do a little bit better job of just commanding it in the upper third. But I think there's 2 potential above average breaking balls. There's a 88 mile an hour gyro slider, cutter hybrid, and then there's a baby sweeper at around 85 with like 8 glove side. So I think he's got a lot of fun traits. Lower launch, spins the ball really well. His fastball, slider, and sweeper all have over 2,600 RPMs on average. So he's an interesting pick. Someone that I think that has the stuff, but I think he showed, especially at the end of the year, that he could handle like a starter's workload.
Mm.
I think the go-to college pick is probably Obermueller. That's the Cardinals arm right there. That's what you've been developing for years, and I actually think this would be like a positive Cardinals pick here. Just flat approach angle. I mean, you can work with the fastball. I think you want to kill some break with it. You don't want to try to add any vert. You kind of want to kill the vert and then kill vert with the off-speed pitches too. But I think that would be the best pitcher pick. In terms of bats, I don't have a specific bat that I'm looking at here. I think this is where you like
Antonio Jimenez.
I think he's eligible next year. Pretty sure that it's next year he's eligible. Is he eligible this year?
Yeah, he's in this draft.
Oh.
He's a draft eligible sophomore.
Oh, that's why I thought it was weird when I was looking at it. Yeah, that would be a great pick, actually. His exit velocities are like at the top of the board. Played at UCF. I had him top 10. I was considering moving him up as one of my mid-major crushes in terms of draft prospects. I mean, Jack Morocnik. Take a Ianson. Someone just said Ianson in the chat. I would think Ianson goes round 3. I would wait on him.
I'm honest. I'm not the highest on Ianson. There's not the spin traits aren't really there. I think the fastball is below average. Potentially plus slider. Nothing from a shape standpoint really stands out. It's just like a prototypical gyro slider. Not the hardest pitch, but he has a over the top release that helps it play up really well and produce some of the best whiff rates for a breaking pitch this year. But yeah, I mean, I think he's a name to throw around. I think more so like comp B 3rd round, but he might be picked before then.
Any, because I know Sandy would be asking right now, as I saw in the chat, and we've already talked Bauer, so I don't need to do a ton, but do you think there's any shot the Cardinals would take Bauer here?
I mean, the fact that they pick Liam Doyle, it might sway my opinion.
Have we thrown everything out the window with Cardinals evaluation? Are any scouts watching? That's what I want to know.
Hey, there definitely have been in the past. I know that for a fact, but I do think it's interesting to your point. Like I think Kyle brought up a good point. Number 5 overall, it's hard to draw. Like we need to see what this draft goes, but like, are they was Liam Doyle the exception at 5, but they're still going to be pretty consistent with past trends, or are we going to see some new trends start to pop up here because of this new regime in place? Which obviously I know Randy Flores and his team are still running the drafts, but even because they were running the drafts before, doesn't necessarily mean that they would have gone those directions if it was totally their call before too, right? Because it's bigger than just what does Randy Flores want to do. That's Mosaic, that's Gersh, that's the rest of that team there and what they decide to do, and the player development staff, right, with Gary LaRocque. And so I'm just very curious to see if we're about to see some types of players that are off the board that are going to surprise us because they don't feel very Cardinals-like, or we'll know here in a minute.
I think the biggest thing to change, the biggest proof of change is a single pitcher, Braden Davis in Palm Beach. A couple of days, or was it yesterday he pitched? He's getting like 19-10 on his sinker.
11 Ks.
Yeah, he's getting 19-10 on his sinker. I think he got up to 21 in terms of induced vertical break 2 starts ago. So I think you're really getting to see them get into that verti fastball, crafting that fastball shape. So I actually think they're starting to really learn how to pitch shape down, especially in Florida. I think that's where we're going to see it first because they have more technology there, obviously with the complex being there. And that's where a lot of development for young players is. So I think they're starting to recognize it, they're starting to adjust. They were years behind, but that's when you really have the time to catch up.
Yeah. Has the Tampa pick gone off yet?
No, it's on commercial break.
Okay. So a few more picks here, and then we'll be rocking and rolling.
But yeah, I mean, Peyton, is there one guy that you're dreaming the Cardinals pick with the second spot?
James Quinn Irons, so I can brag about it. Actually, Antonio Jimenez would be really cool.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of my top guys.
Yeah.
I think Cade Obermiller for sure. Dean Curley hasn't been picked. Bauer, Brian Curley, Corbin Dickerson, interesting player from Indiana. Power potential is there. It's going to stick in center field.
So position player here, you go with the bat and hope it works out.
Or Lodis still hasn't been picked, right?
I don't think so.
I'm all in on
Has Caden Bowman been picked?
Yeah, he went to the Orioles.
I don't know why I'm missing that. I don't have the board up. That's probably why.
Oh, it looks like we got Adam in here. Well, when he's ready, we'll throw him on in. Looks like he is.
How's it
Adam.
going, guys?
What's up, man?
What's up, Adam?
What's up?
I feel like I know you so well from Twitter, but this is the first time we've officially chatted before, so I'm excited for this.
Yeah, I know. I like to keep my face to myself, but I felt like this is a good time for me to drop that little curtain.
Quickly before going over the second pick,
Yeah.
I'd love to just hear your thoughts on the Liam Doyle selection. Do you think the Cardinals made the right pick there, or?
Man, the top of the draft went absolutely nuts. So, initial thoughts. There's nothing. You can't feel anything but excited for it. Whether you like Liam Doyle or not, whether you think the reliever risk is too much, you got to be excited. They finally went for something that is absolutely insane strikeout upside. It is an FU fastball. It is likely the best one in this draft. I mean, as much as I don't like Liam Doyle's profile, I have to be excited. I mean, I wanted Eli Willits. He went. That is what it is. But that's an exciting shift in how they've been drafting.
For sure. Oh, we still got Adam here.
Oh no! Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
The video's lagging behind, but we still hear you, so that's good. Yeah,
That's
I was talking
fine.
about that earlier. Where like at the very least, you got to be excited about the change of pace here, and that they're potentially excited or interested in different profiles of arms. I think Kyle Reese brought up a good point earlier, and we're going to see here at the second round pick is this a trend, or is it just the uniqueness of picking number 5 that they targeted an arm like that? And again, just whatever they do at the second round here won't be enough to tell us a trend yet either. Let's see a full draft, but I'm super curious to see who they pick here. We still got you, Adam? Oh yeah,
I'm absolutely thrilled. Sorry, I was pulling up the draft tracker to see. Okay, have you guys seen it yet?
Not
No,
yet.
the pick hasn't been announced.
MLB Live is a little bit quicker than you
Oh,
guys. I'll wait for
okay.
your reaction, but it is not what I thought was going to happen in this pick. at
Wow.
all.
Let the pick get announced first.
Yep, I'll let you.
Yeah.
I'll let you guys announce it.
Kareem, you can do that too. I don't have the stream pulled up. I'm just using the draft tracker as well.
All right, the Cardinals picked Ryan Mitchell,
Super interesting.
one
That's
of the
very-
best high school players left on the board. I think I had him ranked as my top high school player left.
Yeah,
I
I
think it
can.
sounds very
I
Cardinals.
had him 27 on my board. So, I mean, this is good value here. Probably going to take an overslot bonus. So it'll be interesting to see what they end up doing with these next couple picks. But yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan. Going after a high school player with your second overall pick. Not the direction I thought the Cardinals would go, but definitely fascinating.
That makes sense. I mean, they usually overslot second or third round, right?
Yeah.
Adam, any thoughts on the pick?
I love it again because it's showing a kind of shift in organizational thought process here. It does have shades of like the Josh Baez pick a little bit, where it's toolsy, it's upside, it's explosive, twitchy. These are all attributes that us as fans want to see our teams pick because it's exciting. We Prospects Live had him ranked 57th. which feels, right in the correct range. I do agree that's probably an slot, but being at the 5th overall draft pick almost guarantees that Liam Doyle went at least a little bit under slot. I am disappointed because I was very vocal. I wanted Ianson. I'm very, very upset that he was on the board and we couldn't take him, but exciting upside is something we as Cardinals fans have to be thrilled about. Not only that, shortstop has not generally been a strength in the organization outside of Mason Wynn. I mean, every year we look down the organizational draft chart and think, where are the top tier athletes that can play up the middle? We got one.
Yeah. So you got Adam 50 something. Where'd you have him? 57.
57.
Okay, I'm looking at Baseball America just for reference. You had him at 48, and they said they wouldn't have been surprised to see him go in the supplemental first round. So that's just it's interesting context with that too. Any other thoughts you would give to Mitchell's profile as a player? I know like we're excited about the potential of that direction, but like what about his game potentially excites you?
Yeah, it's tools. Tools across the board. Elite athleticism, explosive athleticism. He's kind of a table setter more than a huge power guy. The plate discipline is kind of improved this year and something to be excited about. Kind of goes in with that table setting. The pop is a little bit more gap to gap rather than pull side or pole to pole. Defensively, I think is pretty exciting because he has a really good first step and he has, because of that explosive athleticism, good range. I think that this is a pretty good chance to stick at shortstop, or if the arm or if the development takes him off shortstop, center field is another option. Again, pointing to, we now have a lot of athleticism with him.
Interesting. Kareem, any more thoughts, or Peyton, you got anything as well?
Yeah, Adam hit the nail on the head. Really athletic player, someone that you project to stick up the middle. And it's a bat to ball driven profile. There isn't a ton of thump in there. I think it was a 15% hard hit rate on the circuit. But at the same time, he was running an above average contact rate. I think that he's still so young. I don't know if we can. It's tough to say the kind of hitter that he's going to be at the next level. I think there is certainly more projection to add some power. And if he decides to go with more of a fly ball oriented hitting approach, it's more so, I'd say, cater to line drives at this moment. But yeah, I mean, toolsy shortstop that you're getting with your second pick. I mean, it's hard not to get excited by this.
Our draft team gave him a comp, and I want to see what you guys think of him.
Okay.
D. Strange Gordon.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
I think there's more power in the tank with Mitchell.
That's crazy.
We'd hope.
What is Gordon hit in his career? Like 8 home runs total?
And one that was almost hit left-handed.
He's got it seems like he's a decent frame too, that he could potentially fill out a little bit more too, but obviously I don't know a lot about him other than what I'm just kind of seeing right now and looking at some video, but seems like a fun pick. So
I mean, I think he's a potential first round talent that you got with your second pick, and that's huge.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's the benefit of getting one of those top 5 picks is you get to play that game of getting a potential first round draft value with the money in the second round.
Or go ahead.
You touched on it a little bit, but how much of a underslot are you expecting for Liam Doyle?
Personally, I mean, let me look at what the actual slot was, because I don't want to. Liam Doyle was expected to be in a top, in the top 7 at bare minimum. His slot value is what, 8.13. Let's say 7 was his floor. That's 7.15. So a couple 100,000, probably 250K is kind of what I'd expect. We might get a few more out of him.
Interesting. I'm curious too. You brought up Anthony Janssen. I forget how to say his last name. As a guy you were potentially hoping for there. What intrigued you about him?
The man can spin it. I thought that he was exciting because he could spin it. I mean, he was number 2 in the LSU rotation only because that was a stellar rotation. It's a 93 to 97 mile fastball. I mean, growing up watching Adam Wainwright, you gotta love a hammer curveball. It was a pretty pitch that I think could really, he could turn into a killer swing and miss, or at the very minimum, get a ton of ground balls. It's just one of those where I thought that he would go higher. I followed him through the college season, watching him pitch in the College World Series. You kind of got excited that maybe he'll be there, and then it looked like he pitched himself out of it. So I don't blame the Cardinals for going bat, because those are generally safer, and they got their arm in the top 5 that they probably weren't expecting. So why not switch the top pick, the arm that you thought you'd get in the second, with a prep bat you thought you were getting in the first?
Yeah, I really would be.
Went to the Braves.
Okay.
Who did?
Alex Lodis.
Okay.
I had him as a first-round player in the class, so I think it's a good value.
That's good value.
Best
Absolutely.
defensive shortstop, arguably. I mean, you could say Merrick Houston, but I think Lodis is right up there with him, and very aggressive approach, but I think he makes just enough amount of contact, and the power is really enticing with him for sure.
I don't know how much stock to take in this, but I do think it's at least interesting to think about here. Cardinals do the 72nd pick, so they're coming up again here soon. Randy Flores, the couple times he's given comments to Derek Gould the last few days, has seemed to talk about the idea, and it makes sense, right? That you can draft and shake up and change a pitcher later in the draft, and you can add velocity, change arsenals, all that. But the further and further you get away from the top, the harder it is to find bats. So I wouldn't be shocked at all if the next few we do see some of these prep guys go off the board, or a college bat if they like one. But obviously they're going to see how the board falls and what kind of deals they can make. But is there? I mean, I guess we're still a little bit of a ways from 72 that it's hard to start circling some guys. But anyone that you're surprised is still on the board?
I continually am surprised that Ianson's there, but two of the names that I was going to bring up apparently went shortly after our pick. Joseph Zerwa and JD Thompson, I thought were great third pick options. Let me just pull up who is still on the board, because Mason Neville, I thought that his cool. Oh, they announced Mitchell as an outfielder, according to Jonathan Barra.
Really interesting.
Have to think there's enough athleticism in there to play center field, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I have no qualms there. Cade Obermiller, he's still there. I mean, Cardinals love him just because. I mean, we've talked about him for at least a full year now. He also spins it very well. As an Iowa man, I've seen him pitch live multiple times. Saw him eat up Devin Taylor and Ava Arquette live, which was a lot of fun. Another name I'm surprised is still there, Jack Bauer, the 100-mile-an-hour man. I'm surprised someone hasn't gotten him. Cameron Appenzeller, I kind of think him and Dean Moss are probably hitting campus at this point. Gavin Turley, I would be extremely excited about for our third pick. I know that's kind of some people don't love him because of his swing and miss, but I think that'd be fun. James, I think it's Elwanger. Kareem, I wanted to know, have you formed an opinion on him?
Yeah, I think I'm a little bit lower on him than consensus. Fastball's mid to high 90s, not the best shape. There is feel for spin there, but nothing stands out as a true plus pitch in his arsenal. And as I'm saying this, Cade Obermiller just went to the Phillies.
Oh, wow.
Bummer there. He's one of my favorite players in the whole class. So interesting to see what the Phillies do. But
they have Gage Wood and Cade.
Yeah, Gage Wood and Cade. That's
wow.
Still.
Wow. Yeah. Two of the best college pitchers in the class, back-to-back picks.
Wow.
You don't like James Elwinger much?
I think he's probably a third-round talent.
We gave him an 85, so that makes sense.
Yeah. Velocity is there up to 99. There's nothing plus in there for me to feel super comfortable in that profile. And I think there's a little bit of reliever risk in there as well.
Yeah, the fastball doesn't really play up. I mean, it's pretty mediocre in terms of movement and approach angle. So yeah, I can see that.
Do you guys think if the Cardinals were to go with Jack Bauer that he'd be over slot in the third round, or would they still be able to sign him for something relatively close to slot value?
I after the Mitchell pick, I don't think there's going to be enough funds to get a Bauer.
That's kind of what I'm thinking too. Like, even if he's available, I don't know if the Cardinals have the money to do it, unless Doyle took a huge discount, which I don't think is likely.
Yeah, Midwest discount.
Yeah. What's slot value for the 72nd pick, if anybody knows off the top of their head?
I can pull it up real quick.
Man, I'm excited to see what we end up with.
Let's see.
1.1. So $1,145,900.
It's not bad.
Certainly not bad. I kind of agree that the Mitchell money has probably taken us away from Jack Bauer. I think Bauer might be hitting campus.
Yeah, that's crazy. Where's he committed right now?
Yeah, forget about that.
Yeah.
He is. Oh,
He's not a Vandy guy, right?
I don't think he is.
Mississippi State.
Oh, yeah.
Seems like a name we'll definitely hear in 3 years.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
Round 1, pick 1.
I wonder.
I'm
It's
always surprised he's not off the board. I mean,
I think
I'm
so too, but it
shocked.
might have been throwing his money around or throwing his weight around and didn't
That's
get
fair.
the money that he wanted.
that's fair.
I don't know.
And I guess
with
NIL
NIL,
stuff
but
too. Oh, yep, there you go.
yeah, but it's
Incredible.
hard with pitchers, like with baseball. It's so different with basketball and football. It's out of control. But with baseball, I don't really know what it looks like for a guy. I mean, even a big time prospect like Jack Bauer, I don't know what NIL money looks like.
But it probably at least gives them a safer floor than it would have before with just the scholarship, where it's like, yeah, you're still going to take a loss if you end up blowing
Yeah.
out your
Oh,
elbow and not being a pick. But I mean, the difference between potentially if he's a top 10 pick in 3 years and getting a
Oof.
$7, $8,
Are
$9
they-
million bonus versus $1,
Yeah.
$2 million.
Are they giving out millions of dollars for baseball NIL?
Absolutely, yes, SEC they are. They 100% are. I mean, last year they got Texas A&M was able to take Ryan Prager away from a third round slot with a few million, and Jace Laviolette stayed for a few million.
Yeah, I was about to look up what Jace Laviolette's NIL value was.
The Dodgers just picked Cam Leiter.
I'm
didn't pitch-
upset.
He didn't pitch this past year. I think he had. You can correct me if I'm wrong, Adam, but he had some sort of arm issue, and wasn't able to pitch this year. I don't know if he got it cleaned up, if there was a surgery, but he missed the whole 2024 season. But I think he's one of the more talented arms in the class. It's just the injury questions, right?
Yeah, it's injury questions. He is a first round talent that they just got at, the second to lowest second pick in the draft. So the Dodgers are the Dodgers if he stays healthy. I mean, it's shades of Walker Buehler-esque pick.
Yeah, that's a good pick.
Okay, for what it's worth, it looks like Laviolette made $750,000 last year,
Okay.
which is a lot of money for a for a college outfielder. That's significant.
For college student.
With the way that NIL is working now too, it's probably going to go down because of the revenue sharing.
Yeah,
Real quick, I do have to jump over to the P live stream. I'll be back
Yeah.
after I'm done I'm just there for 5 picks because they want my Cardinals reaction. So I'll be back
Great.
shortly.
Sounds good.
Thanks.
Appreciate it, guys.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. We'll see you in a minute. So yeah, Cardinals are. I mean, it's the pace is picking up a lot now, which is really fun. So if you're tuning in, we're gonna fly. I mean, it seems like the next we're in the third or about to start or have we started the third round? Yeah, we have.
we're about to start. Yeah, competitive balance.
Sorry, yeah, the competitive
third round.
balance round.
Balance B,
Um,
right?
Yes, which is where the Cardinals' next pick is. So we'll be flying through the rest of the night at this point. So if you're tuning in now, you won't have to wait super long to see these picks. As we're, I think, within 7 or so of the Cardinals' next pick. Sorry, my tracker's messed up right now. Oh, sorry, less than that.
We're even
4.
close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any names you guys are circling right now as potential fits?
Brian Curley comes to mind. Again, talked about him on my article today about some, round 2 to 3 targets. He's a guy that stands out. Corbin Dickerson, Antonio Jimenez. We touched on those guys a little bit. Anthony Ianson, as Adam talked about. I think that in the competitive balance round B, in that range, I think he would make sense. Cody Bowker, another guy that I wrote about today. Flat approach angle, fastball, righty. I think the fastball is one of the better fastballs that's left on the draft board, I would imagine. So if they want to go that direction, it's only 92 miles an hour, but really, really flat approach angle. It gets 18 inches of horizontal. And it produced like really solid whiff rates inside the strike zone whiff rates as well. Has Max Ballou been picked?
I don't think so.
No.
I think Max Ballou in this range would make sense as well. Texas outfielder.
Yeah, and I'm kind of, or I mean, obviously it's all across the board, but
He's the
Pipeline
top guy.
had him as the 34th available guy.
Yeah, and from college, like he's going to sign. You're not going to. I don't think prep guys are in play for a while here for the Cardinals, right?
Baseball America
Maybe-
has him 33.
Maybe somebody in the middle rounds that's surprised to get selected, but I don't know.
Yeah, it was kind of a shocker that they went with a prep with the second pick. I thought they would go for someone, go for another college player, but
Especially if
Again-
they're going to save more money there.
back to back, surprising picks. But either way, like I'm still stoked with the way this draft's going.
Yeah.
I think it's like a solid value draft. I would give it at least a B plus, right?
I mean, you probably got what a 55 FE in Liam Doyle and a 50 FE in Ryan Mitchell. I mean, those are two of your top 5 prospects instantly in the system, I would imagine.
I was going to ask you guys. I missed the Mitchell selection and reaction, but like, where do you think he ranks right now in the system with Liam Doyle, with JJ Weatherholt, Quinn Matthews? Like, is he your fifth best prospect? Maybe better. I mean,
Is he
where
better
would you
than
rank him? Around
Rodriguez?
like a Rhino Rodriguez. How's that working for us?
It's interesting to think about. I think I need to dive a little bit deeper in Mitchell's profile,
For sure.
but just glancing at a little bit of the data I have, I think that it's pretty clear. I mean, this is a special athlete. He was announced as as an outfielder. I imagine he's going to be playing center field. And I know we have Victor Scott, playing that position at the major league level right now. But I mean, there aren't many dynamic center field types in this organization right now. And to get this guy that's going to be in the lower levels, might take some time to develop, but has the potential to, be a really special player down the road. I mean, it's a high ceiling pick with your second round pick. The bat to ball skills on the circuit were above average. So that should give you some level of confidence in him hitting a little bit at the next level. It's not like he's going to be overmatched when he gets into A ball and he's swinging and missing at such a high rate. I think that, he'll keep the contact rates in check just based on, some of the data that we have from the circuit. And with that frame, could there be more power potential in there? I think so. So yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly where he would jump in right now.
Would he be over Padilla?
I think so.
I think so. Yeah.
I think that's the baseline right there.
I don't think
And
I'd put him over
that's a
Rhino.
great point. That's a great point. I think comparing him with a Padilla makes a lot of sense.
Interesting. So they're on the clock right now. Something that we can talk about. Actually, I want to come back to at some point. Remind me, I want to figure out where you guys think Doyle is going to slot in the top 100 when those are refreshed. Because I'm looking, I'm gonna pull up Baseball Americas, and I've got some arms, and I'm interested if you think they'd slot into this range specifically. But obviously, the Cardinals are about to pick here, so we can focus on that. Been a fun again. If you're just tuning in, Liam Doyle went at number 5 overall, the Cardinals, and then Ryan Mitchell went in the second round. Doyle was a surprise pick for sure. I don't think any of us thought the Cardinals would actually pick Doyle. So it's a fun pick. Yeah, I mean, most people didn't think he'd be available, and even if he was, it didn't feel like a Cardinals pick. So we'll come back and talk about that again here too. If you're just tuning for the first time, like the stream, it helps out a ton if you've been tuning in this whole time, or even just checking in now. Checking in now, and subscribe helps channel a ton. If you want to enter into a giveaway for an Ivan Herrera Bowman PSA 10, Andrew's going to throw it up here. It's an awesome card that we got from 314 Sports Cards and Collectibles. Thanks again to them. We're giving that away today. If you like and retweet the tweet that has that card in it on our Twitter X page, Dealing the Cards, you get entered in, and you get a second entry if you give a proof of subscription. And so if you just screenshot that you sub to our channel and comment that down below, you can also be entered in. So the pick is in. It should be announced any second. I see it in the chat. Oh,
Wait, let's see what it is.
It's on the
Tanner
official draft track.
Franklin.
Wow.
Okay, I like this pick a lot.
Man, the Cardinals are kind of
Another-
like, what is happening?
How about this? Back-to-back
Dude,
high upside players.
That's an electric arm.
Okay, tell us more.
Okay, mid to high 90s, up to triple digits, plus riding life from a lower launch, spins the ball well. I mean, there's a ton to dream on with the Tanner Franklin. I mean, there are questions. I do think that he'll get a shot to stick as a starter, but he hadn't really shown. He didn't really start in his collegiate career, so I think there are some questions whether he sticks in the rotation. But I think this is a dynamic arm, someone that has some of the best fastball characteristics, much like a Liam Doyle. I mean, two of the three picks that the Cardinals made. I mean,
Wow.
The guys that have some of the best fastballs in the class, and you love to see it.
They love their Tennessee arms this year.
This is an amazing pick. Oh my goodness! I mean, the VAA on the fastball, it's pretty standard, but up to 3.74, upper third. 90 his 90th percentile velo is 98.4. His max is 101.2. I think the traits will actually play up just because velo plays. Velo always plays. If the shape isn't there, it's just going to saw off hitters. And then he has a bridge cutter at 11.0. It's between 90 to 94. And then he has a slider that works with it. It's more of a sweeping slider than anything. So I think they're cooking. This is a pretty good draft. I like it.
It's another bet on your pitching development, because this is a guy who I assume is going to get a chance to stick as a starter, correct? He didn't show it in college, but the kind of arm talent that he has, I think this is someone that you at least have to kick the tires at, potentially starting at the next level. And another thing, I didn't even mention this, the Cardinals have picked 2 Tennessee Volunteers with their 3 picks.
Oh, also 5.7 release.
Yeah.
Less than standard.
Lower
Not that
launch,
this matters the whole
plus
time. Sorry, not that this matters the whole time, but apparently MLB Network is calling Tanner Franklin maybe the steal of the draft.
He's a stud. Let me see where I had him.
Why do they have him ranked so low? Is it because he was mostly reliever in college?
I had him ranked 67th on my board.
Wow.
So the Cardinals get him here at 72.
So for context, Baseball America did have him at 122, and it looks like MLB Pipeline had him in 124. Not again.
I'm way higher on this player, and I think it's at least a safe floor as a back end bullpen piece. But there's going to have to be. This isn't the safest starting pitcher floor, I would say, but it'll be interesting to see what the Cardinals do with the Franklin. I don't think they're picking a reliever with the comp B pick, but maybe this is a chance to save some money. But just based on how the Cardinals tend to operate, they don't pick relievers this high. So I would imagine Tanner Franklin's getting stretched out to start, and really excited about that. This is an electric arm that's hit triple digits. With good characteristics on his fastball, much like a Liam Doyle.
Oh, he 2,550 RPM, so he really gets behind the ball. I think the velo is going to look even faster with the spin traits. I think that will actually help the sweeper. I mean, just in terms of building the sweeper and getting better with it. So I like what they're doing. I like this. I like it.
I mean, you gotta. Oh, you go first, Josh.
I was just gonna say, I mean, when you think about like you get JJ Weatherholt last year, and then you could drop down to Brian Holiday as your next pick. Which again, I like Brian Holiday, but like when you're talking about Franklin here, like it's just fun to have that dynamic of a potential arm that they're targeting here. I'm loving the draft so far. I just want that. Like for so long, we've pleaded Cardinals start taking some swings on some things, and it feels like they really are here.
Yeah, I mean, you got to think they're going to give him a chance to start. Like the Cardinals, especially in recent years, like they've given electric arms in parts of their system like opportunities to start. I think they'll do the same thing here. I'd be shocked again if they're taking a reliever here. Do you think this is a way to save some money as well? Like this guy having primarily been a relief pitcher in college, you think maybe they go under slot, especially with some outlets ranking him so low? Or do you think he'll be close to slot value?
I thought that he would go in this range. Like I said, I had him as my 67th ranked player. So, I mean, could there be an under slot here potentially? I mean, it's hard to say at this point.
Yeah.
But either way, whether it's under slot, whether it's slot, close to slot, I still think this is good value at that 72nd pick. And to have that after you pick a Ryan Mitchell in the second round, who you think is going to go for a little bit more money, maybe Ryan Mitchell is closer to slot than we realize.
Wow, this is not gonna lie. I was excited about today, but I was tempering expectations in terms of, man, I'm getting my hopes up that things are gonna be different and they're gonna be very Cardinals like. And again, we can definitely look back at this draft in 3 years and be like, wow, that swing and a miss. But
look,
again,
we touched on it a little bit about are the Cardinals going to be changing their draft model? Based on these 3 picks, I think it looks pretty different. I don't know if they would take a Tanner Franklin with their competitive balance round P pick last year or the year before.
We are seeing some risk. I don't even know if this is a risk. We're seeing some swings. These are some big swings, and I don't think we're used to seeing something like this. They got Doyle and Franklin.
Wow.
Pretty awesome. Tinfoiling a little bit here. What if this is all a ploy to get more people in Tennessee to like the Cardinals?
They're scared about the Nashville team.
That'd be really Cardinals-y.
Bill DeWitt. Wow.
DeWitt really is drafting these guys from Tennessee because he wants people in Knoxville to be Cardinals fans when Nashville gets an expansion team.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. We got a little bit of time here, but I want to go back to this question I was going to ask you guys a little bit earlier. So I'm going to list out a couple of prospects here in the range. So 48th overall prospect in baseball right now is Peyton Doyle of the Boston Red Sox. You've got Rhett Lauder at 54, Jonah Tong at 59, Gage Jump 60, Robbie Snelling 66th overall, Trey Yesevich 69th overall. Do you think Doyle falls within that like high 40s into early 70s range in the top 100 when those start popping out here soon? I think potentially he's better than that, worse than that. Those are just some of the names that fall in that range according to Baseball America right now.
Yesevich should probably be higher.
Yeah.
I think he would fall a couple spots after Yesevich.
Okay. Yesevich they have right now as a 69th ranked prospect, which I think last year the top 7 all fell within the top 55, maybe 60, which last year I think obviously was a little bit seen as a little bit stronger of a class. Hagen Smith is down at 77 now. Back end of you get 88s like Cam Schlitter from the Yankees, Jack Perkins at the 90 range. I mean, do we think he's at least a surefire top 100 guy?
Yeah, he's better than like someone like Hagen Smith. I think he's like 100% better than Hagen Smith.
Kareem, what are you thinking? Oh, I can't hear you, man.
I'm sorry, I'm tweeting something out. I'm totally zoned out.
No, you're good.
Question?
Just like, okay, so I'm listing a couple of the guys in the top 100. I'm going to start in the the high 40s and then go into the mid 50s and 60s. But 48th prospect in baseball, you got Peyton Doyle of the Red Sox, Nolan McLean, Mets. You've got Rhett Lauder, 54. Jonah Tong, 59. Trey Yesevich is 69, which obviously it doesn't necessarily mean you would have those names there. Yeah. But when you hear that caliber of pitching prospect, would you throw them in that kind of range? Maybe potentially tier high or a little bit higher than that, a little bit lower than that. What do you think in terms of like how the industry is going to view a Liam Doyle right now?
I think around that range, 50, around 50, I would say. I think this is a probably back end top 50 prospect in the sport. Already, and it's really exciting that the Cardinals got a talent like that.
That's awesome. All right, how many? What's the next pick here for the Cardinals? I'm forgetting what number.
92.
89.
Okay, so I'll be here pretty soon. Any names on the board right now you're kind of potentially thumbing or looking at?
Antonio Jimenez.
Tell us more, especially for those who haven't been in earlier.
So I clarified it earlier because I couldn't remember if he was draft eligible. But
Yeah.
Draft eligible sophomore, it's extremely rare. The power I think is pretty good. The hit tool is pretty good. I'm about to pull up the numbers now, but plays shortstop. Probably won't stick there, as most college bats don't really stick it short. But I think he has plus hit tool, plus power tool. It's just a matter of can he play against a higher level players. He wasn't a P4 player, so I think that gets really underlooked. But I think that's good value round 3. Even a James Quinn Irons, I think this is when you start to see some of the good mid-major players get selected here. So
Has Antonio Jimenez gone? I haven't been paying attention. Oh, by the way, Landon Harmon to the Nationals. So they must have saved some money with Willits.
Interesting. Which it sounds like I heard leading up to the draft that Willits was trying to sell himself to some of the top 3 teams on potentially a deal. So that's not surprising at all that they got a nice haircut on Willits.
A question here. Would you guys hate it if the Cardinals actually made a Cardinals-y pick here and went for one of their pitchability, higher floor guys to mix in with some of this? Or do you want them to continue swinging for the fences?
Swing for the fences.
Yeah?
Keep swinging.
Yeah.
Keep swinging. All right.
I enjoy this.
It is
I mean,
fun.
that's it. One of the things. I mean, I know that this isn't totally true, but I know that these are riskier picks, but it's not like when you pick Zach Thompson, it's not risky, right? Like it's risky that this guy's not gonna be any good, and so not that you're not saying this, but like I would much rather take a swing. And I know that not every pick should be this, but I just I want to take the upside on the board.
Jake Cook just went to the Blue Jays. He's a guy that I really like.
It's really
center.
I will say it's really interesting looking at Twitter right now. Like Kareem, Kyle, even our friend Cardinals Reek here. Like you have people that I think have been rightfully critical of the Cardinals and their models and aren't afraid to say it. They're not gonna just be retrospective about it. And you've got a lot of people who are. It's not just the 4 of us right now who've been excited about this draft right now. It really feels like there's something special brewing.
Cardinals Reek, are you in the chat right now?
They're shooting for upside, and this is what I hoped for entering this draft. I didn't think it would. I didn't think these 3 players would be selected by the Cardinals, but maybe they are changing the way that they evaluate the draft process, and it's been very exciting so far. 3 picks that. And I'm a fan of all 3 of these picks a lot.
Yeah. Hey, Sandy and Kareem, we should mark this down for a future episode. There's some, and I think honestly, a lot of people probably have questions about how the international free agent market works, amateur, and all that goes into that process. Because I think there's a lot of people who are pretty confused about it. Because honestly, baseball has not done a great job of making it a user friendly draft process, amateur process. A lot of the things about baseball are kind of confusing, and so it'd be in their best interest to uncomplicate some of that if they could. But
yeah, I was just writing down. I like that idea. I think that could be really fun.
I do think. I mean, I know we got the pick coming up soon, but something I just want to say out loud because I was talking about it with actually Bernie Nicholas recently, and Kyle brought it up. I'm really nervous about a potential work stoppage in 2026 and that having a significant effect on baseball as a whole. But also when you think about this Cardinals team right now, like if I'm being doom and gloomy here, which usually I'm not, like this is probably one of the worst possible times to potentially have a stoppage like that, where you already have a apathetic fan base to an extent. You already have the lower crowds. You already have kind of alienated some of your fan base to an extent of people that are potentially. I don't think their Cardinals are blowing like the lack of attendance right now. I don't think it's not going to get back to where it was. But I genuinely do think there's people who won't come back that just don't. They are just going to uncare about baseball because I think the sport is there's losing interest across the board, and then the generational side of things where most people becomes baseball fans because their parents were, and like a 10, 20, 30 year ramifications here for the Cardinals. Like if you have a generation of 30 somethings that stop caring, their kids aren't going to care. And I think that the Nashville team, there's a lot of random things right now that could potentially hurt the Cardinals long term when it comes to the interest level, market size, and just some of the benefits they've reaped of being technically a small market within baseball, but punching above their weight class. But I'm really nervous about this work stoppage and how it could affect the Cardinals. So I just want to say it out loud, even though it's not really draft related.
I mean, there's a lot of people talking about how baseball has grown so much internationally. Well, that's probably true. It really helps teams like the Dodgers, the Yankees, the Giants. You see those, you travel outside the U.S., you see those hats. You don't see Cardinals hats. I mean, it doesn't help a small market team in the middle of Missouri, like a state that a lot of people outside the U.S. probably can't point to on a map. It's definitely not helpful for the Cardinals. So it would not be great. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It's not a great time. Also, just where the Cardinals are developmentally, like you got a lot of question marks. You don't have a ton of veterans on your roster right now that are known quantities. Like a year of no development for some of these guys, or at least interrupted development, like it could really hurt the Cardinals from a baseball perspective too.
Yeah, well, you made a point, like you don't see Cardinals hats like when you leave Missouri. You used to, like,
yeah.
It used to be a global, like, say the Cardinals used to be a global brand. That's kind of gone away past 10 years. Which, like, this was the franchise used to be one of the best in sports, not just like one of the best in baseball. So, like, I think development is really a key to getting back to that, and stoppage in work does hurt if you aren't like a development focused organization. So you can't really prevent like a lockout from happening, but you should be able to prepare for it. Like I think a lot of times they just aren't prepared for stuff, and that's the excuse that they come up with. That's what we've heard a lot. Like the past 10 years, like we weren't prepared for this. We weren't prepared for this pitching revolution or these injuries, and I think they're better prepared for a lockout now than ever before.
I don't know if these top 3 picks could have gone any better. Like I'm so excited.
We're getting close
Really
to our next
interested.
one.
Yeah, really interested to see what they end up doing here. With their
what happens when we take James Quinn Irons? What happens?
Antonio Jimenez, please.
Cross fingers.
What are some like you guys have thrown out some names that the Cardinals, like very Cardinals-y from before, but like what are some, like besides Antonio, like what are some other names right now that you're like, man, if they went that direction, that'd be so fun. And I mean, potentially he's on the board now.
Has Colby Shelton been picked? Florida shortstop.
I haven't seen it. Oh, we're 2 picks away.
Yeah, we're getting really close.
Was Neville picked yet?
Not yet, but I think he's going to go to college at this point. Pipeline had him ranked as the number 35 player, and I mean he's not getting a bonus anywhere near that at this point. I don't know.
All right, so the Red Sox.
I'm looking for my Randy Flores video. Where did it go? Kareem, do you remember that Randy Flores video that I made like years ago?
Which one?
With the eyes.
Oh, yeah, but I do remember that. I have no idea where it is. You're going to have to.
There we go. I found it.
A two-way player just went 84th overall, Andrew.
Oh, Adam's in. Sorry, Adam, I did not see you. I'm going to throw you on the. Oh, sorry. I messed that up.
You're good.
There we go. What's up, man?
How's it going?
Your guy just went.
2 of my guys. Peyton Gray was another one I absolutely loved. Big upside. Killed it at the combine with a power speed combo from Dallas Center Grimes in Iowa. So I got to see him live, and man, that would have been a lot of fun at catcher.
Do you think Peyton Gray could play center field? Like, I know the athleticism is there. And, you know, the power potential is really what screams to me 110 plus exit velocities. Or do you think he should stick at that catcher spot?
I think you stick with him at catcher if he wants to play catcher. I think he looked fine. Probably an offensive oriented catcher, but center fielder would be tough. He did not play center fielder at all when I was watching him, but the athleticism is real.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a very good question, and I hadn't considered it just because I think that they're going to run with catcher more than anything else.
Because just thinking from a standpoint that
Arnold's
you know,
on the clock.
this guy has elite athleticism, right? Maybe that catcher spot isn't the best, position for him. If you can play him in center field, that might be more value. If he's got the explosive run times, I was just curious.
He gives me Tyler O'Neill vibes in that. If you shoved him in center and made it make sense, it could be fine. But he's probably best suited for left field or catcher.
Right. That makes sense. At that point, I do think catcher would just outweigh that position. So,
and before we get this pick, what was your thoughts on Franklin?
It's great. I think that they've clearly decided organizational shift. I think that's what that told me. I think he's probably a bullpen arm, but I'm excited for what they're trying to do.
Like it. I'm curious too, before the next one jumps in, where do you think, I was asking Kareem and Peyton about this, Liam Doyle, obviously we'll get some more information soon and we'll contextualize it more, but when you think of top 100 prospects list, do you think he's a guy slots in the middle, 50, 60 range, potentially a little higher, potentially a little lower?
So I actually messaged the prospects live, group chat to see, and they kind of agreed, probably in that middle range, probably closer to this 50 to 60.
Okay.
I think it's top 100 guy. I think if you think that there is a starter, it's it's 50 range guy. If you think it's a bullpen guy, you're going to shove him into the back of the top 100.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, pick is in for the Cardinals. I don't know if it's announced on there, but they put it on Twitter.
Oh, Cubs picks in too.
Yeah, they selected first baseman Jack Gurevitch from UC San Diego. First baseman, it's a lot of raw power in the bat, 110 mile an hour, 90th percentile exit velocity. Swings a lot inside the strike zone. It's a good approach overall. 78% Z swing, and he's only chasing 24% of the time. This is an impressive bat. Seems to be just the first baseman. But if the power plays, this could be a pretty good pick. But I do think that they're going to save some money here, if I had to guess.
I'd agree. I don't think that this is a bad money saving pick either. We ranked him in the low 100s. I think it was 115. But it's good power. He's logged time at third base. I'm not sure it is a third baseman, but maybe they try. James Loney is the comp he got. So I think that this is a very fun kind of money saving pick. We'll see if the power develops. It's kind of he hasn't shown it yet, but the data says it should be there.
Yeah, 117.2 max exit velocity, 99.7 aerial exit velocity. Against right-handed pitching, pulled fly balls 59.3% of the time. I think what's even more impressive against left-handed pitching, the upper third fastball whiff percentage was just 11.5%. Against right-handed pitching was just 20.5%. So that's actually more bat to ball than you would expect with a bat with this much potential pop. So this is a good pick in my opinion. If you get the game power there, this is probably a higher value pick than just 92.
Yeah, the game power is definitely lacking behind the raw power here. His hard hit launch angle is only at 9.1 degrees. And, he doesn't pull the ball a ton. But at the same time, I think the offensive ceiling with a guy that's recording these kind of exit velocities, could there be some sort of swing change to unlock some more fly balls to his batted ball profile? You could be looking at a guy that has a plus power tool if he's able to maximize, the exit velocities in the air more effectively. So, I understand this pick is an underslot. After, those three selections at the top, you can't expect every pick to be at slot value or more. So I think this is a little bit of a money saver. And hopefully there is more positional value than just first base. If he can even play passable third base, I think that helps his value out a little bit. But raw power is the calling card. It's a good approach, aggressive approach, but he doesn't chase too much. And hopefully the game power hopefully the Cardinals can extrapolate a little bit more game power, because the raw exit velocities are very impressive with the Jack Gurevitch.
That's fun. All right, so that's all for the Cardinals picks from day one. I mean, I know we've kind of talked about overall, but like just maybe around the horn a little bit here. Like, I mean, day one, relative to at least your expectations coming into it. Let's start with Adam here. How are you feeling about the Cardinals day one selections?
Again, you have to be a little excited about the willingness to change what seems to be an organizational philosophy, especially at pitcher. I think that there was concern over the last 3 years, especially of how this pitching style has not been working, and we are not developing guys that can come to the majors, get strikeouts, and turn a lineup over 3 times. Liam Doyle, when it goes well, does that. Tanner Franklin, I don't think is going to be anything like Liam Doyle, but he certainly has the same profile. If they can get a second and third pitch kind of moving, this is another good, big fastball. Sorry, I got distracted because I saw in the comments someone made a question about Alec Burleson, and that always gets my attention. But no, that's big thing is there appears to have been an organizational philosophy shift, and you gotta love it, especially with how pitching has been going.
Kareem, how you feeling about it?
Yeah, I think this is an A draft so far. I've been really impressed by what the picks. I did not expect the Cardinals to shoot for more high upside arms to get a Liam Doyle with their first pick. I didn't see them going in that direction, but I think that it was a good pick. He was my best player on the board when they made that selection. Even if I thought Arnold was a better fit for their organization, maybe they're changing their ways, and Liam Doyle's the new mold for a Cardinals drafted pitching for a Cardinals pitching draft pick. Because you see a Tanner Franklin, 96 miles an hour up to 101 with solid carry from a low launch. Ryan Mitchell, toolsy center fielder. He was announced as an outfielder. We'll see. I mean, he played some shortstop as well, so there might be some positional versatility there. Yeah, I mean, it's starting your draft with those 3 picks and then getting a guy like Gurevitch, who has eye-popping raw exit velocities up to 117, as Peyton talked about. I think we're in a good spot and really excited to see what they end up doing on day 2.
Yeah, I love that we're actually seeing some active change rather than them just saying it. The Doyle pick, I think, kind of set the tone for the night. We're actually doing this. I think everyone expected Arnold. You can ask anyone. Everyone's going to slap the Cardinals with Arnold. But no, they went with Liam Doyle, the guy with the FU fastball, the guy with high vert on the fastball. Electric, can get to 97 to 99 consistently and stays there. And then I think choosing Tanner Franklin, 3rd round, I know I skipped 2nd round, but that 3rd round pick was just shocking. Kind of put the icing on the top of the cake. That's a risk that you don't really see them taking. Not a pitchability guy, but a high ceiling guy if you get that to work out.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with what's been said. Super excited about what we saw from the Cardinals tonight. From the beginning of the night, grabbing Doyle was just awesome. I mean, seriously, that's a guy that there's a real chance that he pitches at the front of this rotation someday. And that's not something you can say about some of the guys the Cardinals have picked in recent years, especially early on. So that's awesome. I just think, I mean, it's nice to see them be willing to make an organizational shift like this. I think it bodes well for the future. I'm excited to see how they develop these guys once we get moving forward. And I think, you've added 4 guys to your system tonight that are probably all going to jump into your top 30, even Gurevitch. So it's really good to see. Cardinals are system, got a chance to get the guys they actually want. As Kyle said earlier on the show, super solid night for the Cardinals overall.
Yeah. Also, I think like a lot of people are going to say like this is the Heim effect, but like I think if you talk to like a lot of their new scouts, some of the head of their player development, this is kind of the direction that they've realized they had to go in. They've kind of evolved in their player evaluation. You don't really see it in free agent signing or trades all the time. But like their scouting has been getting better the last couple of years. They're hiring people consistently. So like it's not just Heim. The people on their staff are doing a heck of a job. Just scouting, looking at prep talent, looking at college talent. They got Daniel Ortiz in the 16th round last year. It's probably a top 15 organizational prospect. So I think just the entire organization is getting better in that regards towards scouting. So credit to them for this first day of drafting. It looks pretty good on the board, whether it works out or not.
Yeah, and it's at least fun. Like again, I'm just reading what you guys said. It's fun to see them go in a different direction. And I mean, we did see them in 2020, which it was a weird draft, but they took a lot more dart throws in that draft. And I wonder if that was kind of like the scouting department kind of got to cook a little bit on their part and go for some guys they wanted to. And so at the very least, maybe there's a accreditation to Heim about they have more freedom to go after some of these things than maybe Mo would have been comfortable with. Again, this is all speculation, but it just feels so like on the nose when the first year of this transition or the transition year, they've already started making picks that we did not expect. So at the very least, it's fun. I'm excited about some new and some change. And I've said this earlier in the stream, but I'll say it again. It's a really like even like at each pick, it just keeps surprising me. And it's going to take me a while to wrap my mind around the fact that there is a new regime in place. And so the leadership that's been in place for the last 20 years is changing. And so it's just hard to wrap your mind around something that you've known to be one way for 20 years could be, I don't know how drastic, but there could be some major shifts in ways where things just operate differently than what we've expected before. And it's just really fun and it's different. I think it keeps it fresh. And so it's exciting. And again, all these guys could flame out. It could be a terrible draft, but it's fun to at least see them take some swings. So Sandy, I know you want to add one more thing. Or maybe not. He might have frozen out.
It's
okay.
Oh, am I good now?
Yeah.
I'm posting this in the chat now, but it's not like this is inherently less risky or more risky than their previous approach too. Like drafting a Zach Thompson in the first round, there was risk with that guy. I mean, yeah, pitchability, whatever. People might have said high floor. He's a reliever. He's not a major league starter. So it's not like this new approach is inherently so much more risky. It's not like you're taking guys. There's risk with every player you draft, and whether the risk is that they end up in the bullpen or that they're no good, there's still risk no matter what. So I don't want people to be, scared of this new philosophy. It's plenty of chances that it works out. And if it doesn't, well, we look back and we say, at least they took a big swing.
Yeah. All right. Andrew, I think he's going to jump in here, or you want us to do the giveaway, Andrew? All right. So we have spun the wheel, or Andrew has off stream here. And the winner of the Ivan Herrera card, Andrew, do you want to jump on at least show it again so people can see what it is Chase Palermo. Hopefully I said your name right. I'm the worst at pronouncing names. So Chase Palermo. Andrew will reach out to you and make sure we get your information and can get you that Ivan Herrera card. Super exciting. Thanks again to 314 for sponsoring us as always, but also gifting that card to give away tonight. It's a really fun poll. So hope you guys enjoy that. As we wrap up the stream, is there any best player available, people on the boards that you're I guess there's still more of this round to go, but any names you're potentially looking for as the Cardinals start round 4 tomorrow?
I got a big one.
Yeah.
It's Corbin Dickerson, center fielder from Indiana. When I got to see them live, I got to be honest, I left far more impressed by him than Devin Taylor. I think his power is equally impressive, and his glove is something that can really help him race to the majors and help before the year 2050. I think that he would be a huge asset and someone that with the outfield as it is currently constructed, could help continue the logjam that we love, that we've continued to have, but also could be someone that, has the bat and the glove. I don't think this is some superstar bat, but it's certainly someone that will have plenty of pop, but a good enough glove that it really all makes sense.
Kareem, Peyton, any guys that stand out to you?
Yeah. Actually, keep that up.
You
The
got me.
JQI.
You got me. Need to see him.
Yeah. I'm still a big JQI fan. I do think that the changes he made this year in terms of his approach, fair optimization, are there. I think he's one of the most talented hitters in terms of college prospects in this draft. And then, of course, Antonio Jimenez and then Jack Maroknik in terms of college hitters. So I think if you're going to take a swing at a hitter that might be mid-major but can really get to those exit velocities and fair optimization and top level circuit, I think you go JQI, then Antonio Jimenez, and then Jack Maroknik is a little project, more of a line drive hitter. But if you can tap into that top end power, he can really get there.
Any standouts for you, Kareem?
Antonio Jimenez is the one that I thought he would go on day 2, or I thought he would go in day 1, and the fact that he hasn't heard his name called so far. I mean, if he's somehow still in play for the 3rd round, he does have leverage due to the fact that he's a draft eligible sophomore. So, I mean, if he's not getting the money that he hopes for, he could just opt out of the draft and be in next year's class. So, I mean, he's one guy that stands out to me that I would be interested by. Has Micah Bucknam been picked by anyone? Dallas Baptist pitcher. He's got a plus sweeper. I think or a plus slurve. Velocity is there. I think he's an interesting arm to throw around as well.
Real quick, I got one thought left. I saw that there was calls for power in the outfield in the chat, and Nolan Schubert just went, and I was going to put him out.
Antonio Jimenez just went.
I was just about to say 3 in a row that I wanted to say. Cody Boker to the Phillies. They've had a phenomenal pitching draft
Bowker,
this year.
I like Bowker a lot too.
Those 3 right there were names I was like, yeah, they absolutely need to be talked about. But
so the 4 guys that I wanted them to target: Brian Hurley, Antonio Jimenez, Jake Cook, and Bowker. None of them got picked by the Cardinals, but hey, I still love their draft. I'm not gonna lie. And even the Gurevitch pick, the more I'm looking at that, the more I'm impressed by him. I think he's got a chance to be a really special player. So yeah, all around really good class.
And again, I mean, the Cardinals got him at 89 as a money-saving pick. We ranked him 112. That's not if we can get a real savings there. I think we did very well.
117 max EV is just crazy.
Good. 114, I think max EV in the air. No, that's wrong. Hold on.
I know the 117. I just posted it. It's a line drive.
Yeah.
Fly ball line drive oriented.
Yeah.
114. He got 115 on a homer. 91.4 mile per hour cutter.
Adam, do you think there has to be a hitting approach change, or do you want this guy to just continue to spraying line drives? Because I mean, the raw juice is obviously enticing if he can just lift the ball a little bit more. But what do you think?
So it's the big question of, do you change them based on what they've done, or do you change them in the hopes of what they can do? I certainly think that that's a question that requires context. For him, I would kind of like to see them keep it and see if you can't get that backspin and just let him spray absolute missiles at the wall every time he's up there. If he's hitting hard liners that are always outs, yeah, let's see if he can do a lift and pull approach and just hit a load of them. But off the bat, I'd like to see them let him continue what he's doing.
Yeah, I mean, he projects to be a really high BABIP kind of hitter, and I mean that plays.
Absolutely. And the power, I mean, 117 EV, that's enough power that I don't think we need to try to get some cheap homers. I think he'll still get plenty.
Yeah. When you have that kind of raw power, you don't have to always optimize everything. I mean, balls are going to get out even to the opposite field.
Absolutely.
It's just a matter of not hitting it on the ground. And he doesn't, 43.4 ground ball percent. It's not bad. He also doesn't pop up the ball.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I was going to bring up one other name just because we had to based on the draft. Nate Snead from
And he
Tennessee.
went.
He just
I
went.
had to bring him up. I was going to make the joke, and then he went.
I will say
Oh
I
my
had
gosh.
Tanner Franklin ranked ahead of him, and
Yeah.
I feel like that was not consensus. I feel like most people had Snead ahead of.
Yep. I think we
Franklin.
did too, but I like it's a good pick by both the Cardinals and the Angels.
Yeah, both hard throwing righties that have been up to 101 for Tennessee.
That was a dangerous pitching staff.
Man, I mean the Cardinals got 2 of those guns now.
Wow. Any other things you guys want to hit before we close it out tonight? Again, we really appreciate everyone who's tuned in so far. It's been a super fun night, super fun stream. It looks like we've had over 4,500 people pop in tonight, which is super cool. Like and subscribe helps the channel a ton. Adam, appreciate your time. Peyton, appreciate your time, man, being on 4.5 hours with us. Kareem, as always. But any other lasting thoughts or things you guys want to throw out there before we wrap it up?
No, this has been a lot of fun. I appreciate you guys letting me come on and talk about baseball.
Of course.
Yeah, I always enjoy hopping on. This is always fun. Just talking baseball, of course. Let's hope James Quinn is in Palm Beach next week.
Yeah, this was a great day one. I think the Cardinals picked a lot of high upside players, and you love to see that. And hopefully this momentum can lead into a really strong day 2 of the draft as well, where I think the Cardinals have found a lot of value in the past. And just dating back to last year, I mean, Peyton talked about it, but a guy like Daniel Ortiz in the 16th round from Walters State, like that was an exceptional pick. He's looking like a top 20 prospect in the organization. So it'll be fun to see some of those names, the players that the Cardinals scouting staff targets. And yeah, let's keep shooting for upside, baby.
Yeah. Well, this has been a super fun stream. Really appreciate everyone who's tuned in tonight. Again, like and subscribe helps channel a ton. We'll be back on sometime this week because we have the All-Star breaks. I don't know if we'll go live Wednesday or Thursday, but we'll preview the second half. Should be an interesting end of July. We'll see what the Cardinals do at the deadline. Obviously, day 2 of the draft is tomorrow, so I don't think we'll have a specific stream for that tomorrow, but I'm sure Birds of the Farm will be covering that stuff soon. So subscribe even if you just want prospect coverage specifically. We've got that on the channel as well. I guess Peyton and Adam and Kareem, when we sign off on Tip Deal in the Cards episodes, we like to thank someone as we're doing that. So feel free to thank whoever you would like. But as always, thank you for watching, and we'll see you guys next time. Thanks, Haim.
Thanks.
Thanks.